The Apparition by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neslihan, Stamboli. The Apparition by Guy de Maupassant. The subject of sequestration of the person came up in speaking of a recent lawsuit, and each of us had a story to tell. A true story, he said. We had been spending the evening together at an old family mansion in the Rue de Grenelle, just a party of intimate friends. The old Marquis de la Tour Samuel, who was 82, rose, and leaning his elbow on the mantelpiece, said in his somewhat shaky voice, "I also know of something strange, so strange that it has haunted me all my life. It is now 56 years since the incident occurred, and yet not a month passes that I do not see it again in a dream, so great is the impression of fear it has left on my mind. For 10 minutes I experienced such horrible fright that ever since then a sort of constant terror has remained with me. Sudden noises startle me violently, and objects imperfectly distinguished at night inspire me with a mad desire to flee from them. In short, I am afraid of the dark. But I would not have acknowledged that before I reached my present age. Now I can say anything. I've never receded before real danger, ladies. It is therefore permissible at 82 years of age not to be brave in presence of imaginary danger. That affair so completely upset me, caused me such deep and mysterious and terrible distress, that I never spoke of it to anyone. I will now tell it to you exactly as it happened, without any attempt at explanation. In July 1827, I was stationed at Honnha. One day, as I was walking along the quay, I met a man whom I thought I recognized without being able to recall exactly who he was. Instinctively, I made a movement to stop. The stranger perceived it and at once extended his hand. He was a friend to whom I had been deeply attached as a youth. For 5 years I had not seen him. He seemed to have aged half a century. His hair was quite white, and he walked bent over as though completely exhausted. He apparently understood my surprise, and he told me of the misfortune which had shattered his life. Having fallen madly in love with a young girl, he had married her, but after a year of more than earthly happiness, she died suddenly of an affection of the heart. He left his country home on the very day of her burial and came to his townhouse in Rouen, where he lived alone and unhappy, so sad and wretched that he thought constantly of suicide. "Since I've found you again in this manner," he said, "I will ask you to render me an important service. It is to go and get me, out of the desk in my bedroom, our bedroom, some papers of which I have urgent need. I cannot send a servant or a business clerk, as discretion and absolute silence are necessary. As for myself, nothing on earth would induce me to re-enter that house. I will give you the key of the room, which I myself locked on leaving, and the key of my desk, also a few words for my gardener, telling him to open the chateau for you. But come and breakfast with me tomorrow, and we will arrange all that." I promised to do him the slight favor he asked. It was, for that matter, only a ride which I could make in an hour on horseback, his property being but a few miles distant from Rouen. At 10 o'clock the following day, I breakfasted, tête-à-tête, with my friend, but he scarcely spoke. He begged me to pardon him. The thought of the visit I was about to make to that room, the scene of his dead happiness, overcame him, he said. He indeed seemed singularly agitated and preoccupied, as though undergoing some mysterious mental struggle. At length he explained to me exactly what I had to do. It was very simple. I must take 2 packages of letters and a roll of papers from the first right-hand drawer of the desk, of which I had the key. He added, "I need not beg you to refrain from glancing at them." I was wounded at that remark, and told him so, somewhat sharply. He stammered, "Forgive me, I suffer so," and tears came to his eyes. At about 1 o'clock I took leave of him to accomplish my mission. The weather was glorious, and I trotted across the fields, listening to the song of the larks and the rhythmical clang of my sword against my boot. Then I entered the forest and walked my horse. Branches of trees caressed my face as I passed, and now and then I caught a leaf with my teeth and chewed it, from sheer gladness of heart at being alive and vigorous on such a radiant day. As I approached the chateau, I took from my pocket the letter I had for the gardener, and was astonished at finding it sealed. I was so irritated that I was about to turn back without having fulfilled my promise, but reflected that I should thereby display undue susceptibility. My friend, in his troubled condition, might easily have fastened the envelope without noticing that he did so. The manor looked as if it had been abandoned for 20 years. The open gate was falling from its hinges. The walks were overgrown with grass, and the flower beds were no longer distinguishable. The noise I made by kicking at a shutter brought out an old man from a side door. He seemed stunned with astonishment at seeing me. On receiving my letter, he read it, reread it, turned it over and over, looked me up and down, put the paper in his pocket, and finally said, "Well, what is it you wish?" I replied shortly, "You ought to know, since you've just read your master's orders. I wish to enter the chateau." He seemed overcome. "Then you're going into her room?" I began to lose patience. "Damn it, are you presuming to question me?" He stammered in confusion. No, sir, but it's not been opened since the death. If you will be kind enough to wait 5 minutes, I will go and see if..." I interrupted him angrily. "See here, what do you mean by your tricks? You know very well you cannot enter the room, since here is the key." He no longer objected. "Then, sir, I will show you the way." "Show me the staircase and leave me. I'll find my way without you." "But, sir, indeed..." This time I lost patience, and pushing him aside, went into the house. I first went through the kitchen, then 2 rooms occupied by this man and his wife. I then crossed a large hall, mounted a staircase, and recognized the door described by my friend. I easily opened it and entered the apartment. It was so dark that at first I could distinguish nothing. I stopped short, disagreeably affected by that disagreeable musty odor of closed, unoccupied rooms. As my eyes slowly became accustomed to the darkness, I saw plainly enough a large and disordered bedroom, the bed without sheets, but still retaining its mattresses and pillows, on one of which was a deep impression, as though an elbow or a head had recently rested there. The chairs all seemed out of place. I noticed that a door, doubtless that of a closet, had remained half open. I first went to the window, which I opened to let in the light, but the fastenings of the shutters had grown so rusty that I could not move them. I even tried to break them with my sword, but without success. As I was growing irritated over my useless efforts, and could now see fairly well in the semi-darkness, I gave up the hope of getting more light and went over to the writing desk. I seated myself in an armchair and, letting down the lid of the desk, I opened the drawer designated. It was full to the top. I needed but 3 packages, which I knew how to recognize, and began searching for them. I was straining my eyes in the effort to read the superscriptions when I seemed to hear, or rather feel, something rustle back of me. I paid no attention, believing that a draught from the window was moving some drapery. But in a minute or so, another movement, almost imperceptible, sent a strangely disagreeable little shiver over my skin. It was so stupid to be affected, even slightly, that self-respect prevented my turning around. I had just found the second package I needed and was about to lay my hand on the third when a long and painful sigh, uttered just at my shoulder, made me bound like a madman from my seat and land several feet off. As I jumped, I had turned round my hand on the hilt of my sword, and truly, if I had not felt it at my side, I should have taken to my heels like a coward. A tall woman, dressed in white, stood gazing at me from the back of the chair where I had been sitting an instant before. Such a shudder ran through all my limbs that I nearly fell backward. No one who has not experienced it can understand that frightful, unreasoning terror. The mind becomes vague, the heart ceases to beat, the entire body grows as limp as a sponge. I do not believe in ghosts. Nevertheless, I collapsed from a hideous dread of the dead, and I suffered, oh, I suffered in a few moments more than in all the rest of my life from the irresistible terror of the supernatural. If she had not spoken, I should have died, perhaps. But she spoke. She spoke in a sweet, sad voice that set my nerves vibrating. I dare not say that I became master of myself and recovered my reason. No, I was terrified and scarcely knew what I was doing. But a certain innate pride, a remnant of soldierly instinct, made me, almost in spite of myself, maintain a bold front. She said, "Oh, sir, you can render me a great service." I wanted to reply, but it was impossible for me to pronounce a word. Only a vague sound came from my throat. She continued, "Will you? You can save me, cure me. I suffer frightfully. I suffer. Oh, how I suffer." And she slowly seated herself in my armchair, still looking at me. "Will you?" she said. I nodded in assent, my voice still being paralyzed. Then she held out to me a tortoise-shell comb and murmured, "Comb my hair. Oh, comb my hair. That will cure me. It must be combed. Look at my head, how I suffer, and my hair pulls so." Her hair, unbound, very long and very black, it seemed to me, hung over the back of the armchair and touched the floor. Why did I promise? Why did I take that comb with a shudder? And why did I hold in my hands her long black hair that gave my skin a frightful cold sensation as though I were handling snakes? I cannot tell. That sensation has remained in my fingers, and I still tremble in recalling it. I combed her hair. I handled, I know not how, those icy locks. I twisted, knotted, and unknotted, and braided them. She sighed, bowed her head, seemed happy. Suddenly she said thank you, snatched the comb from my hands, and fled by the door that I had noticed ajar. Left alone, I experienced for several seconds the horrible agitation of one who awakens from a nightmare. At length I regained my senses. I ran to the window and with a mighty effort burst open the shutters, letting a flood of light into the room. Immediately I sprang to the door by which that being had departed. I found it closed and immovable. Then the mad desire to flee overcame me like a panic, the panic which soldiers know in battle. I seized the 3 packets of letters on the open desk, ran from the room, dashed down the stairs 4 steps at a time, found myself outside, I know not how, and, perceiving my horse a few steps off, leaped into the saddle and galloped away. I stopped only when I reached Honnha and alighted at my lodgings. Throwing the reins to my orderly, I fled to my room and shut myself in to reflect. For an hour, I anxiously asked myself if I were not the victim of a hallucination. Undoubtedly, I had had one of those incomprehensible nervous attacks, those exaltations of mind that give rise to visions, and are the stronghold of the supernatural. And I was about to believe I had seen a vision, had a hallucination, when, as I approached the window, my eyes fell by chance upon my breast. My military cape was covered with long black hairs. One by one, with trembling fingers, I plucked them off and threw them away. I then called my orderly. I was too disturbed, too upset to go and see my friend that day, and I also wished to reflect more fully upon what I ought to tell him. I sent him his letters, for which he gave the soldier a receipt. He asked after me most particularly, and on being told I was ill, had had a sunstroke, appeared exceedingly anxious. Next morning I went to him, determined to tell him the truth. He had gone out the evening before, and had not yet returned. I called again during the day. My friend was still absent. After waiting a week longer without news of him, I notified the authorities, and a judicial search was instituted. Not the slightest trace of his whereabouts or manner of disappearance was discovered. A minute inspection of the abandoned chateau revealed nothing of a suspicious character. There was no indication that a woman had been concealed there. After fruitless researches, all further efforts were abandoned, and for 56 years I've heard nothing. I know no more than before. End of the Apparition. Recording by Neslihan, Stamboli.
The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburthen my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than barroques. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace, some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasions to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusions to the ancient popular notion, which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew daily more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol, and at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home, much intoxicated, from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse, for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was at best a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime the cat slowly recovered, The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave way to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account, yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or a silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue, and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and with the bitterest remorse at my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no reason of offense, hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall, a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words "strange," "singular," and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by some one of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with a view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied, in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect but one. Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body, but this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white, covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately rose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I had once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but I know not how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as from the breath of a pestilence. What added no doubt to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footstep with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had, at length, assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name. And for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster, had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. O mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed. A brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor by night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while, from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day, she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered into my mind. At one period, I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another, I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it in the well of the yard, about packing it in a box, as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the red of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here at least, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe, or to imagine, the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least, since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster in terror had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but of course nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came, very unexpectedly, into the house, and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say if but one word by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health, and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say, an excellently well-constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily, with a cane which I held in my hand, upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. "But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend!" No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb. By a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman. A howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts, it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant, the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already greatly decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat.
Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Selim Jamil. New York City, 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dagon. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal indeed was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous. When at last I waked, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. One might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery. I was in reality more horrified than astonished, for there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish, and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for innumerable millions of years had lain hidden underneath unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me, that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might, nor were there any sea-fowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness, and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for travelling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odour of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight and evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a far-away hummock which rose higher than any other elevation in the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still travelled toward the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I first espied it. By the fourth evening I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting it out sharper relief than from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadows of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. It is said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me. But I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down to the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illuminate. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and of Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst after a drop of a few hundred feet the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentle slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian depths where no light had yet penetrated. Once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me, an object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and positions were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express, for despite its enormous magnitude, and its position in an abyss, which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship, and perhaps the worship, of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me, and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water on account of their enormous size, were an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of Doré. I think that these things were supposed to depict men. At least, a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage to some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms, I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seemed to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe, some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing while the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then suddenly I saw it, with only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface. The thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like, and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung the gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal, and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I know that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of an American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist, and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god. But soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men. Often I ask myself if it could not at all have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This I ask myself, never does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols, and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink, and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the window, as of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand, the window, the window! End of Dagon. Recorded by Selim Jamil, New York City, 2019.
And the Dead Spake by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. And the Dead Spake by E. F. Benson. There is not in all London a quieter spot, or one apparently more withdrawn from the heat and bustle of life than Newsom Terrace. It is a cul-de-sac, for at the upper end the roadway between its two lines of square, compact little residences is brought to an end by a high brick wall, while at the lower end the only access to it is through Newsom Square, that small, discreet oblong of Georgian houses, a relic of the time when Kensington was a suburban village sundered from the metropolis by a stretch of pastures stretching to the river. Both square and terrace are most inconveniently situated for those whose ideal environment includes a rank of taxicabs immediately opposite the door, a spate of buses roaring down the street, and a procession of underground trains, accessible by a station a few yards away, shaking and rattling the cutlery and silver on their dining tables. In consequence, Newsom Terrace had come, 2 years ago, to be inhabited by leisurely and retired folk, or by those who wished to pursue their work in quiet and tranquillity. Children with hoops and scooters are phenomena rarely encountered in the terrace, and dogs are equally uncommon. In front of each of the couple of dozen houses of which the terrace is composed lies a little square of railinged garden, in which you may often see the middle-aged or elderly mistress of the residence horticulturally employed. By 5 o'clock of a winter's evening, the pavements will generally be empty of all passengers except the policeman, who, with felted step, at intervals throughout the night, peers with his bull's-eye into these small front gardens, and never finds anything more suspicious there than an early crocus or an aconite. For by the time it is dark, the inhabitants of the terrace have got themselves home, where behind drawn curtains and bolted shutters they will pass a domestic and uninterrupted evening. No funeral, up to the time I speak of, had I ever seen leave the terrace. No marriage party had strewed its pavements with confetti, and perambulators were unknown. It and its inhabitants seemed to be quietly mellowing like bottles of sound wine. No doubt there was stored within them the sunshine and summer of youth long past, and now, dozing in a cool place, they waited for the turn of the key in the cellar door, and the entry of one who would draw them forth and see what they were worth. Yet, after the time of which I shall now speak, I have never passed down its pavement without wondering whether each house, so seemingly tranquil, is not, like some dynamo, softly and smoothly bringing into being vast and terrible forces, such as those I once saw at work in the last house at the upper end of the terrace, the quietest, you would have said, of all the row. Had you observed it with continuous scrutiny for all the length of a summer day, it is quite possible that you might have only seen issue from it in the morning an elderly woman, whom you would have rightly conjectured to be the housekeeper, with her basket for marketing on her arm, who returned an hour later. Except for her, the entire day might often pass without there being either ingress or egress from the door. Occasionally, a middle-aged man, lean and wiry, came swiftly down the pavement, but his exit was by no means a daily occurrence, and indeed when he did emerge, he broke the almost universal usage of the terrace, for his appearances took place, when such they were, between 9 and 10 in the evening. At that hour, sometimes he would come round to my house in Newsom Square to see if I was at home, and inclined for a talk a little later on. For the sake of air and exercise, he would then have an hour's tramp through the lit and noisy streets, and return about 10, still pale and unflushed, for one of those talks which grew to have an absorbing fascination for me. More rarely, through the telephone, I proposed that I should drop in on him. This I did not often do, since I found that if he did not come out himself, it implied that he was busy with some investigation, and though he made me welcome, I could easily see that he burned for my departure, so that he might get busy with his batteries and pieces of tissue, hot on the track of discoveries that never yet had presented themselves to the mind of man as coming within the horizon of possibility. My last sentence may have led the reader to guess that I am indeed speaking of none other than that recluse and mysterious physicist Sir James Horton, with whose death 100 half-hewn avenues into the dark forest from which life comes must wait completion till another pioneer, as bold as he, takes up the axe which hitherto none but himself has been able to wield. Probably there was never a man to whom humanity owed more, and of whom humanity knew less. He seemed utterly independent of the race to whom, though indeed with no service of love, he devoted himself. For years he lived aloof and apart in his house at the end of the terrace. Men and women were to him like fossils to the geologist, things to be tapped and hammered and dissected and studied, with a view not only to the reconstruction of past ages, but to construction in the future. It is known, for instance, that he made an artificial being formed of the tissue, still living, of animals lately killed, with the brain of an ape and the heart of a bullock, and a sheep's thyroid, and so forth. Of that I can give no first-hand account. Horton, it is true, told me something about it, and in his will directed that certain memoranda on the subject should, on his death, be sent to me. But on the bulky envelope there is the direction, "Not to be opened till January 1925. He spoke with some reserve, and, so I think, with slight horror at the strange things which had happened on the completion of this creature. It evidently made him uncomfortable to talk about it, and for that reason I fancy he put what was then a rather remote date to the day when his record should reach my eye. Finally, in these preliminaries, for the last 5 years before the war, he had scarcely entered, for the sake of companionship, any house other than his own and mine. Ours was a friendship dating from school days, which he had never suffered to drop entirely, but I doubt if in those years he spoke except on matters of business to 6 other people. He had already retired from surgical practice, in which his skill was unapproached, and most completely now did he avoid the slightest intercourse with his colleagues, whom he regarded as ignorant pedants without courage or the rudiments of knowledge. Now and then he would write an epoch-making little monograph, which he flung to them like a bone to a starving dog, but for the most part, utterly absorbed in his own investigations, he left them to grope along unaided. He frankly told me that he enjoyed talking to me about such subjects, since I was utterly unacquainted with them. It clarified his mind to be obliged to put his theories and guesses and confirmations with such simplicity that anyone could understand them. I well remember his coming in to see me on the evening of the 4th of August, 1914. "So, the war has broken out," he said, "and the streets are impassable with excited crowds. Odd, isn't it? Just as if each of us already was not a far more murderous battlefield than any which can be conceived between warring nations." "How's that?" said I. "Let me try to put it plainly, though it isn't that I want to talk about. Your blood is one eternal battlefield. It is full of armies eternally marching and counter-marching. As long as the armies friendly to you are in a superior position, you remain in good health. If a detachment of microbes that, if suffered to establish themselves, would give you a cold in the head, entrench themselves in your mucous membrane, the commander-in-chief sends a regiment down and drives them out. He doesn't give his orders from your brain, mind you. Those aren't his headquarters, for your brain knows nothing about the landing of the enemy till they have made good their position and given you a cold." He paused a moment. "There isn't one headquarters inside you," he said. "There are many. For instance, I killed a frog this morning. At least, most people would say I killed it. But had I killed it, though its head lay in one place and its severed body in another? Not a bit. I had only killed a piece of it, for I opened the body afterwards and took out the heart, which I put in a sterilized chamber of suitable temperature, so that it wouldn't get cold or be infected by any microbe. That was about 12 o'clock today, and when I came out just now, the heart was beating still. It was alive, in fact. That's full of suggestions, you know. Come and see it." The terrace had been stirred into volcanic activity by news of the war. The vendor of some late edition had penetrated into its quietude, and there were 6 parlour-maids fluttering about like black and white moths. But once inside Horton's door, isolation, as of an Arctic night, seemed to close round me. He had forgotten his latch-key, but his housekeeper, then newly come to him, who became so regular and familiar a figure in the terrace, must have heard his step, for before he rang the bell she had opened the door, and stood with his forgotten latch-key in her hand. "Thanks, Mrs. Gabriel," said he, and without a sound the door shut behind us. Both her name and face, as reproduced in some illustrated daily paper, seemed familiar, rather terribly familiar, but before I had time to grope for the association, Horton supplied it. "Tried for the murder of her husband 6 months ago," he said. "Odd case. The point is that she is the one perfect housekeeper. I once had 4 servants, and everything was all mucky, as we used to say at school. Now I live in amazing comfort and propriety with one. She does everything. She is cook, valet, housemaid, butler, and won't have anyone to help her. No doubt she killed her husband, but she planned it so well that she could not be convicted. She told me quite frankly who she was when I engaged her. Of course, I remembered the whole trial vividly now. Her husband, a morose, quarrelsome fellow, tipsy as often as sober, had, according to the defence, cut his own throat while shaving. According to the prosecution, She had done that for him. There was the usual discrepancy of evidence as to whether the wound could have been self-inflicted, and the prosecution tried to prove that the face had been lathered after his throat had been cut. So singular an exhibition of forethought and nerve had hurt rather than helped their case, and after prolonged deliberation on the part of the jury, she had been acquitted. Yet not less singular was Horton's selection of a probable murderess, however efficient, as housekeeper. He anticipated this reflection. Apart from the wonderful comfort of having a perfectly appointed and absolutely silent house, he said, I regard Mrs. Gabriel as a sort of insurance against my being murdered. If you had been tried for your life, you would take very especial care not to find yourself in suspicious proximity to a murdered body again. No more deaths in your house, if you could help it. Come through to my laboratory and look at my little instance of life after death. Certainly, it was amazing to see that little piece of tissue still pulsating with what must be called life. It contracted and expanded faintly indeed, but perceptibly, though for 9 hours now it had been severed from the rest of the organisation. All by itself it went on living, and if the heart could go on living with nothing, you would say, to feed and stimulate its energy, there must also, so reasoned Horton, reside in all the other vital organs of the body other independent focuses of life. Of course, a severed organ like that, he said, will run down quicker than if it had the cooperation of the others, and presently I shall apply a gentle electric stimulus to it. If I can keep that glass bowl under which it beats at the temperature of a frog's body in sterilized air, I don't see why it should not go on living. Food. Of course, there's the question of feeding it. Do you see what that opens up in the way of surgery? Imagine a shop with glass cases containing healthy organs taken from the dead. Say a man dies of pneumonia. He should, as soon as ever the breath is out of his body, be dissected, and though they would, of course, destroy his lungs, as they will be full of pneumococci, his liver and digestive organs are probably healthy. Take them out, keep them in a sterilized atmosphere with the temperature at 98.4, and sell the liver, let us say, to another poor devil who has cancer there. Fit him with a healthy new liver, eh? And insert the brain of someone who has died of heart disease into the skull of a congenital idiot? I asked. Yes, perhaps. But the brain's tirelessly complicated in its connections and the joining up of the nerves, you know. Surgery will have to learn a lot before it fits new brains in. And the brain has got such a lot of functions. All thinking, all inventing seem to belong to it, though, as you have seen, the heart can get on quite well without it. But there are other functions of the brain I want to study first. I've been trying some experiments already. He made some little readjustment to the flame of the spirit lamp, which kept at the right temperature the water that surrounded the sterilized receptacle in which the frog's heart was beating. Start with the more simple and mechanical uses of the brain, he said. Primarily, it is a sort of record office, a diary. Say that I rap your knuckles with that ruler. What happens? The nerves there send a message to the brain, of course, saying, how can I put it most simply, saying, somebody is hurting me. And the eye sends another, saying, I perceive a ruler hitting my knuckles. And the ear sends another, saying, I hear the rap of it. But leaving all that alone, what else happens? Why, the brain records it. It makes a note of your knuckles having been hit. He had been moving about the room as he spoke, taking off his coat and waistcoat and putting on, in their place, a thin black dressing gown, and by now he was seated in his favourite attitude, cross-legged upon the hearthrug, looking like some magician, or perhaps the ifrit of which a magician of black arts has caused it to appear. He was thinking intently now, passing through his fingers his string of amber beads, and talking more to himself than to me. And how does it make that note? He went on. Why, in the manner in which phonograph records are made. There are millions of minute dots, depressions, pockmarks on your brain, which certainly record what you remember, what you have enjoyed or disliked, or done or said. The surface of the brain, anyhow, is large enough to furnish writing paper for the record of all these things, of all your memories. If the impression of an experience has not been acute, the dot is not sharply impressed, and the record fades. In other words, you come to forget it. But if it has been vividly impressed, the record is never obliterated. Mrs. Gabriel, for instance, won't lose the impression of how she lathered her husband's face after she had cut his throat. That's to say, if she did it. Now, do you see what I'm driving at? Of course you do. There is stored within a man's head the complete record of all the memorable things he has done and said. There are all his thoughts there, and all his speeches, and, most well marked of all, his habitual thoughts and the things he has often said. For habit, there is reason to believe, wears a sort of rut in the brain, so that the life principle, whatever it is, as it gropes and steals around the brain, is continually stumbling into it. There's your record, your gramophone plate, all ready. What we want, and what I'm trying to arrive at, is a needle, which, as it traces its minute way over these dots, will come across words or sentences which the dead have uttered, and will reproduce them. My word, what judgment books! What a resurrection! Here, in this withdrawn situation, no remotest echo of the excitement which was seething through the streets penetrated. Through the open window there came in only the tide of the midnight silence. But from somewhere closer at hand, through the wall, surely, of the laboratory, there came a low, somewhat persistent murmur. Perhaps our needle, unhappily not yet invented, as it passed over the record of speech in the brain, might induce even facial expression, he said. Enjoyment or horror might even pass over dead features. There might be gestures and movements even, as the words were reproduced in our gramophone of the dead. Some people, when they want to think intensely, walk about. Some, there's an instance of it audible now, talk to themselves aloud. He held up his finger for silence. Yes, that's Mrs. Gabriel, he said. She talks to herself by the hour together. She's always done that, she tells me. I shouldn't wonder if she has plenty to talk about. It was that night when, first of all, the notion of intense activity going on below the placid house fronts of the terrace occurred to me. None looked more quiet than this, and yet there was seething here a volcanic activity and intensity of living, both in the man who sat cross-legged on the floor and behind that voice, just audible through the partition wall. But I thought of that no more, for Horton began speaking of the brain gramophone again. Were it possible to trace those infinitesimal dots and pockmarks in the brain by some needle exquisitely fine, it might follow that by the aid of some contrivance as translated the pockmarks on a gramophone record into sound, some audible rendering of speech might be recovered from the brain of a dead man. It was necessary, so he pointed out to me, that this strange gramophone record should be new. It must be that of one lately dead, for corruption and decay would soon obliterate these infinitesimal markings. He was not of opinion that unspoken thought could be thus recovered. The utmost he hoped for from his pioneering work was to be able to recapture actual speech, especially when such speech had habitually dwelt on one subject, and thus had worn a rut on that part of the brain known as the speech centre. Let me get, for instance, he said, the brain of a railway porter, newly dead, who has been accustomed for years to call out the name of a station, and I do not despair of hearing his voice through my gramophone trumpet. Or again, given that Mrs. Gabriel, in all her interminable conversations with herself, talks about one subject, I might, in similar circumstances, recapture what she has been constantly saying. Of course, my instrument must be of a power and a delicacy still unknown, one of which the needle can trace the minutest irregularities of surface, and of which the trumpet must be of immense magnifying power, able to translate the smallest whisper into a shout. But just as a microscope will show you the details of an object invisible to the eye, so there are instruments which act in the same way on sound. Here, for instance, is one of remarkable magnifying power. Try it, if you like. He took me over to a table on which was standing an electric battery connected with a round steel globe, out of the side of which sprang a gramophone trumpet of curious construction. He adjusted the battery and directed me to click my fingers quite gently opposite an aperture in the globe, and the noise, ordinarily scarcely audible, resounded through the room like a thunderclap. "Something of that sort might permit us to hear the record on a brain," he said. After this night, my visits to Horton became far more common than they had hitherto been. Having once admitted me into the region of his strange explorations, he seemed to welcome me there. Partly, as he had said, it clarified his own thought to put it into simple language. Partly, as he subsequently admitted, he was beginning to penetrate into such lonely fields of knowledge by paths so utterly untrodden that even he, the most aloof and independent of mankind, wanted some human presence near him. Despite his utter indifference to the issues of the war, for, in his regard, issues far more crucial demanded his energies, he offered himself as surgeon to a London hospital for operations on the brain, and his services, naturally, were welcomed, for none brought knowledge or skill like his to such work. Occupied all day, he performed miracles of healing, with bold and dexterous excisions which none but he would have dared to attempt. He would operate, often successfully, for lesions that seemed certainly fatal, and all the time he was learning. He refused to accept any salary. He only asked, in cases where he had removed pieces of brain matter, to take these away, in order by further examination and dissection to add to the knowledge and manipulative skill which he devoted to the wounded. He wrapped these morsels in sterilized lint and took them back to the terrace in a box, electrically heated to maintain the normal temperature of a man's blood. His fragment might then, so he reasoned, keep some sort of independent life of its own, even as the severed heart of a frog had continued to beat for hours without connection with the rest of the body. Then, for half the night, he would continue to work on these sundered pieces of tissue scarcely dead, which his operations during the day had given him. Simultaneously, he was busy over the needle that must be of such infinite delicacy. One evening, fatigued with a long day's work, I had just heard with a certain tremor of uneasy anticipation the whistles of warning which heralded an air raid, when my telephone bell rang. My servants, according to custom, had already betaken themselves to the cellar, and I went to see what the summons was, determined in any case not to go out into the streets. I recognized Horton's voice. "I want you at once," he said. "But the warning whistles have gone," said I, "and I don't like showers of shrapnel." "Oh, never mind that," said he. "You must come. I'm so excited that I distrust the evidence of my own ears. I want a witness. Just come." He did not pause for my reply, for I heard the click of his receiver going back into its place. Clearly he assumed that I was coming, and that, I suppose, had the effect of suggestion on my mind. I told myself that I would not go, but within a couple of minutes his certainty that I was coming, coupled with the prospect of being interested in something else than air raids, made me fidget in my chair and eventually go to the street door and look out. The moon was brilliantly bright, the square quite empty, and far away the coughings of very distant guns. Next moment, almost against my will, I was running down the deserted pavements of Newsom Terrace. My ring at his bell was answered by Horton before Mrs. Gabriel could come to the door, and he positively dragged me in. "I shan't tell you a word of what I am doing," he said. "I want you to tell me what you hear. Come into the laboratory." The remote guns were silent again as I sat myself, as directed, in a chair close to the gramophone trumpet, but suddenly through the wall I heard the familiar mutter of Mrs. Gabriel's voice. Horton, already busy with his battery, sprang to his feet. "That won't do," he said. "I want absolute silence." He went out of the room, and I heard him calling to her. Whilst he was gone, I observed more closely what was on the table. Battery, round steel globe, and gramophone trumpet were there, and some sort of a needle on a spiral steel spring, linked up with the battery and the glass vessel in which I had seen the frog's heart beat. In it now there lay a fragment of grey matter. Horton came back in a minute or two, and stood in the middle of the room listening. "That's better," he said. "Now I want you to listen at the mouth of the trumpet. I'll answer any questions afterwards." With my ear turned to the trumpet, I could see nothing of what he was doing, and I listened till the silence became a rustling in my ears. Then suddenly that rustling ceased, for it was overscored by a whisper which undoubtedly came from the aperture on which my oral attention was fixed. It was no more than the faintest murmur, and though no words were audible, it had the timbre of a human voice. "Well, do you hear anything?" asked Horton. "Yes, something very faint, scarcely audible." "Describe it," said he. "Somebody whispering." "I'll try a fresh place," said he. The silence descended again. The mutter of the distant guns was still mute, and some slight creaking from my shirt front as I breathed alone broke it. And then the whispering from the gramophone trumpet began again, this time much louder than it had been before. It was as if the speaker, still whispering, had advanced a dozen yards, but still blurred and indistinct. More unmistakable, too, was it, that the whisper was that of a human voice, and every now and then, whether fancifully or not, I thought I caught a word or two. For a moment it was silent altogether, and then, with a sudden inkling of what I was listening to, I heard something begin to sing. Though the words were still inaudible, there was melody, and the tune was Tipperary. From that convolvulus-shaped trumpet there came 2 bars of it. "And what do you hear now?" cried Horton with a crack of exultation in his voice. "Singing, singing! That's the tune they all sang. Fine music, that from a dead man. Encore, you say? Yes, wait a second, and he'll sing it again for you. Confound it, I can't get on to the place. Ah, I've got it. Listen again." Surely that was the strangest manner of song ever yet heard on the earth, this melody from the brain of the dead. Horror and fascination strove within me, and I suppose the first for the moment prevailed, for with a shudder I jumped up. "Stop it!" I said. "It's terrible!" His face, thin and eager, gleamed in the strong ray of the lamp which he had placed close to him. His hand was on the metal rod from which depended the spiral spring and the needle which just rested on that fragment of grey stuff which I had seen in the glass vessel. "Yes, I'm going to stop it now, or the germs will be getting at my gramophone record, or the record will get cold. See, I spray it with carbolic vapour. I put it back into its nice warm bed. It will sing to us again. But terrible? What do you mean by terrible?" Indeed, when he asked that, I scarcely knew myself what I meant. I had been witness to a new marvel of science, as wonderful perhaps as any that had ever astounded the beholder, and my nerves, these childish whimperers, had cried out at the darkness and the profundity. But the horror diminished, the fascination increased, as he quite shortly told me the history of this phenomenon. He had attended that day and operated upon a young soldier in whose brain was embedded a piece of shrapnel. The boy was in extremis, but Horton had hoped for the possibility of saving him. To extract the shrapnel was the only chance, and this involved the cutting away of a piece of brain known as the speech centre. and taking from it what was embedded there. But the hope was not realized, and 2 hours later the boy died. It was to this fragment of brain that, when Horton returned home, he had applied the needle of his gramophone and had obtained the faint whisperings which had caused him to ring me up so that he might have a witness of this wonder. Witness I had been, not to these whisperings alone, but to the fragment of singing. "And this is but the first step on the new road," said he. "Who knows where it may lead, or to what new temple of knowledge it may not be the avenue. Well, it is late. I shall do no more tonight. What about the raid, by the way?" To my amazement, I saw that the time was verging on midnight. 2 hours had elapsed since he let me in at his door. They had passed like a couple of minutes. Next morning, some neighbour spoke of the prolonged firing that had gone on, of which I had been wholly unconscious. Week after week, Horton worked on this new road of research, perfecting the sensitiveness and subtlety of the needle, and, by vastly increasing the power of his batteries, enlarging the magnifying power of his trumpet. Many and many an evening during the next year did I listen to voices that were dumb in death, and the sounds which had been blurred and unintelligible mutterings in the earlier experiments developed, as the delicacy of his mechanical devices increased, into coherence and clear articulation. It was no longer necessary to impose silence on Mrs. Gabriel when the gramophone was at work, for now the voice we listened to had risen to the pitch of ordinary human utterance, while as for the faithfulness and individuality of these records, striking testimony was given more than once by some living friend of the dead who, without knowing what he was about to hear, recognized the tones of the speaker. More than once, also, Mrs. Gabriel, bringing in siphons and whisky, provided us with 3 glasses, for she had heard, so she told us, 3 different voices in talk. But for the present no fresh phenomenon occurred. Horton was but perfecting the mechanism of his previous discovery, and, rather grudging the time, was scribbling at a monograph which presently he would toss to his colleagues, concerning the results he had already obtained. And then, even while Horton was on the threshold of new wonders which he had already foreseen and spoken of as theoretically possible, there came an evening of marvel and of swift catastrophe. I had dined with him that day, Mrs. Gabriel deftly serving the meal that she had so daintily prepared, and towards the end, as she was clearing the table for our dessert, she stumbled, I suppose, on a loose edge of carpet, quickly recovering herself. But instantly Horton checked some half-finished sentence and turned to her. "You're all right, Mrs. Gabriel?" he asked quickly. "Yes, sir. Thank you," she said, and went on with her serving. "As I was saying," began Horton again, but his attention clearly wandered, and without concluding his narrative, he relapsed into silence till Mrs. Gabriel had given us our coffee and left the room. "I'm sadly afraid my domestic felicity may be disturbed," he said. "Mrs. Gabriel had an epileptic fit yesterday, and she confessed when she recovered that she had been subject to them when a child, and since then had occasionally experienced them." "Dangerous, then?" I asked. "In themselves, not in the least," said he. "If she was sitting in her chair, or lying in bed when one occurred, there would be nothing to trouble about. But if one occurred while she was cooking my dinner, or beginning to come downstairs, she might fall into the fire, or tumble down the whole flight. We'll hope no such deplorable calamity will happen. Now, if you've finished your coffee, let us go into the laboratory. Not that I've got anything very interesting in the way of new records, but I've introduced a second battery with a very strong induction coil into my apparatus. I find that if I link it up with my record, given that the record is a fresh one, it stimulates certain nerve centres. It's odd, isn't it, that the same forces which so encourage the dead to live would certainly encourage the living to die. if a man received the full current. One has to be careful in handling it. Yes, and what then, you ask? The night was very hot, and he threw the windows wide before he settled himself cross-legged on the floor. I'll answer your question for you, he said, though I believe we've talked of it before. Supposing I had not a fragment of brain tissue only, but a whole head, let us say, or best of all, a complete corpse, I think I could expect to produce more than mere speech through the gramophone. The dead lips themselves perhaps might utter, God, what's that? From close outside, at the bottom of the stairs leading from the dining room which we had just quitted to the laboratory where we now sat, there came a crash of glass, followed by the fall as of something heavy which bumped from step to step and was finally flung on the threshold against the door with the sound as of knuckles rapping at it and demanding admittance. Horton sprang up and threw the door open, and there lay, half inside the room and half on the landing outside, the body of Mrs. Gabriel. Round her were splinters of broken bottles and glasses, and from a cut in her forehead, as she lay ghastly with face upturned, the blood trickled into her thick grey hair. Horton was on his knees beside her, dabbing his handkerchief on her forehead. Ah, that's not serious, he said. There's neither vein nor artery cut. I'll just bind that up first. He tore his handkerchief into strips which he tied together and made a dexterous bandage covering the lower part of her forehead, but leaving her eyes unobscured. They stared with a fixed, meaningless steadiness, and he scrutinized them closely. But there's worse yet, he said. There's been some severe blow on the head. Help me carry her into the laboratory. Get round to her feet and lift underneath the knees when I am ready. There. Now, put your arm right under her and carry her. Her head swung limply back as he lifted her shoulders, and he propped it up against his knee, where it mutely nodded and bowed, and his leg moved as if in silent assent to what we were doing, and the mouth, at the extremity of which there had gathered a little lather, lolled open. He still supported her shoulders as I fetched a cushion on which to place her head, and presently she was lying close to the low table on which stood the gramophone of the dead. Then, with light, deft fingers, he passed his hands over her skull, pausing as he came to the spot just above and behind her right ear. Twice and again his fingers groped and lightly pressed, while with shut eyes and concentrated attention he interpreted what his trained touch revealed. Her skull is broken to fragments just here, he said. In the middle there is a piece completely severed from the rest, and the edges of the cracked pieces must be pressing on her brain. Her right arm was lying palm upwards on the floor, and with one hand he felt her wrist with fingertips. Not a sign of a pulse, he said. She's dead, in the ordinary sense of the word. But life persists in an extraordinary manner, you may remember. She can't be wholly dead. No one is wholly dead in a moment, unless every organ is blown to bits. But she soon will be dead, if we don't relieve the pressure on the brain. That's the first thing to be done. While I'm busy at that, shut the window, will you, and make up the fire. In this sort of case, the vital heat, whatever that is, leaves the body very quickly. Make the room as hot as you can. Fetch an oil stove, and turn on the electric radiator, and stoke up a roaring fire. The hotter the room is, the more slowly will the heat of life leave her. Already he had opened his cabinet of surgical instruments and taken out of it 2 drawers full of bright steel, which he laid on the floor beside her. I heard the grating chink of scissors severing her long grey hair, and as I busied myself with laying and lighting the fire in the hearth and kindling the oil stove, which I found, by Horton's directions, in the pantry, I saw that his lancet was busy on the exposed skin. He had placed some vaporizing spray heated by a spirit lamp close to her head, and as he worked its fizzing nozzle filled the air with some clean and aromatic odour. Now and then he threw out an order. "Bring me that electric lamp on the long cord," he said. I haven't got enough light. Don't look at what I'm doing if you're squeamish, for if it makes you feel faint, I shan't be able to attend to you. I suppose that violent interest in what he was doing overcame any qualm that I might have had, for I looked quite unflinching over his shoulder as I moved the lamp about till it was in such a place that it threw its beam directly into a dark hole at the edge of which depended a flap of skin. Into this he put his forceps, and as he withdrew them they grasped a piece of blood-stained bone. "That's better," he said, "and the room's warming up well. But there's no sign of pulse yet. Go on stoking, will you, till the thermometer on the wall there registers 100 degrees. When next, on my journey from the coal cellar, I looked, 2 more pieces of bone lay beside the one I had seen extracted, and presently, referring to the thermometer, I saw that between the oil stove and the roaring fire and the electric radiator, I had raised the room to the temperature he wanted. Soon, peering fixedly at the seat of his operation, he felt for her pulse again. "Not a sign of returning vitality," he said. "I've done all I can. There's nothing more possible that can be devised to restore her." As he spoke, the zeal of the unrivalled surgeon relaxed, and with a sigh and a shrug, he rose to his feet and mopped his face. Then, suddenly, the fire and eagerness blazed there again. "The gramophone," he said. "The speech centre is close to where I've been working, and it is quite uninjured. Good heavens, what a wonderful opportunity! She served me well living, and she shall serve me dead. And I can stimulate the motor nerve centre too, with the second battery. We may see a new wonder tonight." Some qualm of horror shook me. "No, don't," I said. "It's terrible. She's just dead. I shall go if you do." "But I've got exactly all the conditions I have long been wanting," said he, "and I simply can't spare you. You must be witness. I must have a witness. Why, man, there's not a surgeon or a physiologist in the kingdom who would not give an eye or an ear to be in your place now. She's dead. I pledge you on my honour that. And it's grand to be dead if you can help the living." Once again, in a far fiercer struggle, horror and the intensest curiosity strove together in me. "Be quick, then," said I. "Ha! That's right," exclaimed Horton. "Help me to lift her onto the table by the gramophone. The cushion, too. I can get at the place more easily with her head a little raised." He turned on the battery, and with the movable light close beside him, brilliantly illuminating what he sought, he inserted the needle of the gramophone into the jagged aperture in her skull. For a few minutes, as he groped and explored there was silence, and then, quite suddenly, Mrs. Gabriel's voice, clear and unmistakable, and of the normal loudness of human speech, issued from the trumpet. "Yes, I always said that I'd be even with him," came the articulated syllables. "He used to knock me about, he did, when he came home drunk, and often I was black and blue with bruises. But I'll give him a redness for the black and blue." The record grew blurred. Instead of articulate words, there came from it a gobbling noise. By degrees that cleared, and we were listening to some dreadful, suppressed sort of laughter, hideous to hear. On and on it went. "I've got into some sort of rut," said Horton. "She must have laughed a lot to herself." For a long time we got nothing more except the repetition of the words we had already heard and the sound of that suppressed laughter. Then Horton drew towards him the second battery. "I'll try a stimulation of the motor nerve centres," he said. "Watch her face." He propped the gramophone needle in position and inserted into the fractured skull the 2 poles of the second battery, moving them about there very carefully. And, as I watched her face, I saw with a freezing horror that her lips were beginning to move. "Her mouth's moving!" I cried. "She can't be dead!" He peered into her face. "Nonsense," he said. "That's only the stimulus from the current. She's been dead half an hour. Ah, what's coming now?" The lips lengthened into a smile, the lower jaw dropped, and from her mouth came the laughter we had heard just now through the gramophone, and then the dead mouth spoke, with a mumble of unintelligible words, a bubbling torrent of incoherent syllables. "I'll turn the full current on," he said. The head jerked and raised itself, the lips struggled for utterance, and suddenly she spoke swiftly and distinctly. "Just when he got his razor out," she said, "I came up behind him and put my hand over his face and bent his neck back over his chair with all my strength, and I picked up his razor, and with one slit, that was the way to pay him out. And I didn't lose my head, but I lathered his chin well, and put the razor in his hand, and left him there, and went downstairs and cooked his dinner for him, and then an hour afterwards, as he didn't come down, up I went to see what kept him. It was a nasty cut on his neck that kept him." Horton suddenly withdrew the 2 poles of the battery from her head, and even in the middle of her word the mouth ceased working and lay rigid and open. "By God," he said, "there's a tale for dead lips to tell, but we'll get more yet." Exactly what happened then I never knew. It appeared to me that as he still leaned over the table with the 2 poles of the battery in his hand, his foot slipped and he fell forward across it. There came a sharp crack and a flash of blue dazzling light, and there he lay face downwards, with arms that just stirred and quivered. With his fall, the 2 poles that must momentarily have come into contact with his hand were jerked away again, and I lifted him and laid him on the floor. But his lips, as well as those of the dead woman, had spoken for the last time. End of And the Dead Spake. Recording by Rafe Ball.
Devereux's Dream by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Devereux's Dream by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. I give you this story only at second hand, but you have it in substance, and he wasted few words over it, as Paul Devereux told it me. It was not the only queer story he could have told about himself if he had chosen, by a good many, I should say. Paul's life had been an eminently unconventional one. The man's face certified to that. Hard, bronzed, war-worn, seamed and scarred with strange battle marks. The face of a man who had dared and done most things. It was not his custom to speak much of what he had done, however. Probably only because he and I were little likely to meet again, that he told me this I am free to tell you now. We had come across one another for the first time for years that afternoon on the Italian boulevard. Paul had landed a couple of weeks previously at Marseille from a long yacht cruise in southern waters, the monotony of which we heard had been agreeably diversified by a little pirate hunting and slaver chasing. The evil tongues called it piracy and slave running, and certainly Devereux was quite equal to either métier, and he was about starting on a promising little filibustering expedition across the Atlantic, where the chances were he would be shot, and the certainty was that he would be starved. So perhaps he felt inclined to be a trifle more communicative than usual, as we sat late that night over a blazing pyre of logs and in a cloud of Cavendish. At all events he was, and after this fashion. I forget now exactly how the subject was led up to. Expression of some philosophic incredulity on my part regarding certain matters, followed by a 10 minutes silence on his side, pregnant with unwanted words to come. That was it, perhaps. At last he said, more to himself, it seemed, than to me, "Such stuff as dreams are made of. Well, who knows? You're a Sadducee, Bertie. You call this sort of thing, politely, indigestion. Perhaps you're right. But yet I had a queer dream once. Not unlikely, I assented. You're wrong. I never dream as a rule. But, as I say, I had a queer dream once, and queer because it came literally true 3 years afterward. Queer indeed, Paul. Happens to be true. What's queerer still? My dream was the means of my finding a man I owed a long score, and a heavy one, and of my paying him in full. Bad for the payee, I thought. Paul's face had grown terribly eloquent as he spoke those last words. On a sudden, the expression of it changed. Another memory was staring in him. Wonderfully tender the fierce eyes grew. Wonderfully tender the faint, sad smile that was like sunshine on storm-scathed granite. That smile transfigured the man before me. "Oh, poor child, poor Lucille," I heard him mutter. That was it, was it? So I let him be. Presently he lifted his head. If he had let himself get the least thing out of hand for a moment, he had got back his self-mastery the next. "I'll tell you that queer story, Bertie, if you like," he said. The proposition was flatteringly unusual, but the voice was quite his own. "Somehow I'd sooner talk than think about her," he went on after a pause. I nodded. He might talk about this, you see, but I couldn't. He began with a question, an odd one. "Did you ever hear I'd been married?" Paul Devereux and a wife had always seemed and been to me a most unheard-of conjunction, so I laconically said no. "Well, I was, once, years ago. She was my wife, that child, for a week, and then—" I easily filled up the pause, but as it happened, I filled it up wrongly, for he added, "and then she was murdered." I was not unused to our Paul's stony style of talk, but this last sentence was sufficiently startling. "Eh?" "Murdered, in her sleep. They never found the man who did it either, though I had Durbeck and all of the Rue de Jérusalem at work. But I forgave them that, for I found the man myself, and killed him." He was filling his pipe again as he told me this, and he perhaps rammed the Cavendish in a little tighter, but that was all. The thing was a matter of course. I knew my Paul well enough to know that. Of course he killed him. "Mind you," he continued, kindling the black brûle-gueule the while, "mind you, I'd never seen this man before, never known of his existence, except in a way that— however, it was this way." He let his grizzled head drop back on the cushions of his chair, and his eyes seemed to see the queer story he was telling enacted once more before him in the red hollows of the fire. "As I said, it was years ago. I was waiting here in Paris for some fellows who were to join me in a campaign we'd arranged against the African big game. I never was more fit for anything of that sort than I was then. I only tell you this to show that the thing can't be accounted for by my nerves having been out of order at all. Well, I was dining alone that day at the Café Anglais. It was late when I sat down to my dinner in the little salon as usual. Only 2 other men were still lingering over theirs. All the time they stayed, they bored me so persistently with some confounded story of a murder they were discussing that I was once or twice more than half inclined to tell them so. At last, though, they went away. But their talk kept buzzing abominably in my head. When the waiter brought me the evening paper, the first thing that caught my eye was a circumstantial account of the probable way the fellow did his murder. I say probable, for they never caught him, and as you will see directly, they could only suppose how it occurred. It seemed that a well-known Paris banker, who was ascertained beyond doubt to have left one station alive and well, and with a couple of 100,000 francs in a leathern sack under his seat, arrived at the next station the train stopped at with his throat cut, and minus all his money, except a few banknotes to no great amount, which the assassin had been wise enough to leave behind him. The train was a night express on one of the southern lines. The banker travelled quite alone in a first-class carriage, and the murder must have taken place between midnight and 1 a.m. next morning. The newspapers supposed, rightly enough I think, that the murderer must have entered the carriage from without, stabbed his victim in his sleep, there were no signs of any struggle, opened the sack, taken what he wanted, and retreated, loot and all, by the way he came. I fully endorsed my particular writer's opinion that the murderer was an uncommonly cool and clever individual, especially as I fancy he got clear off and was never afterward laid hands on. When I had done that, I thought I had done with the affair altogether. Not at all. I was regularly ridden with this confounded murder. You see, the banker was rather a swell. Everybody knew him, and that, of course, made it so shocking. So everybody kept talking about him. They were talking about him at the opera, and over the baccarat and boilette at La Topaz's later. To escape him, I went to bed and smoked myself to sleep. And then a queer thing came to pass. I had a dream. I, who never dream. And this is what I dreamed. I saw a wide, rich country that I knew. A starless night hung over it like a pall. I saw a narrow track running through it, straight, both ways, for leagues. Something sped along this track with a hurtling rush and roar. This something that at first had looked like a red-eyed devil, with dark sides full of dim fire, resolved itself as I watched it, presently, into a more conventional night express train. It flew along, though, as no express train ever traveled yet. For all that, I was able to keep it quite easily in view. I could count the carriages as they whirled by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I could only see distinctly into one. Into that one, with perfect distinctness. Into that one I seemed forced to look. It was the fourth carriage. 2 people were in it. They sat in opposite corners. Both were sleeping. The one who sat facing forward was a woman, a girl, rather. I could see that, but I couldn't see her face. The blind was drawn across the lamp in the roof, and the light was very dim. Moreover, this girl lay back in the shadow. Yet I seemed to know her, and I knew that her face was very fair. She wore a cloak that shrouded her form completely, yet her form was familiar to me. The figure opposite to her was a man's. Strangely familiar to me, too, this figure was, but as he slept, his head had sunk upon his breast, and the shadow cast upon his face by the low-drawn travelling cap he wore hid it from me. Yet if I had seemed to know the girl's face, I was certain I knew the man's. But as I could see, so I could remember neither. And there was an absolute torture in this which I can't explain to you, in this inability, and in my inability to wake them from their sleep. From the first I had been conscious of a desire to do that. This desire grew stronger every second. I tried to call to them, and my tongue wouldn't move. I tried to spring toward them, to thrust out my arms and touch them, and my limbs were paralyzed. And then I tried to shut my eyes to what I knew must happen, and my eyes were held open and dragged to look on in spite of me. And I saw this. I saw the door of the carriage where these 2 sleepers, whose sleep was so horribly sound, were sitting. I saw this door open, and out of the thick darkness another face look in. The light, as I have said, was very dim, but I could see his face as plainly as I can see yours. A large yellow face it was, like a wax mask. The lips were full and lustful and cruel. The eyes were little eyes of an evil gray. Thin yellow streaks marked the absence of the eyebrows. Thin yellow hair showed itself under a huge fur travelling cap. The whole face seemed to grow slowly into absolute distinctness as I looked, by the sort of devilish light that it, as it were, radiated. I had chanced upon a good many damnable visages before then, but there was such a cold fiendishness about this one, such as I had seen on no man's face, alive or dead, till then. The next moment the man this face belonged to was standing in the carriage, that seemed to plunge and sway more furiously, as though to waken them that still slept on. He wore a long fur travelling robe, girt about the waist with a fur girdle. Abnormally tall and broad as he was, he looked in this dress gigantic. Yet there was a marvelous cat-like lightness and agility about all his movements. He bent over the girl lying there helpless in her sleep. I don't make rash bargains as a rule, but I felt I would have given years of my life for 5 minutes of my lost freedom of limb just then. I tell you, the torture was infernal. The assassin, I knew he was an assassin, bent a while gloatingly over the girl. His great yellow hands were both bare, and on the forefinger of the right hand I could see some great stone blazing like an evil eye. In that right hand there gleamed something else. I saw him draw it slowly from his sleeve, and, as he drew it, turn round and look at the other sleeper with an infernal triumphant malignity and hate the devil himself might have envied. But the man he looked at slept heavily on, and then, God, I feel the agony I felt in my dream then, now. Then I saw the great yellow hand with the great evil eye upon it, lifted murderously, and the bright steel it held shimmer as the assassin turned again and bent his yellow face down closer to that other face hidden from me in the shadow, the girl's face that I knew was so fair. How can I tell this? The blade flashed and fell. There was the sound of a heavy sigh stifled under a heavy hand. Then the huge form of the assassin was reared erect, and the bloated yellow face seemed to laugh silently, while the hand that held the steel pointed at the sleeping man in diabolical menace. And so the huge form and the bloated yellow face seemed to fade away while I watched. The express rushed and roared through the blinding darkness without. The sleeping man slept on still, till suddenly a strong light fell full upon him, and he woke. And then I saw why I had been so certain that I knew him. For as he lifted his head, I saw his face in the strong light. And the face was my own face, and the sleeper was myself. Paul Devereux made a pause in his queer story here. Except when he had spoken of the girl, he had spoken in his usual cool, hard way. The pipe he had been smoking all the time was smoked out. He took time to fill another before he went on. I said never a word, for I guessed who the sleeping girl was. "Well," Paul remarked presently, "that was a devilish queer dream, wasn't it? You'll account for it by telling me I'd been so pestered with the story of the banker's murder that I naturally had nightmare. Perhaps, too, that my digestion was out of order. Call it a nightmare, call it dyspepsia if you like. I don't, but you'll see why I don't directly. At the same moment that my dream self awoke in my dream, my actual self woke in reality, and with the same ghastly horror. I say the same horror, for neither then nor afterward could I separate my one self from my other self. They seemed identical, so that this queer dream made a more lasting impression upon me than you'd think. However, in the life I led, that sort of thing couldn't last very long. Before I came back from Africa, I had utterly forgotten all about it. Before I left Paris, though, and while it was quite fresh in my memory, I sketched the big murderer just as I had seen him in my dream. The great yellow face, the great broad frame and the fur traveling robe, the great hand with the great evil eye upon it. Everything, carefully and minutely, as though I had been going to paint a portrait that I wanted to make lifelike. I think at the time I had some such intention. If I had, I never fulfilled it. But I made the sketch, as I say, carefully, and then I forgot all about it. Time passed, 3 years nearly. I was wintering in the south of France that year. There it was that I met her, Lucille. Old Devereux, her father, and I had met before in Algeria. He was dying now. He left the child on his deathbed to me. The end was I married her. Poor little thing. I think I might have made her happy. Who knows? She used to tell me often she was happy with me. Poor little thing. Well, we were to come straight to London. That was Lucille's notion. She wanted to go to my London first, nowhere else. Now, I would rather have gone anywhere else, but naturally I let the child have her way. She seemed nervously eager about it, I remembered afterward. Seemed to have a nervous objection to every other place I proposed. But I saw or suspected nothing to make me question her very closely, or the reasons for her preference for our grimy old pandemonium. What could I suspect? Not the truth. If I only had. If I had only guessed what it was that made her, as she said, long to be safe there already. Safe? What had she to fear with me? Ah, what indeed? So we started on our journey to England. It was a cold, dark night, early in March. We reached Lyons somewhere about 7. I should have stayed there that night but for Lucille. She entreated me so earnestly and with such strange vehemence to go on by the night mail to Paris that at last, to satisfy her, I consented. Though it struck me unpleasantly at the time that I had let her travel too long already, and that this feverishness was the consequence of over-fatigue. But she became pacified at once when I told her it should be as she wanted, and declared she should sleep perfectly well in the carriage with me beside her. She should feel quite safe then, she said. Safe? Where safer, you might ask? Nowhere, I believe. Alone with me? Surely nowhere safer. The Paris express was a short train that night, but I managed to secure a compartment for ourselves. I left Lucille in her corner there while I went across to the buffet to fill a flask. I was gone barely 5 minutes, but when I came back, the change in the child's face fairly startled me. I had seen it last with the smile it always wore for me on it, looking so childishly happy in the lamplight. Now it was all gray pale and distorted, and the great blue eyes told me directly with what. Fear. Sudden, terrible fear, I thought. But fear? Fear of what? I asked her. She clung close to me, half sobbing a while before she could answer, and then she told me nothing. There was nothing the matter, only she had felt a pain, a cruel pain at her heart, and it had frightened her. Yes, that was it had frightened her, but it had passed, and she was well, quite well again now. All this time her eyes seemed to be telling me another story, but I said nothing. She was obviously too excited already. I did my best to soothe her, and I succeeded. She told me she felt quite well once more before we started. No, she had much rather go on to Paris, as I had promised her she should. She should sleep all the way if no one came into the carriage to disturb her. No one could come in? Then nothing could be better. And so it was that she and I started that night by the Paris mail. I made her up a bed of rugs and wraps upon the cushions, but she had rather rest her head upon my shoulder, she said, and feel my arm about her. Nothing could hurt her then. Ah, how strange she harped on that. She lay there then as she loved best, with her head resting on my shoulder, not sleeping much or soundly, uneasily, with sudden waking starts, and with glances round her, till I would speak to her. And then she would look up into my face and smile, and so drop into that uneasy sleep again. And I would think she was overtired, that was all, and reproach myself with having let her come on. And 3 or 4 hours passed like this, and then we got as far as Dijon. But the child was fairly worn out now, and she offered no opposition when I asked her to let me pillow her head on something softer than my shoulder. So I folded a great thick shawl she was too well cloaked to need, and she made that her pillow. We were rushing full swing through the wild dark night when she lifted up her face and bade me kiss her and bid her sleep well. And I put my arm around her and kissed the child's loving lips, for the last time while she lived. Then I flung myself on the seat opposite her, and watching her till she slept soundly and peacefully, slept at last myself also. I had drawn the blind across the lamp in the roof, and the light in the carriage was very dim. How long I slept I don't know. It couldn't have been more than an hour and a half, because the express was slackening speed for its first halt beyond Dijon. I'd slept heavily, I knew, but I woke with a sudden sharp sense of danger that made me broad awake and strung every nerve in a moment. The sort of feeling you have when you wake on a prairie, where you've come across Indian sign, on outpost duty when your Feldwebel plucks gently at your cloak. You know what I mean. I was on my feet at once. As I said, the light in the carriage was very dim, and the shadow was deepest where Lucille lay. I looked there instinctively. She must have moved in her sleep, for her face was turned away from me, and the cloak I had put so carefully about her had partly fallen off. But she slept on still, only soundly, very soundly. She scarcely seemed to breathe. And did she breathe? A ghastly fear ran through my blood and froze it. I understood why I had wakened. In my nostrils was an awful odor that I knew well enough. I bent over her. I touched her. Her face was very cold. Her eyes glared glassily at me. My hands were wet with something. My hands were wet with blood. Her blood. I tore away the blind from the lamp, and then I could see that my wife of a week lay there stabbed straight to the heart, dead, dead beyond doubting, murdered in her sleep. Devereux's stern, low voice shook ever so little as he spoke those last words, and we both sat very silent after them for a good while. Only when he could trust his utterance again, he went on. A curious piece of devilry, wasn't it? That child, whom had she ever harmed? Who could hate her like that? I remember I thought that, in a dull, confused sort of way, when I found myself alone in that carriage, with her lying dead on the cushions before me. Alone with her, you understand? It was confusing. I pass over what immediately followed. The express came duly to a halt, and then I called people to me, and the Paris express went on without that particular carriage. The inquiry began before some local authority next day. Very little came of it. What could come of it, unless they had convicted me of the murder of this child I would have given my own life to save? They might have done that at home, but they knew better here and didn't. They couldn't find me the actual assassin, however, though I believe they did their best. All they found was his weapon, which he most purposely had left behind. I asked for this and got it. It gave their police no clue, and it gave me none. But I had a fancy for it. It was a plain, double-edged, admirably tempered dagger. A very workmanlike article indeed. On the cross hilt of it I swore one day that I would live thenceforth for one thing alone, the discovery of the murderer of old Devereux's child, whom I had promised him to care for before all. When I had found this man, whoever he was, I also swore that I would kill him. Kill him myself, you understand, without any of the law's delay or uncertainty, without troubling bourreau or hangman. Kill him as he had killed her. To do this was what I meant to live for. There was war to the knife between him and me. I started, of course, under one heavy disadvantage. He knew me, probably, whereas I didn't know him at all. When he found that his amiable intention of fixing the crime on me had been frustrated, it must, I imagined, have occurred to him that the said crime might eventually be fixed by me on him. And he had proved himself to be a person who didn't stick at trifles. It behooved me, therefore, to go to work cautiously. But I hadn't fought Indians for nothing, and I was very cautious. I waited quiet till I got a clue. It was a curious one, and I got it in this way. It struck me one day, suddenly, that I had heard of a murder precisely similar to this already. I could not at first call the thing to mind, but presently I remembered my dream. And then I asked myself this: had not this murder been done before my eyes 3 years ago? I came to the conclusion that the circumstances of the murder in my dream were absolutely identical with the circumstances of the actual crime. Yes, the girl whose face in that dream I had never been able to see was Lucille. Yes, the assassin whose face I had seen so plainly in that dream was the real assassin. In short, I believe that that murder had been rehearsed before me 3 years previous to its actual committal. Now, this sounds rather wild. Yet I came to this conviction quite coolly and deliberately. It was a conviction. Assuming it to be true, the odds against me grew shorter directly, for I had the portrait of the man I wanted drawn by myself the day after I had seen him in my dream. And the original of that portrait was a man not to be easily mistaken, supposing him to exist at all. The day I came across that sketch of him in that old forgotten sketchbook of mine, I was as sure he did exist as that I was alive myself. What I had to do was to find this man, and then I never doubted I should find the man I wanted. You see how the odds had shortened. If he knew me, I knew him now, and he had no notion that I did know him. It was a good deal fairer fight between us. I fought it out alone. My story was hardly one the Rue de Jérusalem would have acted upon, and besides I wanted no interference. So with the portrait before me, I sat down and began to consider who this man was, and why he had murdered that child. The big, burly frame, the heavy yellow face, the sandy yellow hair, the physiognomy generally was Teutonic. My man I put down as a North German. Now there were, and are probably, plenty of men who would have no objection whatever to put a knife into me if they got the chance. But this man, whom I had never met, could have had no such quarrel as theirs with me. His quarrel with me must have been, then, Lucille. Yes, that was it, Lucille. I began to see clearly. A thwarted, devilish passion. A cool, infernal revenge. The child had feared something of this sort. Had perhaps seen him that night. This explained her nervous terror, her nervous anxiety to stop nowhere, to travel on. In the carriage of that express train, alone with me, where could she be safer? This accounted, too, for her anxiety to reach England. He would not dare follow her there, she had thought, or at least could not without my noticing him. And then she would have told me. She had not told me before, evidently because she feared for me, too, in a quarrel with this man. She must, innocent child as she was, have had some instinctive knowledge of what he was capable. Aye, a cool, infernal revenge indeed. To kill her, to fix the murder on me. That dagger he had left behind. The apparent impossibility of anyone's entering the carriage as he must have entered it at all. To say nothing of the almost absolute impossibility of his doing so without disturbing either of us. You see, it might have gone hard with me if a British jury had had to decide on the case. Well, to cut this as short as may be, I made up my mind that the man I wanted was a North German, that he had conceived a hideous passion for Lucille before I knew her, that she had shrunk from it and him so unmistakably that he knew he had no chance, that my taking her away as my wife, to which he might have been a witness, drove him to as hideous a revenge, that, hearing we were going to England, and seeing that we were likely to stop nowhere on the way, and so give him a chance of doing what he had made up his mind to do, he had decided to do what he had done as he had done it. counting on finding us asleep as he had found us, or on his strength if it came to a fight between him and me, but coolly reckless enough to brave everything in any case, and the devil-aiding he had in great part and only too well succeeded. He was now either so far satisfied that if I made no move against him, and how, he might think, could I, he, feeling himself all safe, would let me be, or on the other hand, he did not feel safe and was not satisfied, and was arranging for my being disposed of by and by. I considered the latter frame of mind as his most probable one. I went to work cautiously, as I say. I ascertained that Lucille had made no mention of any obnoxious pretendant at any time. I didn't expect to find that she had. Her terror of the man was too intense. But this man must have met her somewhere. Where? When old Devereux came home to die, his daughter was just leaving her Paris pensionnat. All through his last illness he had seen no visitor but me, and Lucille had never quitted him. Besides, I had been there all the time. I presumed then that this man and she had met in Paris, and I believe they were only likely to have met at one of the half-dozen houses where the child would now and again be asked. I got a list of all these. One name only struck me. It happened to be a German name, Steinmetz. I wondered if Monsieur Steinmetz was my man. In the meantime, who was he? I had no trouble in finding that out. Monsieur Steinmetz was a German banker of good standing and repute, reasonably well off, and recently left a widower. Personally, Steinmetz was a great man, and fat, with a big face and blonde hair, and the appearance of what he really was, a bon vivant and a bon enfant, yet n'avait jamais fait de mal à personne, allez. All yes, in fact. Madame had died about a year ago, and Monsieur had been inconsolable for a long time. He had changed his residence now, and inhabited a house in one of the new streets off the Champs-Élysées. From another source I discovered that in the lifetime of Madame Steinmetz, Lucille was frequently at the house. She had ceased to come there about the date of the commencement of Madame's sudden illness. I got this information by degrees, while I lay perdu in an old haunt of mine by the Pays Latin yonder, for I had always had an idea that I should find the man I wanted in Paris. When I had got it, I thought I should like to see Monsieur Steinmetz, the agreeable banker. One night I strolled up as far as his new residence in the street off the Champs-Élysées. Monsieur Steinmetz lived on the first floor. There was a brilliant light there. Monsieur Steinmetz was entertaining friends, it seemed. It was a fine night. I established myself out of sight under the doorway of an unfinished house opposite, and waited. I don't know why. Perhaps I fancied that when his friends were gone, the fineness of the night might induce Monsieur Steinmetz to take a stroll, and that then I should be able to gratify my curiosity. You see, I knew that if he were my man, I should know him directly. I waited a good while. Shadows crossed the lighted blinds. Once a big, broad shadow appeared there. That made me fancy I mightn't have been waiting for nothing after all, somehow. Presently Monsieur Steinmetz's guests departed, and a little while after there appeared on the little balcony of Monsieur Steinmetz's apartment the man I wanted. There was a moon that night, and the cold white light fell on the great yellow face, with the full lustful lips and the full cruel chin, just as I had seen the light fall on it in my dream. It was the same face, Bertie, the same face, the same man. I couldn't be mistaken. I had no doubt. I knew that the assassin of my wife, of that tender, innocent, helpless child, stood there 20 yards from me on that balcony. I had got myself pretty well in hand, and it was as well. I never moved. The face, I knew, turned presently toward the spot where I stood hidden. The face I had seen in my dream beyond all doubting. The evil gray eyes glanced carelessly into the shadow, and up and down the quiet street, and then Monsieur Steinmetz, humming an air, got inside the window again and closed it after him. Once more the great burly shadow that had at first told me I should not wait in that dark doorway in vain crossed the blinds, and then it disappeared. I saw my man no more that night, but I had seen enough. I knew who he was now, and where to find him. As I walked along home I thought what I should do. I quite meant to kill Monsieur Steinmetz, but I also meant to have no démêlé with an imperial procureur and the corps d'assises for doing so. I didn't want to murder him either. I thought I would wait a little for the chance of a suitable opportunity for settling my business satisfactorily, and I did wait. I turned this delay to account and got together a case of circumstantial evidence against my man, that though it might have broken down in a law court, would have been alone amply sufficient for me. The reason why Lucille's visits to the banker's house ceased was, it appeared, because Madame Steinmetz had conceived all at once a jealous dislike to her. How far this was owing to Lucille herself I could well understand, but I could understand Madame's jealousy equally well. Madame's illness, strangely sudden, dated from the cessation of Lucille's visits. Was it hard to find a cause for that illness? A cause for the wife's subsequent suspected death? I thought not. Then had followed Lucille's departure from Paris. The child's anxiety for her father hid her other fear from his eyes and mine, but that fear must have been on her then. With us she forgot it in time, yet it or another reason had always prevented all mention of what had occasioned it. She became my wife. At that very time I easily ascertained that Steinmetz was absent from Paris. Less easily, but indubitably, that he had, at all events, been as far south as Lyon. At Lyon it must have been that Lucille first discovered he was dogging us. Hence her alarm, which I had remembered, and her anxiety to proceed on our journey without stopping for the night as I had previously arranged. The morning after the murder Steinmetz reappeared in Paris. From the hour at which he was seen at the Gare, it was certain that he had travelled by the night express train in which Lucille and I started from Lyon, and he wore that morning a travelling coat of fur, in all respects similar to the one I remembered so well. If I had ever had any doubt of my man after actually seeing him, I should probably have convinced myself that he was my man by the general tendency of these facts, which I got at slowly and one by one. But I had no need of such evidence, and of course no case, even with such evidence, for a court of law. However, courts of law I had never intended to trouble in the matter. The opportunity I was waiting was some time before it offered. Monsieur Steinmetz was a man of regular habits, I found, from his first floor in the street off the Champs-Élysées, every morning at 11, to the Bourse, thence to his bureau hard by till 4, from the bureau to his café, where he read papers and played dominoes till 6, and then home slowly by the boulevards. He might consider himself tolerably safe from me while he led this sort of life, even supposing he was aware he was incurring any danger. I don't think he troubled much about that, till one night, when over the count of the beloved domino points, his eyes met mine, fixed right upon him. I had arranged this little surprise to see how it would affect him. Perhaps my gaze may have expressed something more than the mere distraction I intended, but I noticed, though a more indifferent observer might easily have failed to notice, how the great yellow face, expanded in childish interest in the childish game, seemed suddenly to grow gray and harden, how the fat smile became a cruel baring of sharp white teeth, how the fat chin squared itself. The man knew me, and scented danger. A moment's reflection convinced Monsieur Steinmetz, though, that it could be by no means so certain that I knew him. 5 minutes' observation of me more than half satisfied him that I did not. Yet what did I want there? What was I doing in Paris? This might concern him nearly, he must have thought. I kept my own face in order, and watched his. It wasn't an easy one to read, but you see I had studied it closely, and in a way he couldn't have dreamed of. Monsieur Steinmetz was outwardly his wonted self, but inwardly not quite comfortable when he rose, and I saw the evil eye gleam on his great yellow finger as he took out his purse to pay the garçon, just as I had seen it when that finger pointed at myself in my dream. I felt curious sensations, Bertie, as I sat there and looked abstractedly at Monsieur Steinmetz. I wondered how long it would be before... But my time hadn't come yet. He went out without another glance at me. I saw his huge form on the other side of the street when I left the café in my turn. This I had expected. Monsieur Steinmetz was naturally curious. It was hardly possible that I could know him, but it was quite certain that he ought to know all about me. So when I moved on, he moved on. In short, Monsieur Steinmetz dogged me up one street and down the other, till he finally dogged me home to my hiding-place in the Pays Latin. He did it very well, too. Much better than you would have expected from so apparently unwieldy a mouchard. But I remembered how lightly he could move. Next day I had, of course, disappeared from my old quarters, and gone no one knew where. I suppose Monsieur Steinmetz didn't like this fact when he heard of it. It might have seemed suspicious. Suppose I had recognized him. In that case, I had evidently a little game of my own, and was as evidently desirous to keep it dark. He was a cool hand, but I fancy my man began to get a little uneasy. He took some trouble to find me again. After a while, I permitted him to do that. Once found, he seemed determined that I should not be lost sight of again for want of watching. I permitted that, too. It helped play my game, and I wanted to bring it to an end. To which intent, Monsieur Steinmetz got to hear from sources best known to himself as much of my plans as should bring him to the state I wanted. That was a murderous state. I wanted to get him to think that I was dangerous enough to be worth putting out of the way. I presume he was aware there were, or would be, weak joints in his armor, impenetrable as it seemed, and he preferred not risking the ordeal of legal battle if he could help it. At all events, he elected at last to rid himself of a person who might be dangerous, and was troublesome, by the shortest and simplest means. I say so because when, believing my man was ripe for this, I left Paris about midday for a certain secluded little spot on the seacoast, I saw one of Monsieur Steinmetz's employees on the platform, and because, 2 days after my arrival in my secluded spot, I met Monsieur Steinmetz in person, newly arrived also. Now this was exactly what I had intended and anticipated. Monsieur Steinmetz had come down there to put me out of his way, if he could. He passed me, leisurely strolling in the opposite direction, humming his favorite aria, bigger and yellower than ever, the evil eye fiery on his finger. His own eyes shot me as evil fire, but he said nothing. I saw he was ripe, though. My time was close at hand. It came. Monsieur Steinmetz and I met once more in the very place where I, knowing my ground, had intended we should meet. It was a dip in the cliffs like a hollowed palm, and just there the cliff jutted out a good bit, with a sheer fall onto the rocks below. It was a gray afternoon, at the end of summer. The wind was rising fast. There was a thunder of heavy waves already. I think he had been dogging me, but I hadn't chosen to let him get up to me till now. We were quite out of sight when he had reached the level bottom of the dip where I had halted, quite out of sight and quite alone. To do him justice, he came on steadily enough. His face was liker the sketch I had made of it, liker the face that I had seen in my dream, than it had ever looked before. Evidently he had made up his mind. At last, then. Well, I had been waiting long. He was close beside me. "Ah, bonjour, cher Monsieur Steinmetz." "So," he said, his little eyes contracting like a cobra's. "Ah, monsieur knows my name." "Among other things about you, yes." "So." The yellow face was turning grayer and harder every minute, liker and liker to my likeness of it. "And what other things? Has it never appeared to you that this you do, have been doing, this meddling, may be dangerous, hi?" He had changed his tone, as he had changed the person in which he addressed me. Yes, he had certainly made up his mind, and his big right hand was hidden inside his waistcoat, so that I could not see the evil eye I knew was on his finger. "Dangerous?" he repeated slowly. "Possibly." "Aye, surely. I shall crush you." "Try." "In good time. Wait. You plot against me. Take care. I'm strong, I warn you. There must be an end of this, you understand, or—" He nodded his big head significantly. "You are right," I told him. "There must be an end. It is coming." "So?" "Yes, I know you. You know me now." "I know you. What do you want?" "To kill you." "So?" "Yes, as you killed her." "As I killed her? That is it, then. You know that?" "I know that." "Well, it is true. I killed her. Now you can guess what I'm going to do to you, curse you, whom she loved." The very face I had seen in my dream now, Bertie, the very face. There was something besides the evil eye that gleamed in his right hand when he drew it from his breast. Once more he spoke. "Yes, I killed her. I meant worse for you. You escaped that, but you will not escape me now. Fool, were you mad to do this? Did not I hate you enough? And I would have let you be. Ah, die then, if you will have it so." His heavy right arm swung high as he spoke, and I saw the sharp steel gleam as it turned to fall. And I twisted from his grip and caught the falling arm, and bent it till the dagger dropped to the ground. And then, for a fierce, desperate, devilish minute, I had him in my clutch, dragging him nearer the smooth, slippery edge. He was no match for me at this, I knew, and he knew, but he held me with the hold of his despair, and I could not loose myself. Both of us together, he meant, but not I. Yet I only freed myself just as he rolled, exhausted, but clutching at the tough, short bushes wildly, toward the brink, and partly over it, only the hold of his hands between him and his death. And I knelt above him with a knife in my hand that was stained with her blood. The great yellow face, ashen now in its mortal agony, looked silently up at me for 3 or 4 awful seconds, and then it disappeared. Bah, Paul concluded. That was the end of it. End of Devereux's Dream. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Ex Oblivione by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ex Oblivione by H.P. Lovecraft. When the last days were upon me, and the ugly trifles of existence began to drive me to madness, like the small drops of water that torturers let fall ceaselessly upon one spot of their victim's body, I loved the irradiate refuge of sleep. In my dreams, I found a little of the beauty I had vainly sought in life, and wandered through old gardens and enchanted woods. Once, when the wind was soft and scented, I heard the south calling, and sailed endlessly and languorously under strange stars. Once, when the gentle rain fell, I glided in a barge down a sunless stream under the earth, till I reached another world of purple twilight, iridescent arbors, and undying roses. And once I walked through a golden valley that led to shadowy groves and ruins, and ended in a mighty wall green with antique vines and pierced by a little gate of bronze. Many times I walked through that valley, and longer would I pause in the spectral half-light where the giant trees squirmed and twisted grotesquely, and the gray ground stretched damply from trunk to trunk, sometimes disclosing the mold-stained stones of buried temples. And always the goal of my fancies was the mighty vine-grown wall with the little gate of bronze therein. After a while, as the days of walking became less and less bearable from their grayness and sameness, I would often drift in opiate peace through the valley and the shadowy groves, and wonder how I might seize them for my eternal dwelling place, so that I need no more crawl back into a dull world stripped of interest and new colors. And as I looked upon that little gate in the mighty wall, I felt that beyond it lay a dream country from which, once it was entered, there would be no return. So each night in sleep I strove to find the hidden latch of the gate in the ivied antique wall, though it was exceedingly well hidden. And I would tell myself that the realm beyond the wall was not more lasting merely, but more lovely and radiant as well. Then one night, in the dream city of Zakarian, I found a yellowed papyrus filled with the thoughts of dream sages who dwelt of old in that city, and who were too wise ever to be born in the waking world. Therein were written many things concerning the world of dream, and among them was the lore of a golden valley and a sacred grove with temples, and a high wall pierced by a little bronze gate. When I saw this lore, I knew that it touched on the scenes I had haunted, and I therefore read long in the yellowed papyrus. Some of the dream sages wrote gorgeously of the wonders beyond the irrepassable gate, but others told of horror and disappointment. I knew not which to believe, yet longed more and more to cross forever into the unknown land. For doubt and secrecy are the lure of lures, and no new horror can be more terrible than the daily torture of the commonplace. So when I learned of the drug which would unlock the gate and drive me through, I resolved to take it when next I awaked. Last night I swallowed the drug and floated dreamily into the golden valley and the shadowy groves, and when I came this time to the antique wall, I saw that the small gate of bronze was ajar. From beyond came a glow that weirdly lit the giant twisted trees and the tops of the buried temples, and I drifted on songfully, expectant of the glories of the land from whence I should never return. But as the gate swung wider and the sorcery of the drug and the dream pushed me through, I knew that all sights and glories were at an end. For in that new realm was neither land nor sea, but only the white void of unpeopled and illimitable space. So, happier than I ever dared hope to be, I dissolved again into that native infinity of crystal oblivion from which the daemon life had called me for one brief and desolate hour. End of Ex Oblivione.
The First Problem by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by brockprice. The First Problem by Jacques Futrelle. That strange, seemingly inexplicable chain of circumstances which had to do with the mysterious disappearance of a famous actress, Irene Wallach, from her dressing room in a Springfield theater in the course of a performance, while the echo of tumultuous appreciation still rang in her ears, was perhaps the first problem which was not purely scientific that the thinking machine was ever asked to solve. The scientist's aid was enlisted in this case by Hutchinson Hatch, reporter. "But I am a scientist, a logician," the thinking machine had protested. "I know nothing whatever of crime." "No one knows that a crime has been committed," the reporter hastened to say. "There is something far beyond the ordinary in this affair. A woman has disappeared, evaporated into thin air in the hearing, almost in sight of her friends. The police can make nothing of it. It is a problem for a greater mind than theirs." Professor von Dusen waved the newspaper man to a seat, and himself sank back into a great cushioned chair in which his diminutive figure seemed even more childlike than it really was. "Tell me the story," he said petulantly. "All of it." The enormous yellow head rested against the chair back. The blue eyes squinted steadily upward. The slender fingers were pressed, tip to tip. The thinking machine was in a receptive mood. Hatch was triumphant. He had had only a vague hope that he could interest this man in an affair which was as bizarre as it was incomprehensible. "Miss Wallach is 30 years old and beautiful," the reporter began. "As an actress, she has won high recognition not only in this country, but in England. You may have read something of her in the daily papers, and if—" "I never read the papers," the other interrupted curtly. "Go on." "She is unmarried, and as far as anyone knows, had no immediate intention of changing her condition," Hatch resumed, staring curiously at the thin face of the scientist. "I presume she had admirers. Most beautiful women of the stage have. But she is one whose life has been perfectly clean, whose record is an open book. I tell you this because it might have a bearing on your conclusion as to a possible reason for her disappearance. Now, the actual circumstances of that disappearance. Miss Wallach has been playing in Shakespearean repertoire. Last week she was in Springfield. On Saturday night, which concluded her engagement there, she appeared as Rosalind in As You Like It. The house was crowded. She played the first 2 acts amid great enthusiasm, and this despite the fact that she was suffering intensely from headache, to which she was subject at times. After the 2nd act, she returned to her dressing room, and just before the curtain went up for the 3rd, the stage manager called her. She replied that she would be out immediately. There seems no possible shadow of doubt that it was her voice. Rosalind does not appear in the 3rd act until the curtain has been up for 6 minutes. When Miss Wallach's cue came, she did not answer it. The stage manager rushed to her door and again called her. There was no answer. Then, fearing that she might have fainted, he went in. She was not there. A hurried search was made without result, and the stage manager finally was compelled to announce to the audience that the sudden illness of the star would make it impossible to finish the performance. The curtain was lowered and the search resumed. Every nook and corner back of the footlights was gone over. The stage doorkeeper, William Meagan, had seen no one go out. He and a policeman had been standing at the stage door talking for at least 20 minutes. It is therefore conclusive that Miss Wallach did not leave by that exit. The only other way it was possible to leave the stage was over the footlights. Of course, she didn't go that way. Yet no trace of her has been found. Where is she? The windows? Asked the thinking machine. The stage is below the street level, explained Hatch. The window of her dressing room, room A, is small and barred with iron. It opens into an air shaft that goes straight up for 10 feet, and that is covered with an iron grating fixed in the granite. The other windows on the stage are not only inaccessible, but are also barred with iron. She could not have approached either of these windows without being seen by other members of the company or the stagehands. Under the stage? Suggested the scientist. Nothing, the reporter went on. It is a large, cemented basement, which was vacant. It was searched, because there was of course a chance that Miss Wallach might have become temporarily unbalanced and wandered down there. There was even a search made of the flies, that is the galleries over the stage where the men who work the drop curtains are stationed. There was silence for a long time. The thinking machine twiddled his fingers and continued to stare upward. He had not looked at the reporter. He broke the silence after a time. How was Miss Wallach dressed at the time of her disappearance? In doublet and hose, that is, tights, the newspaper man responded. She wears that costume from the second act until practically the end of the play. Was all her street clothing in the room? Yes, everything, spread across an unopened trunk of costumes. It was all as if she had left the room to answer her cue, all in order even to an open box of chocolate cream candy on her table. No sign of a struggle, nor any noise heard? No. Nor trace of blood? Nothing. Her maid, did she have one? Oh, yes, I neglected to tell you that the maid, Gertrude Manning, had gone home immediately after the first act. She grew suddenly ill and was excused. The thinking machine turned his squint eyes on the reporter for the first time. Ill, he repeated. What was the matter? That I can't say, replied the reporter. Where is she now? I don't know. Everyone forgot all about her in the excitement about Miss Wallach. What kind of candy was it? I'm afraid I don't know that either. Where was it bought? The reporter shrugged his shoulders. That was something else he didn't know. The thinking machine shot out the questions aggressively, staring meanwhile steadily at Hatch, who squirmed uncomfortably. Where is the candy now? Demanded the scientist. Again, Hatch shrugged his shoulders. How much does Miss Wallach weigh? The reporter was willing to guess at this. He had seen her half a dozen times. Between 130 and 140, he ventured. Does there happen to be a hypnotist connected with the company? I don't know, Hatch replied. The thinking machine waved his slender hands impatiently. He was annoyed. It is perfectly absurd, Mr. Hatch, he expostulated, to come to me with only a few facts and ask advice. If you had all the facts, I might be able to do something. But this, the newspaper man was nettled. In his own profession, he was accredited a man of discernment and acumen. He resented the tone, the manner, even the seemingly trivial questions which the other asked. I don't see, he began, that the candy, even if it had been poisoned, as I imagine you think possible, or a hypnotist, could have had anything to do with Miss Wallach's disappearance. Certainly neither poison nor hypnotism would have made her invisible. Of course you don't see, blazed the thinking machine. If you did, you wouldn't have come to me. When did this thing happen? Saturday night, as I said, the reporter informed him, a little more humbly. It closed the engagement in Springfield. Miss Wallach was to have appeared here in Boston tonight. When did she disappear? By the clock, I mean. The stage manager's time slip shows that the curtain for the third act went up at 9:41. He spoke to her, say, 1 minute before or at 9:40. The action of the play before she appears in the third act takes 6 minutes. Therefore, in precisely 7 minutes, a woman weighing more than 130 pounds, certainly not dressed for the street, disappeared completely from her dressing room. It is now 5:18, Monday afternoon. I think we may solve this crime within a few hours. Crime, Hatch repeated eagerly. Do you imagine there is a crime, then? Professor Von Dusen didn't heed the question. Instead, he rose and paced back and forth across the reception room 6 times, his hands behind his back and his eyes cast down. At last he stopped and faced the reporter, who had also risen. Miss Wallach's company, I presume, with the baggage, is now in Boston, he said. See every male member of the company, talk to them, and particularly study their eyes. Don't overlook anyone, however humble. Also find out what became of the box of chocolate candy, and if possible, how many pieces are out of it. Then report here to me. Miss Wallach's safety may depend upon your speed and accuracy. Hatch was frankly startled. How? He began. Don't stop to talk. Hurry, commanded the thinking machine. I will have a cab waiting when you come back. We must get to Springfield. The newspaper man rushed away to obey orders. He didn't understand them at all. Studying men's eyes was not in his line, but he obeyed nevertheless. An hour and a half later he returned, to be thrust unceremoniously into a waiting cab by the thinking machine. The cab rattled away toward South Station, where the two men caught a train, just about to move out for Springfield. Once settled in their seats, the scientist turned to Hatch, who was nearly suffocating with suppressed information. Well? He asked. I found out several things, the reporter burst out. First, Miss Wallach's leading man, Langdon Mason, who has been in love with her for 3 years, bought the candy at Schuyler's in Springfield early Saturday evening before he went to the theater. He told me so himself rather reluctantly, but I made him say it. Ah! Exclaimed the thinking machine. It was a most unequivocal ejaculation. How many pieces of candy are out of the box? Only 3, explained Hatch. Miss Wallach's things were packed into the open trunk in her dressing room, the candy with them. I induced the manager. Yes, interrupted the thinking machine impatiently. What sort of eyes has Mason? What color? Blue, frank in expression. Nothing unusual at all, said the reporter. And the others? I didn't quite know what you meant by studying their eyes, so I got a set of photographs. I thought perhaps they might help. Excellent, commented the thinking machine. He shuffled the pictures through his fingers, stopping now and then to study one and to read the name printed below. Is that the leading man? He asked at last, and handed one to Hatch. Yes. Professor Von Dusen did not speak again. The train pulled into Springfield at 9:21. Hatch followed the scientist without a word into a cab. Schuyler's candy store, quickly commanded the thinking machine. Hurry! The cab rushed off through the night. 10 minutes later it stopped before a brilliantly lighted candy store. The thinking machine led the way inside and approached the girl behind the chocolate counter. Will you please tell me if you remember this man's face? He asked as he produced Mason's photograph. Oh, yes, I remember him, the girl replied. He's an actor. Did he buy a small box of chocolates of you Saturday evening, early? Was the next question. Yes, I recall it because he seemed to be in a hurry. In fact, I believe he said he was anxious to get to the theater to pack. And do you recall that this man ever bought chocolates here? Asked the scientist. He produced another photograph and handed it to the girl. She studied it a moment while Hatch craned his neck vainly to see. I don't recall that he ever did, the girl answered finally. The thinking machine turned away abruptly and disappeared into a public telephone booth. He remained there for 5 minutes. Then then rushed out to the cab again, with Hatch following closely. "City Hospital," he commanded. Again the cab dashed away. Hatch was dumb. There seemed to be nothing to say. The thinking machine was plainly pursuing some definite line of inquiry, yet the reporter didn't know what. The case was getting kaleidoscopic. This impression was strengthened when he found himself standing beside the thinking machine in City Hospital, conversing with the house surgeon, Dr. Carlton. "Is there a Miss Gertrude Manning here?" was the scientist's first question. "Yes," replied the surgeon. "She was brought here Saturday night, suffering from—" "Strychnine poisoning, yes, I know," interrupted the other. "Picked up in the street, probably. I'm a physician. If she is well enough, I should like to ask her a couple of questions." Dr. Carlton agreed, and Professor Von Dusen, still followed faithfully by Hatch, was ushered into the ward where Miss Wallach's maid lay, pallid and weak. The thinking machine picked up her hand, and his slender fingers rested for a minute on her pulse. He nodded and seemed satisfied. "Miss Manning, can you understand me?" he asked. The girl nodded weakly. "How many pieces of the candy did you eat?" "2," she replied. She stared into the face above her with dull eyes. "Did Miss Wallach eat any of it up to the time you left the theater?" "No." If the thinking machine had been in a hurry previously, he was racing now. Hatch trailed on dutifully behind, down the stairs, and into the cab whence Professor Von Dusen shouted a word of thanks to Dr. Carlton. This time their destination was the stage door of the theater from which Miss Wallach had disappeared. The reporter was muddled. He didn't know anything very clearly, except that 3 pieces of candy were missing from the box. Of these, the maid had eaten only 2. She had been poisoned. Therefore, it seemed reasonable to suppose that if Miss Wallach had eaten the 3rd piece, she also would be poisoned. But poison would not make her invisible. At this point, the reporter shook his head hopelessly. William Meagan, the stage doorkeeper, was easily found. "Can you inform me, please," began the thinking machine, "if Mr. Mason left a box of candy with you last Saturday night for Miss Wallach?" "Yes," Meagan replied good-naturedly. He was amused at the little man. Miss Wallach hadn't arrived. Mason brought a box of candy for her nearly every night, and usually left it here. I put the one Saturday night on the shelf here. "Did Mr. Mason come to the theater before or after the others on Saturday night?" "Before," replied Meagan. "He was unusually early, I suppose, to pack." "And the other members of the company coming in to stop here, I imagine, to get their mail?" And the scientist squinted up at the mailbox above the shelf. "Sure, always." The thinking machine drew a long breath. Up to this time there had been little perplexed wrinkles in his brow. Now they disappeared. "Now, please," he went on, "was any package or box of any kind taken from the stage on Saturday night between 9 and 11 o'clock?" "No," said Meagan positively. "Nothing at all until the company's baggage was removed at midnight." "Miss Wallach had 2 trunks in her dressing room?" "Yes, 2 whacking big ones." "How do you know?" "Because I helped put 'em in and helped take 'em out," replied Meagan sharply. "What's it to you?" Suddenly the thinking machine turned and ran out to the cab with Hatch, his shadow, close behind. Drive as fast as you know how to the nearest long-distance telephone," the scientist instructed the cabbie. "A woman's life is at stake." Half an hour later, Professor Von Dusen and Hutchinson Hatch were on a train rushing back to Boston. The thinking machine had been in a telephone booth for 15 minutes. When he came out, Hatch had asked several questions, to which the scientist vouchsafed no answer. They were perhaps 30 minutes out of Springfield before the scientist showed any disposition to talk. Then he began, without preliminary, much as he was resuming a former conversation. "Of course, if Miss Wallach didn't leave the stage of the theater, she was there," he said. "We will admit that she did not become invisible. The problem, therefore, was to find her on the stage. The fact that no violence was used against her was conclusively proved by half a dozen instances. No one heard her scream. There was no struggle, no trace of blood. Ergo, we assume in the beginning that she must have consented to the first steps which led to her disappearance. Remember, her attire was wholly unsuited to the street. Now, let us shape a hypothesis which will fit all the circumstances. Miss Wallach had a severe headache. Hypnotic influence will cure headaches. Was there a hypnotist to whom Miss Wallach would have submitted herself? Assume there was. Then would that hypnotist take advantage of his control to place her in a cataleptic condition? Assume a motive, and he would. Then, how would he dispose of her? From this point, questions radiate in all directions. We will confine ourselves to the probable, granting for the moment that this hypothesis, the only one which fits all the circumstances, is correct. Obviously, a hypnotist would not have attempted to get her out of the dressing room. What remains? One of the two trunks in her room. Hatch gasped. You mean you think it possible that she was hypnotized and placed in that second trunk? The one that was strapped and locked? He asked. It's the only thing that could have happened, said the thinking machine emphatically. Therefore, that was just what did happen. Why, it's horrible, exclaimed Hatch. A live woman in a trunk for 48 hours? Even if she was alive then, she must be dead now. The reporter shuddered a little and gazed curiously at the inscrutable face of his companion. He saw no pity, no horror there. There was merely the reflection of the workings of a brain. It does not necessarily follow that she is dead, explained the thinking machine. If she ate that third piece of candy before she was hypnotized, she is probably dead. If it was placed in her mouth after she was in a cataleptic condition, the chances are that she is not dead. The candy would not melt, and her system could not absorb the poison. But she would be suffocated. Her bones would be broken by the rough handling of the trunk. There are 100 possibilities, the reporter suggested. A person in a cataleptic condition is singularly impervious to injury, replied the scientist. There is, of course, a chance of suffocation, but a great deal of air may enter a trunk. And the candy? Hatch asked. Yes, the candy. We know that 2 pieces of candy nearly killed the maid. Yet, Mr. Mason admitted having bought it. This admission indicated that this poisoned candy is not the candy he bought. Is Mr. Mason a hypnotist? No, he hasn't the eyes. His picture tells me that. We know that Mr. Mason did buy candy for Miss Wallach on several occasions. We know that sometimes he left it with the stage doorkeeper. We know that members of the company stopped there for mail. We instantly see that it is possible for one to take away that box and substitute poisoned candy. All the boxes are alike. Madness and the cunning of madness lie back of all this. It was a deliberate attempt to murder Miss Wallach, long pondered and due perhaps to unrequited or hopeless infatuation. It began with the poisoned candy, and that failing went to a point immediately following the moment when the stage manager last spoke to the actress. The hypnotist was probably in her room then. You must remember that it would have been possible for him to ease the headache, and at the same time leave Miss Wallach free to play. She might have known this from previous experience. Is Miss Wallach still in the trunk? Asked Hatch after a silence. No, replied the thinking machine. She is out now, dead or alive. I am inclined to believe alive. And the man? I will turn him over to the police in half an hour after we reach Boston. From South Station, the scientist and Hatch were driven immediately to police headquarters. Detective Mallory, whom Hatch knew well, received them. "We got your phone from Springfield," he began. "Was she dead?" interrupted the scientist. "No," Mallory replied. "She was unconscious when we took her out of the trunk, but no bones are broken. She is badly bruised. The doctor says she's hypnotized." "Was the piece of candy taken from her mouth?" "Sure, a chocolate cream. It hadn't melted." "I'll come back here in a few minutes and awake her," said the thinking machine. "Come with us now and get the man." Wonderingly, the detective entered the cab, and the three were driven to a big hotel a dozen blocks away. Before they entered the lobby, the thinking machine handed a photograph to Mallory, who studied it under an electric light. "That man is upstairs with several others," explained the scientist. "Pick him out and get behind him when we enter the room. He may attempt to shoot. Don't touch him until I say so." In a large room on the 5th floor, Manager Stanfeld of the Irene Wallet Company had assembled the men of her support. This was done at the phoned request of the thinking machine. There were no preliminaries when Professor Von Dusen entered. He squinted comprehensively about him, then went straight to Langdon Mason. "Were you on the stage in the 3rd act of your play before Miss Wallach was to appear? I mean, the play last Saturday night?" he asked. "I was," Mason replied, "for at least 3 minutes." "Mr. Stanfeld, is that correct?" "Yes," replied the manager. There was a long, tense silence broken only by the heavy footsteps of Mallory as he walked toward a distant corner of the room. A faint flush crept into Mason's face as he realized that the questions were almost an accusation. He started to speak, but the steady, impassive voice of the thinking machine stopped him. "Mr. Mallory, take your prisoner," it said. Instantly there was a fierce, frantic struggle, and those present turned to see the detective with his great arms locked about Stanley Whiteman, the melancholy Jacques of As You Like It. The actor's face was distorted, madness blazed in the eyes, and he snarled like a beast at bay. By a sudden movement, Mallory threw Whiteman and manacled him, then looked up to find the thinking machine peering over his shoulder at the prostrate man. "Yes, he's a hypnotist," the scientist remarked in self-satisfied conclusion. "It always tells in the pupils of the eyes." This, then, was the beginning and end of the first problem. Miss Wallach was aroused and told a story almost identical with that of the thinking machine. Stanley Whiteman, whose brooding over a hopeless love for her made a maniac of him, raves and shrieks the lines of Jacques in the seclusion of a padded cell. End of The First Problem by Jacques Futrelle.
The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. Found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker. A pleasing land of drowsy head it was, of dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, and of gay castles in the clouds that pass, forever flushing round a summer sky. Castle of Indolence. In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern shore of the Hudson, at that broad expansion of the river denominated by the ancient Dutch navigators the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed, there lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, on former days by the good housewives of the adjacent county, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it, for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps 2 miles, there is a little valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it, with just enough murmur to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks in upon the uniform tranquillity. I recollect that, when a stripling, my first exploit in squirrel shooting was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I had wandered into it at noontime, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun as it broke the Sabbath stillness around, and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. If ever I should wish for a retreat whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place, and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighboring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land, and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say that the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Certain it is, the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. They are given to all kinds of marvelous beliefs, are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighborhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country, and the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favorite scene of her gambols. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region, and seems to be commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback, without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, and who is ever and anon seen by the country folk hurrying along in the gloom of night, as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of those parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning this spectre, allege that the body of the trooper having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow like a midnight blast is owing to his being belated and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in that region of shadows, and the spectre is known at all the country firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by everyone who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure in a little time to inhale the witching influence of the air, and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams, and see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys, found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York, that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like those little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbor, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, Yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. In this byplace of nature there abode, in a remote period of American history, that is to say, some 30 years since, a worthy wight by the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or, as he expressed it, tarried in Sleepy Hollow for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with pioneers for the mind as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodsmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not inapplicable to his person. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat at top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathercock perched upon his spindle neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partly glazed and partly patched with leaves of old copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withy twisted in the handle of the door, and stakes set against the window shutters, so that though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment in getting out, an idea most probably borrowed by the architect Jost van Houten from the mystery of an eel-pot. The schoolhouse stood in a rather lonely but pleasant situation, just at the foot of a woody hill, with a brook running close by, and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. From hence the low murmur of his pupils' voices, conning over their lessons, might be heard in a drowsy summer's day, like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master, in the tone of menace or command, or, peradventure, by the appalling sound of the birch as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man, and ever bore in mind the golden maxim, "Spare the rod and spoil the child." Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. Your mere puny stripling that winced at the least flourish of the rod was passed by with indulgence, but the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some little tough wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin, who sulked and swelled and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch. All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so consolatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for it the longest day he had to live. When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holiday afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home, who happened to have pretty sisters, or good housewives for mothers, noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, it behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. The revenue arising from his school was small, and would have been scarcely sufficient to furnish him with daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and, though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance, he was, according to country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood with all his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. That all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the costs of schooling a grievous burden, and schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable. He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labors of their farm, helped to make hay, mended the fences, took the horses to water, drove the cows from pasture, and cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lorded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle and ingratiating. He found favor in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children, particularly the youngest, and, like the lion bold, which whilom so magnanimously the lamb did hold, he would sit with a child on one knee, and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighborhood, and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folk in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him on Sundays to take his station in front of the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where, in his own mind, he completely carried away the palm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above all the rest of the congregation, and there are peculiar quavers still to be heard in that church, and which may even be heard half a mile off, quite to the opposite side of the mill pond on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts, in that ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought, by all who understand nothing of the labor of head-work, to have a wonderfully easy life of it. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind of idle, gentleman-like personage, of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and indeed inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or, peradventure, the parade of a silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was peculiarly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels. How he would figure among them in the churchyard between services on Sundays, gathering grapes for them from the wild vines that overran the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering with a whole bevy of them along the banks of the adjacent mill pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying him his superior elegance and address. From his half-itinerant life, also, he was a kind of travelling gazette, carrying the whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was, moreover, esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through, and was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed. He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewdness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvelous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in this spellbound region. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself on the rich bed of clover bordering the little brook that whimpered by his schoolhouse, and there con over old Mather's direful tales, until the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. Then, as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature at that witching hour fluttered his excited imagination, the moan of the whippoorwill from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree-toad, that harbinger of storm, the dreary hooting of the screech-owl, or the sudden rustling in the thicket of birds frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places, now and then startled him, as one of uncommon brightness would stream across his path, and if, by chance, a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging his blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost, with the idea that he was struck with a witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes, and the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by their doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody, in linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting and spluttering along the hearth, and listen to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins, and haunted fields and haunted brooks, and haunted bridges and haunted houses, and particularly of the Headless Horseman, or Galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air, which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and with the alarming fact that the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where, of course, no spectre dared to show its face, it was dearly purchased by the terrors of his subsequent walk homewards. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path amidst the dim and ghastly glare of a snowy night! With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window! How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which, like a sheeted spectre, beset his very path! How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being tramping close behind him! And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast howling among the trees, in the idea that it was the Galloping Hessian on one of his nightly scourings! All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness, and though he had seen many spectres in his time, and been more than once beset by Satan in divers shapes in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it, in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal man than ghosts, goblins, and the whole race of witches put together. And that was a woman. Among the musical disciples who assembled one evening in each week to receive his instructions in psalmody was Katrina van Tassel, the daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was a blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed, not merely for her beauty, but her vast expectations. She was withal a little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, as most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold, which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from Saardam, the tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat, to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country round. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart towards the sex, and it is not to be wondered at that so tempting a morsel soon found favour in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus Van Tassel was a perfect picture of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm, but within those everything was snug, happy, and well-conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hearty abundance rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, at the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water, in a little well formed of a barrel, and then stole sparkling away through the grass to a neighbouring brook that babbled along among alders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busily resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up as if watching the weather, some with their heads under their wings or buried in their bosoms, and others swelling and cooing and bowing about their dames, were enjoying the sunshine on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth now and then troops of sucking pigs as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoining pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretting around it, like ill-tempered housewives with their peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, that pattern of a husband, a warrior, and a fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet, and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. The pedagogue's mouth watered as he looked upon this sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye, he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in his belly and an apple in his mouth. The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cosily in dishes, like snug married couples, with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the porkers he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon and juicy relishing ham. Not a turkey but he beheld daintily trussed up, with its gizzard under its wing, and, peradventure, a necklace of savoury sausages. And even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish, with uplifted claws, as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living. As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all this, and as he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadowlands, the rich fields of wheat, of rye, of buckwheat and Indian corn, and the orchards burdened with ruddy fruit which surrounded the warm tenement of Van Tassel, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land and shingle palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes, and presented to him the blooming Katrina with a whole family of children, mounted on the top of a wagon loaded with household trumpery, with pots and kettles dangling beneath, and he beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare with a colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky, Tennessee, or the Lord knows where. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses, with high-ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers, the low projecting eaves forming a piazza along the front, capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harness, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighboring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other showed the various uses to which this important porch might be devoted. From this piazza, the wondering Ichabod entered the hall, which formed the center of the mansion and the place of usual residence. Here rows of resplendent pewter, ranged on a long dresser, dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool ready to be spun, in another a quantity of linsey-woolsey just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in gay festoons along the walls, mingled with the gaud of red peppers, and a door left ajar gave him a peep into the best parlor, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors. Andirons with their accompanying shovel and tongs glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various colored birds' eggs were suspended above it. A great ostrich egg was hung from the center of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china. From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes upon these regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Van Tassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through gates of iron and brass and walls of adamant to the castle keep, where the lady of his heart was confined, all of which he achieved as easily as a man would carve his way to the center of a Christmas pie, and then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, beset with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments, and he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood, the numerous rustic admirers, who beset every portal to her heart, keeping a watchful and angry eye upon each other, but ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Among these, the most formidable was a burly, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or, according to the Dutch abbreviation, Brom van Brunt, the hero of the country round, which rang with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short curly black hair, and a bluff but not unpleasant countenance, having a mingled air of fun and arrogance. From his Herculean frame and great powers of limb, he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartar. He was foremost at all races and cockfights, and, with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in rustic life, was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic, but had more mischief than ill will in his composition, and with all his overbearing roughness, there was a strong dash of waggish good humour at bottom. He had 3 or 4 boon companions who regarded him as their model, and at the head of whom he scoured the country, attending every scene of feud or merriment for miles around. In cold weather he was distinguished by a fur cap surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried this well-known crest at a distance, whisking about among a squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight, with whoop and halloo like a troop of Don Cossacks, and the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment till the hurry-scurry had clattered by, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." The neighbors looked upon them with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill, and when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads, and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries, and though his amorous toyings were something like the general caresses and endearments of a bear, yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is, his advances were signals for rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a line in his amours, insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Van Tassel's paling on a Sunday night, a sure sign that his master was courting, or, as it is termed, sparking, within, all other suitors passed by in despair, and carried the war into other quarters. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend, and, considering all things, a stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supplejack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke, and though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet the moment it was away, jerk, he was as erect, and carried his head as high as ever. To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not a man to be thwarted in his amours any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner. Under cover of his character of singing-master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse. Not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, which is so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers. Balt Van Tassel was an easy, indulgent soul. He loved his daughter even better than his pipe, and, like a reasonable man and an excellent father, let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and manage her poultry, for, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house or plied her spinning-wheel at one end of the piazza, honest Balt would sit smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior, who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, that hour so favorable to the lover's eloquence. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. To me, they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues and may be captured in 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain possession of the latter, for man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. He who wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown, but he who keeps undisputed way over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is, this was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones, and from the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interests of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied to the palings on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brom, who had a degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain have carried matters to open warfare and settled their pretensions to the lady according to the mode of those most concise and simple reasoners, the knights-errant of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard a boast of Bones that he would double the schoolmaster up and lay him on a shelf of his own schoolhouse, and he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was something extremely provoking in this obstinately pacific system. It left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery in his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of rough riders. They harried his hitherto peaceful domains, smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney, broke into the schoolhouse at night, in spite of its formidable fastenings of withy and window stakes, and turned everything topsy-turvy, so that the poor schoolmaster began to think all the witches in the country held their meetings there. But what was still more annoying, Brom took all opportunities of turning him into ridicule in the presence of his mistress, and had a scoundrel dog whom he taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, and introduced as a rival of Ichabod's to instruct her in psalmody. In this way matters went on for some time, without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule, that sceptre of despotic power. The birch of justice reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror to evildoers, while on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons detected upon the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, pop-guns, whirligigs, fly-cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them with one eye kept upon the master, and a kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the schoolroom. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a negro in tow-cloth jacket and trousers, a round-crowned fragment of a hat, like the cap of Mercury, and mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of halter. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merrymaking, or quilting frolic, to be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's, and having delivered his message with that air of importance, and effort at fine language, which a negro is apt to display on petty embassies of the kind, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet afternoon. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over half with impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed or help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves, inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing about the green in joy at their early emancipation. The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half-hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best, and indeed only suit of rusty black, and arranging his locks by a bit of broken looking-glass that hung up in the schoolhouse. That he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier, he borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciliated, a choleric old Dutchman by the name of Hans von Ripper, and, thus gallantly mounted, issued forth like a knight-errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of romantic story, give some account of the looks and equipments of my hero and his steed. The animal he bestrode was a broken-down plough-horse that had outlived almost everything but its viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged, with a ewe neck and a head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil, and was glaring and spectral, but the other had the gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge by the name he bore of Gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favourite steed of his master's, the choleric Van Ripper, who was a furious rider, and had infused, very probably, some of his own spirit into the animal, for, old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups, which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers. He carried his whip perpendicularly in his hand, like a sceptre, and as his horse jogged on, the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for so his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out almost to the horse's tail. Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed, as they shambled out of the gate of Hans von Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as is seldom to be met with in broad daylight. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery which we always associate with the idea of abundance. The forests had put on their sober brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frosts into brilliant dyes of orange, purple, and scarlet. Streaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of the squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle from the quail, at intervals, from the neighboring stubble field. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of their revelry, they fluttered, chirping and frolicking, from bush to bush and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. There was the honest cock-robin, the favourite game of stripling sportsmen, with its loud querulous note, and the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with his crimson crest, his broad black gorget, and splendid plumage, and the cedar bird, with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail, and its little Montero cap of feathers, and the blue jay, that noisy coxcomb, in his gay light blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing, and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye, ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides he beheld vast stores of apples, some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market, others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Further on he beheld great fields of Indian corn, with its golden ears peeping from their leafy coverts, and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, and the yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies to the sun, and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odour of the beehive, and as he beheld them, soft anticipations stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered and garnished with honey or treacle, by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina Van Tassel. Thus, feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared suppositions, he journeyed along the sides of a range of hills which look out upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down in the west. The wide bosom of the Tappan Zee lay motionless and glassy, excepting that here and there a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky, without a breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, and from that into the deep blue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woody crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark gray and purple of their rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, and as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of the Heer Van Tassel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare, leathern-faced race, in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Their brisk, withered little dames, in close-crimped caps, long-waisted short gowns, homespun petticoats, with scissors and pincushions and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside. Buxom lasses, almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting where a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock gave symptoms of city innovation. The sons, in short square-skirted coats, with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they could procure an eel-skin for the purpose, it being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of the hair. Brom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene, having come to the gathering on his favorite steed, Daredevil, a creature, like himself, full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage. He was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad of spirit. Fain would I pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero as he entered the state parlor of Van Tassel's mansion. Not those of the bevy of buxom lasses with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea-table in the sumptuous time of autumn. Such heaped-up platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. There was the doughty doughnut, the tender oily koek, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies and peach pies and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I have enumerated them, with the motherly teapot sending up its clouds of vapour from the midst. Heaven bless the mark! I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves, and am too eager to get on with my story. Haply Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as his historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. He was a kind and thankful creature, whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with good cheer, and whose spirits rose with eating, as some men's do with drink. He could not help, too, rolling his large eyes round him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene of almost unimaginable luxury and splendor. Then, he thought, how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans van Ripper and every other niggardly patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of doors that should dare to call him comrade. Old Baltus Van Tassel moved about among his guests with a face dilated with content and good humour, round and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions were brief but expressive, being confined to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a broad laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now the sound of the music from the common room or hall summoned to the dance. The musician was an old grey-headed Negro who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighbourhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a motion of the head, bowing almost to the ground and stamping with his foot whenever a fresh couple were to start. Ichabod prided himself upon his dancing as much as upon his vocal powers. Not a limb, not a fibre about him was idle, and to have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion and clattering about the room, you would have thought St. Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. He was the admiration of all the negroes, who, having gathered, of all ages and sizes, from the farm and the neighborhood, stood forming a pyramid of shining black faces at every door and window, gazing with delight at the scene, rolling their white eyeballs, and showing grinning rows of ivory from ear to ear. How could the flogger of urchins be otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all his amorous oglings, while Brom Bones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, who, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times and drawing out long stories about the war. This neighborhood, at the time of which I am speaking, was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had, therefore, been the scene of marauding and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each storyteller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and, in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. There was the story of Dofue Martling, a large blue-bearded Dutchman, who had nearly taken a British frigate with an old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork, only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was an old gentleman who shall be nameless, being too rich a mynheer to be lightly mentioned, who, in the Battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defence, parried a musket ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword, with the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field, not one of whom but was persuaded that he had a considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. But all these were nothing to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighborhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there is no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villages, for they have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have traveled away from the neighborhood, so that when they turn out at night to walk their rounds, they have no acquaintance left to call upon. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts, except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and, as usual, were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains, and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was taken, and which stood in the neighborhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turned upon the favorite spectre of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman, who had been heard several times of late, patrolling the country, and, it was said, tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church seems always to have made it a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll, surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms, from among which its decent whitewashed walls shine modestly forth, like Christian purity beaming through the shades of retirement. A gentle slope descends from it to a silver sheet of water, bordered by high trees, between which peeps may be caught at the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where the sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that there at least the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woolly dell, along which raves a large brook among broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road that led to it, and the bridge itself, were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it even in the daytime, but occasioned a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favorite haunts of the Headless Horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brower, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow, and was obliged to get up behind him, how they galloped over bush and brake, over hill and swamp, until they reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, threw old Brower into the brook, and sprang away over the tree-tops with a clap of thunder. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvelous adventure of Brom Bones, who made light of the galloping Hessian as an arrant jockey. He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighboring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper, that he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and should have won it too, for Daredevil beat the goblin horse all hollow. But just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales, told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, the countenance of the listeners only now and then receiving a casual gleam from the glare of a pipe, sank deep into the mind of Ichabod. He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author, Cotton Mather, and added many marvelous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights which he had seen in his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons, and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads and over the distant hills. Some of the damsels mounted on pillions behind their favorite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter, until they gradually died away, and the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind, according to the custom of country lovers, to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview I will not pretend to say, for in fact I do not know. Something, however, I fear me, must have gone wrong, for he certainly sallied forth, after no very great interval, with an air quite desolate and chop-fallen. Oh, these women, these women! Could that girl have been playing off any of her coquettish tricks? Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all a mere sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven alone knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forth with the air of one who had been sacking a hen-roost rather than a fair lady's heart, without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated. He went straight to the stable, and with several hearty cuffs and kicks roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats and whole valleys of timothy and clover. It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travels homeward, along the sides of the lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, and which he had traversed so cheerily in the afternoon. The hour was as dismal as himself. Far below him the Tappan Zee spread its dusky and indistinct waste of waters, with here and there the tall mast of a sloop riding quietly at anchor under the land. In the dead hush of midnight he could even hear the barking of the watchdog from the opposite shore of the Hudson, but it was so vague and faint as only to give an idea of his distance from this faithful companion of man. Now and then, too, the long-drawn crowing of a cock, accidentally awakened, would sound far, far off, from some farmhouse away among the hills, but it was like a dreaming sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighboring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and turning suddenly in his bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker. The stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was moreover approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the center of the road stood an enormous tulip tree, which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighborhood, and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks for ordinary trees, twisting down almost to the earth and rising again into the air. It was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate Andre, who had been taken prisoner hard by, and was universally known by the name of Major Andre's Tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partly from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fearful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered. It was but a blast sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, he thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but, on looking more narrowly, perceived that it was a place where the tree had been scathed by lightning, and the white wood laid bare. Suddenly he heard a groan. His teeth chattered, and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon another, as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree, a small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen, known by the name of Wiley's Swamp. A few rough logs, laid side by side, served for a bridge over this stream. On that side of the road where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts, matted thick with wild grapevines, threw a cavernous gloom over it. To pass this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate Andre was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines were the sturdy yeomen concealed who surprised him. This has ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of the schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse half a score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly across the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement and ran broadside against the fence. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road into a thicket of brambles and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling ribs of old Gunpowder, who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge with a suddenness that had nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head. Just at this moment, a plashy tramp by the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen, and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom, like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveller. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late, and besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He repeated his demand in a still more agitated voice. Still there was no answer. Once more he cudgelled the sides of the inflexible Gunpowder, and, shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervour into a psalm tune. Just then the shadowy object of alarm put itself into motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted upon a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, and bethought himself of the adventure of Brom Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steed, in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavored to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for. On mounting a rising ground which brought the figure of his fellow traveller in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested on his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle. His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip, but the spectre started full jump with him. Away then they dashed through thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long, lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road which turns off to Sleepy Hollow, but Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon, instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow shaded by trees for about a quarter of a mile, where it crosses the bridge famous in Goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet the panic of the steed had given his unskilful rider an apparent advantage in the chase, but just as he had got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from under him. He seized it by the pommel and endeavored to hold it firm, but in vain, and had just time to save himself by clasping old Gunpowder around the neck, when the saddle fell to the earth, and he heard it trampled underfoot by his pursuer. For a moment the terror of Hans Van Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle. But this was no time for petty fears. The goblin was hard on his haunches, and, unskilful rider that he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, and sometimes jolted on the high ridge of his horse's backbone with a violence that he verily feared would cleave him asunder. An opening in the trees now cheered him with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones's ghostly competitor had disappeared. "If I can but reach that bridge," thought Ichabod, "I am safe." Just then he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprang upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side, and now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if his pursuer should vanish, according to rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then he saw the goblin rising in his stirrups, and in the very act of hurling his head at him. Ichabod endeavored to dodge the horrible missile, but too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. He was tumbled headlong into the dust, and Gunpowder, the black steed, and the goblin rider passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning, the old horse was found without his saddle, and with the bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse and strolled idly about the banks of the brook, but no schoolmaster. Hans Van Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of poor Ichabod and his saddle. An inquiry was set on foot, and after diligent investigation they came upon his traces. In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle trampled in the dirt. The tracks of horses' hooves gently dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge, beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook, where the water ran deep and black, was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it, a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans Van Ripper, as executor of his estate, examined the bundle which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, a pair or 2 of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, a rusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog's ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community. Excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which last was a sheet of foolscap, much scribbled and blotted in several fruitless attempts to make a copy of verses in honor of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scrawl were forthwith consigned to the flames by Hans Van Ripper, who, from that time forward, determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good come of this same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, and he had received his quarter's pay but a day or two before, he must have had about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious event caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard, at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brower, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind, and when they had diligently considered them all and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. As he was a bachelor, and in nobody's debt, nobody troubled his head any more about him. The school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It is true, an old farmer, who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of the ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, that he had left the neighborhood partly through fear of the goblin and Hans Van Ripper, and partly in mortification at having been suddenly dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country, had kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally had been made a justice of the 10-pound court. Brom Bones, too, who, shortly after his rival's disappearance, conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar, was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, which led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country wives, however, who are the best judges of these matters, maintain to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is a favorite story often told about the neighborhood round the winter evening fire. The bridge became more than ever an object of superstitious awe, and that may be the reason why the road has been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse, being deserted, soon fell to decay, and was reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy, loitering homeward of a still summer evening, has often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow. Postscript, found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The preceding tale is given almost in the precise words in which I heard it related at a corporation meeting of the ancient city of Manhattoes, at which were present many of the sagest and most illustrious burghers. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby, gentlemanly old fellow in pepper and salt clothes, with a sadly humorous face, and one whom I strongly suspected of being poor, he made such efforts to be entertaining. When his story was concluded, there was much laughter and approbation, particularly from 2 or 3 deputy aldermen who had been asleep the greater part of the time. There was, however, one tall, dry-looking old gentleman with beetling eyebrows, who maintained a grave and rather severe face throughout, now and then folding his arms, inclining his head, and looking down upon the floor, as if turning a doubt over in his mind. He was one of your wary men, who never laugh but upon good grounds, when they have reason and the law on their side. When the mirth of the rest of the company had subsided, and silence was restored, he leaned one arm on the elbow of his chair, and, sticking the other akimbo, demanded, with a slight but exceedingly sage motion of the head and contraction of the brow, what was the moral of the story, and what it went to prove. The storyteller, who was just putting a glass of wine to his lips as a refreshment after his toils, paused for a moment, looked at his inquirer with an air of infinite deference, and, lowering the glass slowly to the table, observed that the story was intended most logically to prove that there is no situation in life but has its advantages and pleasures, provided we will but take a joke as we find it, that therefore he that runs races with goblin troopers is likely to have rough riding of it. Ergo, for a country schoolmaster to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step to high preferment in the state. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows tenfold closer after this explanation, being sorely puzzled by the ratiocination of the syllogism, while methought the one in pepper and salt eyed him with something of a triumphant leer. At length he observed that all this was very well, but still he thought the story a little on the extravagant. There were 1 or 2 points on which he had his doubts. "Faith, sir," replied the storyteller, "as to that matter, I don't believe one half of it myself." D.K. End of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Masque of the Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body and especially upon the face of the victim were the pestband which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress nor egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve, or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these in security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade, but first let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. These were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here, the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of flame that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room, and thus reproduced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment, also, that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then there were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric luster. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure, they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani, and there were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon, there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff, frozen as they stand. But the echoes of the chime die away, they have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live, and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulged in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock, and then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into the silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, or murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then, finally, of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited. But the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion, even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests. There are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with a scarlet horror. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed, in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and, while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the room to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterward, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, A throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask, which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of The Masque of the Red Death.
Over an Absinthe Bottle by W.C. Morrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Bowie. Over an Absinthe Bottle by W.C. Morrow. Arthur Kimberlin, a young man of very high spirit, found himself a total stranger in San Francisco one rainy evening, at a time when his heart was breaking, for his hunger was of that most poignant kind in which physical suffering is forced to the highest point without impairment of the mental functions. There remained in his possession not a thing that he might have pawned for a morsel to eat, and even as it was, he had stripped his body of all articles of clothing except those which a remaining sense of decency compelled him to retain. Hence it was that cold assailed him and conspired with hunger to complete his misery. Having been brought into the world and reared a gentleman, he lacked the courage to beg and the skill to steal. Had not an extraordinary thing happened to him, he either would have drowned himself in the bay within 24 hours, or died of pneumonia in the street. He had been 70 hours without food, and his mental desperation had driven him far in its race with his physical needs to consume the strength within him, so that now, pale, weak, and tottering, he took what comfort he could find in the savory odors which came steaming up from the basement kitchens of the restaurants in Market Street, caring more to gain them than to avoid the rain. His teeth chattered. He shambled, stooped, and gasped. He was too desperate to curse his fate. He could only long for food. He could not reason. He could not understand that 10,000 hands might gladly have fed him. He could think only of the hunger which consumed him, and of food that could give him warmth and happiness. When he had arrived at Mason Street, he saw a restaurant a little way up that thoroughfare, and for that he headed, crossing the street diagonally. He stopped before the window and ogled the steaks, thick and lined with fat, big oysters lying on ice, slices of ham as large as his hat, whole roasted chickens, brown and juicy. He ground his teeth, groaned, and staggered on. A few steps beyond this was a drinking saloon, which had a private door at one side, with the words "Family Entrance" painted thereon. In the recess of the door, which was closed, stood a man. In spite of his agony, Kimberlin saw something in the man's face that appalled and fascinated him. Night was on, and the light in the vicinity was dim, but it was apparent that the stranger had an appearance of whose character he himself must have been ignorant. Perhaps it was the unspeakable anguish of it that struck through Kimberlin's sympathies. The young man came to an uncertain halt and stared at the stranger. At first he was unseen, for the stranger looked straight out into the street with singular fixity, and the death-like pallor of his face added a weirdness to the immobility of his gaze. Then he took notice of the young man. "Ah," he said slowly, and with a peculiar distinctness. "The rain has caught you, too, without overcoat or umbrella. Stand in this doorway. There's room for two." The voice was not unkind, though it had an alarming hardness. It was the first word that had been addressed to the sufferer since hunger had seized him, and to be spoken to at all, and have his comfort regarded in the slightest way, gave him cheer. He entered the embrasure and stood beside the stranger, who at once relapsed into his fixed gaze at nothing across the street. but presently the stranger stirred himself again. "It may rain a long time," said he. "I am cold, and I observe that you tremble. Let us step inside and get a drink." He opened the door, and Kimberlin followed, hope beginning to lay a warm hand upon his heart. The pale stranger led the way into one of the little private booths with which the place was furnished. Before sitting down, he put his hand into his pocket and drew forth a roll of bank bills. "You are younger than I," he said. "Won't you go to the bar and buy a bottle of absinthe, and bring a pitcher of water and some glasses? I don't like for the waiters to come around. Here's a $20 bill." Kimberlin took the bill and started down the corridor towards the bar. He clutched the money tightly in his palm. It felt warm and comfortable, and sent a delicious tingling through his arm. How many glorious hot meals did that bill represent? He clenched it tighter and hesitated. He thought he smelled a broiled steak with fat little mushrooms and melted butter in the steaming dish. He stopped and looked back towards the door of the booth. He saw that the stranger had closed it. He could pass it, slip out the door, and buy something to eat. He turned and started, but the coward in him, there are other names for this, tripped his resolution, so he went straight to the bar and made the purchase. This was so unusual that the man who served him looked sharply at him. "Ain't gonna drink all of that, are you?" he asked. "I have friends in the box," replied Kimberlin, "and we want to drink quietly and without interruption. We're in number 7. "Oh, beg pardon, that's all right," said the man. Kimberlin's step was very much stronger and steadier as he returned with the liquor. He opened the door of the booth. The stranger sat at the side of the little table, staring at the opposite wall, just as he had stared across the street. He wore a wide-brimmed slouch hat, drawn well down. It was only after Kimberlin had set the bottle, pitcher, and glasses on the table, and seated himself opposite the stranger and within his range of vision, that the pale man noticed him. "Oh, you have brought it? How kind of you. Now please, lock the door." Kimberlin had slipped the change into his pocket, and was in the act of bringing it out when the stranger said, "Keep the change. You will need it, for I am going to get it back in a way that may interest you. Let us first drink, and then I will explain." The pale man mixed 2 drinks of absinthe and water, and the 2 drank. Kimberlin, unsophisticated, had never tasted the liquor before, and he found it harsh and offensive, but no sooner had it reached his stomach than it began to warm him, and sent the most delicious thrill through his frame. "It will do us good," said the stranger. "Presently we shall have more. Meanwhile, do you know how to throw dice?" Kimberlin weakly confessed that he did not. "I thought not. Well, please go to the bar and bring a dice box. I would ring for it, but I don't want the waiters to be coming in." Kimberlin fetched the box, again locked the door, and the game began. It was not one of the simple old games, but had complications in which judgment, as well as chance, played a part. After a game or 2 without stakes, the stranger said, "You now seem to understand it. Very well, I will show you that you do not. We will now throw for $1 a game, and in that way I shall win the money that you received in change. Otherwise I should be robbing you, and I imagine you cannot afford to lose. I mean no offense, I am a plain-spoken man. But I believe in honesty before politeness. I merely want a little diversion, and you are so kind-natured that I am sure you will not object." "On the contrary," replied Kimberlin, "I shall enjoy it." "Very well, but let us have another drink before we start. I believe I am growing colder." They drank again, and this time the starving man took his liquor with relish. At least it was something in his stomach, and it warmed and delighted him. The stake was $1 a side. Kimberlin won. The pale stranger smiled grimly and opened another game. Again Kimberlin won. Then the stranger pushed back his hat and fixed that still gaze upon his opponent, smiling yet. With this full view of the pale stranger's face, Kimberlin was more appalled than ever. He had begun to acquire a certain self-possession and ease, and his marveling at the singular character of the adventure had begun to weaken, when this new incident threw him back into confusion. It was the extraordinary expression of the stranger's face that alarmed him. Never upon the face of a living being had he seen a pallor so deathlike and chilling. The face was more than pale. It was white. Kimberlin's observing faculty had been sharpened by the absinthe, and, after having detected the stranger in an absent-minded effort 2 or 3 times to stroke a beard which had no existence, he reflected that some of the whiteness of the face might be due to the recent removal of a full beard. Besides the pallor, there were deep and sharp lines upon the face, which the electric light brought out very distinctly. With the exception of the steady gaze of the eyes, and an occasional hard smile that seemed out of place upon such a face, the expression was that of stone, inartistically cut. The eyes were black, but of heavy expression, the lower lip was purple, the hands were fine, white and thin, and dark veins bulged out upon them. The stranger pulled down his hat. "You are lucky," he said. "Suppose we try another drink. There is nothing like absinthe to sharpen one's wits, and I see that you and I are going to have a delightful game." After the drink, the game proceeded. Kimberlin won from the very first, rarely losing a game. He became greatly excited, his eyes shone, color came to his cheeks. The stranger, having exhausted the roll of bills which he first produced, drew forth another, much larger and of higher denominations. There were several $1,000s in the roll. At Kimberlin's right hand were his winnings, something like $200. The stakes were raised, and the game went rapidly on. Another drink was taken. Then fortune turned the stranger's way, and he won easily. It went back to Kimberlin, for he was now playing with all the judgment and skill he could command. Once only did it occur to him to wonder what he should do with the money if he should quit winner. But a sense of honor decided him that it would belong to the stranger. By this time the absinthe had so sharpened Kimberlin's faculties that, the temporary satisfaction which it had brought to his hunger having passed, his physical suffering returned with increased aggressiveness. Could he not order a supper with his earnings? No, that was out of the question, and the stranger said nothing about eating. Kimberlin continued to play, while the manifestations of hunger took the form of sharp pains, which darted through him viciously, causing him to writhe and grind his teeth. The stranger paid no attention, for he was now wholly absorbed in the game. He seemed puzzled and disconcerted. He played with great care, studying each throw minutely. No conversation passed between them now. They drank occasionally, the dice continued to rattle, the money kept piling up at Kimberlin's hand. The pale man began to behave strangely. At times he would start and throw back his head, as though he were listening. For a moment his eyes would sharpen and flash, and then sink into heaviness again. More than once Kimberlin, who had now begun to suspect that this antagonist was some kind of monster, saw a frightfully ghastly expression sweep over his face, and his features would become fixed for a very short time in a peculiar grimace. It was noticeable, however, that he was steadily sinking deeper and deeper into a condition of apathy. Occasionally he would raise his eyes to Kimberlin's face after the young man had made an astonishingly lucky throw, and keep them fixed there with a steadiness that made the young man quail. The stranger produced another roll of bills when the second was gone, and this had a value many times as great as the others together. The stakes were raised to $1,000 a game, and still Kimberlin won. At last the time came when the stranger braced himself for a final effort. With speech somewhat thick, but very deliberate and quiet, he said, "You have won $74,000, which is exactly the amount I have remaining. We have been playing for several hours. I am tired, and I suppose you are. Let us finish the game. Each will now stake all and throw a final game for it. Without hesitation, Kimberlin agreed. The bills made a considerable pile on the table. Kimberlin threw, and the box held but one combination that could possibly defeat him. This combination might be thrown once in 10,000 times. The starving man's heart beat violently as the stranger picked up the box with exasperating deliberation. It was a long time before he threw. He made his combinations and ended by defeating his opponent. He sat and looked at the dice a long time, and then he slowly leaned back in his chair, settling himself comfortably, raised his eyes to Kimberlin's, and fixed that unearthly stare upon him. He said not a word. His face contained not a trace of emotion or intelligence. He simply looked. One cannot keep one's eyes open very long without winking, but the stranger did. He sat so motionless that Kimberlin began to be tortured. "I will go now," he said to the stranger, said that when he had not a cent and was starving. The stranger made no reply, but did not relax his gaze, and under that gaze the young man shrank back in his own chair, terrified. He became aware that two men were cautiously talking in an adjoining booth. As there was now a deathly silence in his own, he listened, and this is what he heard. Yes, he was seen to turn into this street about 3 hours ago. And he was shaved? He must have done so, and to remove a full beard would naturally make a great change in a man. But it may not have been he. True enough, but his extreme pallor attracted attention. You know that he had been troubled with heart disease lately, and it has affected him seriously. Yes, but his old skill remains. Why, this is the most daring bank robbery we had ever had here. $148,000. Think of it. How long has it been since he was let out of the Joliet? 8 years. In that time he has grown a beard and lived by dice-throwing with men who thought they could detect him if he should swindle them. But that is impossible. No human being can come winner out of a game with him. He is evidently not here. Let us look farther. Then the two men clinked glasses and passed out. The dice players, the pale one and the starving one, sat gazing at each other, with $148,000 piled up between them. The winner made no move to take in the money. He merely sat and stared at Kimberlin, wholly unmoved by the conversation in the adjoining room. His imperturbability was amazing, his absolute stillness terrifying. Kimberlin began to shake with an ague. The cold, steady gaze of the stranger sent ice into his marrow. Unable to bear longer this unwavering look, Kimberlin moved to one side, and then he was amazed to discover that the eyes of the pale man, instead of following him, remained fixed upon the spot where he had sat, or rather upon the wall behind it. A great dread beset the young man. He feared to make the slightest sound. Voices of the men in the barroom were audible, and the sufferer imagined that he had heard others whispering and tiptoeing in the passage outside his booth. He poured out some absinthe, watching his strange companion all the while, and drank alone and unnoticed. He took a heavy drink, and it had a peculiar effect upon him. He felt his heart bounding with alarming force and rapidity, and breathing was difficult. Still his hunger remained, and that and the absinthe gave him an idea that the gastric acids were destroying him by digesting his stomach. He leaned forward and whispered to the stranger, but was given no attention. One of the man's hands lay upon the table. Kimberlin placed his upon it, and then drew back in terror. The hand was as cold as a stone. The money must not lie there exposed. Kimberlin arranged it into neat parcels, looking furtively every moment at his immovable companion, and in mortal fear that he would stir. Then he sat back and waited. A deadly fascination impelled him to move back into his former position so as to bring his face directly before the gaze of the stranger, and so the two sat and stared at each other. Kimberlin felt his breath coming heavier and his heartbeats growing weaker, but these conditions gave him comfort by reducing his anxiety and softening the pangs of hunger. He was growing more and more comfortable and yawned. If he had dared, he might have gone to sleep. Suddenly, A fierce light flooded his vision and sent him with a bound to his feet. Had he been struck upon the head or stabbed to the heart? No, he was sound and alive. The pale stranger still sat there, staring at nothing and immovable, but Kimberlin was no longer afraid of him. On the contrary, an extraordinary buoyancy of spirit and elasticity of body made him feel reckless and daring. His former timidity and scruples vanished, and he felt equal to any adventure. Without hesitation, he gathered up the money and bestowed it in his several pockets. "I am a fool to starve," he said to himself, "with all this money ready to my hand." As cautiously as a thief, he unlocked the door, stepped out, reclosed it, and boldly, with his head erect, stalked out upon the street. Much to his astonishment, he found the city in the bustle of the early evening, yet the sky was clear. It was evident to him that he had not been in the saloon as long as he had supposed. He walked along the street with the utmost unconcern of the dangers that beset him, and laughed softly but gleefully. Would he not eat now? Would he not? Why, he could buy a dozen restaurants. Not only that, but he could hunt the city up and down for hungry men and feed them with the fattest steaks, the juiciest roasts, and the biggest oysters that the town could supply. As for himself, he must eat first. After that, he would set up a great establishment for feeding other hungry mortals without charge. Yes, he would eat first. If he pleased, he would eat till he should burst. In what single place could he find sufficient to satisfy his hunger? Could he live sufficiently long to have an ox killed and roasted whole for his supper? Besides an ox, he would order 2 dozen broiled chickens, 50 dozen oysters, a dozen crabs, 10 dozen eggs, 10 hams, 8 young pigs, 20 wild ducks, 15 fish of 4 different kinds, 8 salads, 4 dozen bottles of each claret, burgundy, and champagne. For pastry, 8 plum puddings, and for dessert, bushels of nuts, ices, and confections. It would require time to prepare such a meal, and if he could only live until it could be made ready, it would be infinitely better than to spoil his appetite with a dozen or 2 meals of ordinary size. He thought he could live that long, for he felt amazingly strong and bright. Never in his life before had he walked with so great ease and lightness. His feet hardly touched the ground. He ran and leaped. It did him good to tantalize his hunger, for that would make his relish of the feast all the keener. Oh, but how they would stare when he would give his order, and how comically they would hang back, and how amazed he would be when he would throw a few thousands of dollars on the counter and tell them to take their money out of it and keep the change. Really, it was worthwhile to be so hungry as that, for then eating became an unspeakable luxury, and one must not be too great a hurry to eat when one is so hungry. That is beastly. How much of the joy of living do rich people miss from eating before they are hungry, before they have gone 3 days and nights without food? And how manly it is, and how great self-control it shows, to dally with starvation when one has a dazzling fortune in one's pocket, and every restaurant has an open door. To be hungry without money, that is despair. To be starving with a bursting pocket, that is sublime. Surely the only true heaven is that in which one famishes in the presence of abundant food, which he might have for the taking, and then a gorged stomach and a long sleep. The starving wretch, speculating thus, still kept from food. He felt himself growing in stature, and the people whom he met became pygmies. The streets widened, and the stars became suns and dimmed the electric lights, and the most intoxicating odors and the sweetest music filled the air. Shouting, laughing, and singing, Kimberlin joined in a great chorus that swept over the city, and then the 2 detectives, who had traced the famous bank robber to the saloon in Mason Street, where Kimberlin had encountered the stranger of the pallid face, left the saloon, but, unable to pursue the trail farther, had finally returned. They found the door of booth number 7 locked. After rapping and calling and receiving no answer, they burst open the door, and there they saw 2 men, one of middle age and the other very young, sitting perfectly still, and in the strangest manner imaginable, staring at each other across the table. Between them was a great pile of money, arranged neatly in parcels. Near at hand were an empty absinthe bottle, a water pitcher, glasses, and a dice box, with the dice lying before the elder man as he had thrown them last. One of the detectives covered the elder man with a revolver and commanded, "Throw up your hands." But the dice thrower paid no attention. The detectives exchanged startled glances. They looked closer into the faces of the two men, and then they discovered that both were dead. End of Over an Absinthe Bottle by W.C. Morrow. Recording by Christina Bowie.
The Perfect Game by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Perfect Game by G.K. Chesterton. We have all met the man who says that some odd things have happened to him, but that he does not really believe that they were supernatural. My own position is the opposite of this. I believe in the supernatural as a matter of intellect and reason, not as a matter of personal experience. I do not see ghosts. I only see their inherent probability. But it is entirely a matter of the mere intelligence, not even of the motions. My nerves and body are altogether of this earth, very earthy. But upon people of this temperament one weird incident will often leave a peculiar impression. And the weirdest circumstance that ever occurred to me occurred a little while ago. It consisted in nothing less than my playing a game, and playing it quite well for some 17 consecutive minutes. The ghost of my grandfather would have astonished me less. On one of these blue and burning afternoons, I found myself, to my inexpressible astonishment, playing a game called croquet. I had imagined that it belonged to the epoch of Leech and Anthony Trollope, and I had neglected to provide myself with those very long and luxuriant side whiskers which are really essential to such a scene. I played it with a man whom we will call Parkinson, and with whom I had a semi-philosophical argument which lasted through the entire contest. It is deeply implanted in my mind that I had the best of the argument, but it is certain and beyond dispute that I had the worst of the game. "Oh, Parkinson, Parkinson," I cried, patting him affectionately on the head with a mallet. "How far you really are from the pure love of the sport, you who can play. It is only we who play badly who love the game itself. You love glory, you love applause, you love the earthquake voice of victory. You do not love croquet. You do not love croquet until you love being beaten at croquet. It is we, the bunglers, who adore the occupation in the abstract. It is we to whom it is art for art's sake. If we may see the face of croquet herself, if I may so express myself, we are content to see her face turned upon us in anger. Our play is called amateurish, and we wear proudly the name of amateur, for amateurs is but the French for lovers. We accept all adventures from Our Lady, the most disastrous or the most dreary. We wait outside her iron gates, I allude to the hoops, vainly essaying to enter. Our devoted balls, impetuous and full of chivalry, will not be confined within the pedantic boundaries of the mere croquet ground. Our balls seek honour in the ends of the earth. They turn up in the flower beds and the conservatory. They are to be found in the front garden and the next street. No, Parkinson, the good painter has skill. It is the bad painter who loves his art. The good musician loves being a musician. The bad musician loves music. With such a pure and hopeless passion do I worship croquet. I love the game itself. I love the parallelogram of grass, marked out with chalk or tape, as if its limits were the frontiers of my sacred fatherland, the 4 seas of Britain. I love the mere swing of the mallets, and the click of the balls is music. The 4 colours are to me sacramental and symbolic, like the red of martyrdom or the white of Easter Day. You lose all this, my poor Parkinson. You have to solace yourself for the absence of this vision by the paltry consolation of being able to go through hoops and to hit the stick. And I waved my mallet in the air with a graceful gaiety. Don't be too sorry for me, said Parkinson, with his simple sarcasm. I shall get over it in time. But it seems to me that the more a man likes a game, the better he would want to play it. Granted that the pleasure in the thing itself comes first, does not the pleasure of success come naturally and inevitably afterwards? Or take your own simile of the knight and his lady-love. I admit the gentleman does first and foremost want to be in the lady's presence, but I never yet heard of a gentleman who wanted to look an utter ass when he was there. Perhaps not, though he generally looks it, I replied. But the truth is that there is a fallacy in the simile, although it was my own. The happiness at which the lover is aiming is an infinite happiness, which can be extended without limit. The more he is loved, normally speaking, the jollier he will be. It is definitely true that the stronger the love of both lovers, the stronger will be the happiness, but it is not true that the stronger the play of both croquet players, the stronger will be the game. It is logically possible, follow me closely here, Parkinson, it is logically possible to play croquet too well to enjoy it at all. If you could put this blue ball through that distant hoop as easily as you could pick it up with your hand, then you would not put it through that hoop any more than you pick it up with your hand. It would not be worth doing. If you could play unerringly, you would not play at all. The moment the game is perfect, the game disappears. I do not think, however, said Parkinson, that you are in any immediate danger of effecting that sort of destruction. I do not think your croquet will vanish through its own faultless excellence. You are safe for the present. I again caressed him with the mallet, knocked a ball about, wired myself, and resumed the thread of my discourse. The long, warm evening had been gradually closing in, and by this time it was almost twilight. By the time I had delivered 4 more fundamental principles, and my companion had gone through 5 more hoops, the dusk was verging upon dark. "We shall have to give this up," said Parkinson, as he missed a ball almost for the first time. "I can't see a thing." "Nor can I," I answered, "and it is a comfort to reflect that I could not hit anything if I saw it." With that I struck a ball smartly, and sent it away into the darkness towards where the shadowy figure of Parkinson moved in the hot haze. Parkinson immediately uttered a loud and dramatic cry. The situation indeed called for it. I had hit the right ball. Stunned with astonishment, I crossed the gloomy ground and hit my ball again. It went through a hoop. I could not see the hoop, but it was the right hoop. I shuddered from head to foot. Words were wholly inadequate, so I slouched heavily after that impossible ball. Again I hit it away into the night in what I supposed was the vague direction of the quite invisible stick, and in the dead silence I heard the stick rattle as the ball struck it heavily. I threw down my mallet. "I can't stand this," I said. "My ball has gone right 3 times. These things are not of this world." "Pick your mallet up," said Parkinson. "Have another go." "I tell you I daren't. If I made another hoop like that I should see all the devils dancing there on the blessed grass." "Why devils?" asked Parkinson. "They may be only fairies, making fun of you. They are sending you the perfect game, which is no game." I looked about me. The garden was full of a burning darkness in which the faint glimmers had the look of fire. I stepped across the grass as if it burnt me, picked up the mallet, and hit the ball somewhere. Somewhere where another ball might be. I heard the dull click of the balls touching, and ran into the house like one pursued. End of The Perfect Game by G.K. Chesterton.
Photographing Invisible Beings by William T. Stead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Photographing Invisible Beings by William T. Stead. It was during the South African War that my father obtained one of his best authenticated spirit photographs, so I think that it is well to give here his own account of his experiments in that direction. He writes, "While recording the results at which I have arrived, I wish to repudiate any desire to dogmatize as to their significance or their origin. I merely record the facts, and although I may indicate conclusions and inferences which I have drawn from them, I attach no importance to anything but the facts themselves. There is living in London at the present moment an old man of 71 years of age, a man of no education. He can write, but he cannot spell, and he has for many years earned his living as a photographer. He was always in a small way of business, a quiet, inoffensive man who brought up his family respectably and lived in peace with his neighbors, attracting no particular remark. When he started in business as a photographer, it was in the days when the wet process was almost universal, and he was much annoyed by finding that when he exposed plates, other forms than that of the sitter would appear in the background. So many plates were spoiled by these unwelcome intruders that his partner became very angry and insisted that the plates had not been washed before they were used. He protested this was not so, and asked his partner to bring a packet of completely new plates with which he would take a photograph and see what was the result. His partner accepted the challenge and produced a plate with which had never previously been used. But when the portrait of the next sitter was taken, there appeared a shadow form in the background. Angry and frightened at this unwelcome appearance, he flung the plate to the ground with an oath, and from that time, for very many years, he was never again troubled by the occurrence of a similar phenomena. About 10 years ago, he became interested in spiritualism, and to his surprise, and also to his regret, the shadow figures began to reappear on the background of the photographs. He repeatedly had to destroy negatives and ask his customer to give him another sitting. It did his business harm, and in order to avoid this annoyance, he left most of the photographing to his son. I happened to hear of these curious experiences of his and sought him out. I found him very reluctant to speak about the matter. He said frankly he did not know how the figures came. It had been a great annoyance to him, and it gave his shop a bad name. He did not wish anything to be said about the matter. In deference, however, to repeated pressing on my part, he consented to make experiments with me, and I had at various times a considerable number of sittings. At first I brought my own plates, half-plate size. He allowed me to place them in his slide in the darkroom, to put them in the camera, which I was allowed to turn inside out, and after they were exposed, I was permitted to go into the darkroom and develop them in his presence. Under these conditions, I repeatedly obtained pictures of persons who were certainly not visible to me in the studio. I was allowed to do almost anything that I pleased, to alter the background, to change the position of the camera, to sit at any angle that I chose. In short, to act as if the studio and all belonging to it was my own. And I repeatedly obtained what the old photographer called shadow pictures, but none of them bore any resemblance to any person whom I had known. In all these earlier experiments, the photographer, whom I will call Mr. B., made no charge, and the only request that he made was that I should not publish his name, or do anything to let his neighbors know of the curious shadow pictures which were obtainable in his studio. After a time, I was so thoroughly satisfied that the shadow photographs, or spirit forms, were not produced by any fraud on the part of the photographer, that I did not trouble to bring my own marked plates. I allowed him to use his own, and to do all the work of loading the slide and of developing the plate without my assistance or supervision. What I wanted was to see whether it would be possible for me to obtain a photograph of any person known to me in life who has passed over to the other side. The production of one such picture, if the person was unknown to the photographer, and he had no means of obtaining the photograph of the original while on earth, seemed to me so much better a test of the geniusness of the phenomena that could be secured by any amount of personal supervision of the process of photography, that I left him to operate without interference. The results he obtained when left to himself were precisely the same as those when the slides passed only through my own hands. But, although I obtained a great variety of portraits of unknown persons, I got none whom I could recognize. In a conversation with Mr. B, as to how these shadow pictures, as he called them, came on the plate, I found him almost as much at sea as myself. He said that he did not know how they came, but that he had noticed that they came more frequently and with greater distinctness at some times than at others. He could never say beforehand whether they would come or not. He frequently informed me when my sitting began that he could guarantee nothing, and often the set of plates would bear no trace of any portrait save mine. He was very reluctant to continue the experiments, and used to complain that after exposing 4 plates with a view to obtaining such pictures he felt quite exhausted. And sometimes he complained that his innards seemed to be turned upside down, to use his own phrase. I usually sat with him between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, and on the days which I came he always abstinated from the usual glass of beer which he took with his midday meal. If I came unexpectedly, and he had had a single glass of beer, which formed his usual beverage, he would always assure me that I need not expect any good results. I, however, never found any particular difference in the results. We often discussed the matter together, and he was evidently working out a theory of his own, as anyone might under such circumstances. He knew that when he was excited or irritated he got bad results, hence he often used to keep a music box going, for the music, in his opinion, tended to set up good and tranquil conditions. He said he thought something must come out of him, what he did not know, but something was taken out of him, and with this something he thought the entities, whoever they were, built themselves up and acquired sufficient substance to reflect the rays of light, so as to impress the sensitive plates in his camera. He also thought that his old camera had become what he called magnetized, and although it was an old-fashioned piece of furniture, which I not only examined myself, but had examined by expert photographers, nothing could be discovered within or without it which would account for the results obtained. He also was of the opinion that even although he did not touch the photographic plate, it was necessary for him to touch or to hold his hand over the photographic slide, and also to hold his hand over the plate when it was in the developing bath. His theory was that in some way or other this process magnetized the plate and brought out a shadow portrait. One peculiarity of almost all the shadow pictures obtained in the series of experiments is that they have around them the same kind of white drapery which is so familiar to those who have taken part in a materializing seance. Sometimes this drapery is more voluminous than others. Often, when the conditions are good, the form which at first appears with its head encompassed with drapery will appear on the second plate without any drapery. On asking Mr. B what explanation he could give for this, he said he did not know, but he believed that the bodily appearance assumed by the spirit was very sensitive and needed to be shielded from currents, which might harm it. But when harmony prevailed, they could venture to remove the drapery, and be photographed without it. Whatever may be the value of Mr. B.'s theory, there is little doubt that something is given off from the body which can be photographed. The white mist that appears to emanate from his forms into cloudy folds out of which there protrudes a more or less clearly defined face with human features. Sometimes this white and misty cloud obscures the sitter, and other times it seems to be condensed as if it were in the process of being worked into a definite form for the completion of which either time or some other conditions were lacking. It was also noticeable that the entity, whoever it may be, which builds up the form, who is giving off sufficient solidity to impress its image upon the plate in the camera, having once created the form, will use it repeatedly without any change of position or expression. This will no doubt seem a great stumbling block to many. But the fact is, as I have stated it, and our first business is to ascertain facts, whether they tell for or against any particular hypothesis. It may be that the disembodied spirit, in order to establish its identity, constructs, out of the aura given off by the photographer or other medium, a mask or cast bearing the unmistakable resemblance to the body which it wore in its sojourn here on earth. Having once built it up for use in the studio, it may be easier to employ the same cast again and again, instead of building up a new one at each fresh sitting. Upon this point, however, I shall have something to say further on. I was very much interested in the results I obtained, although as none of the photographs were identified, I did not deem the experiment completely successful. I was very anxious to introduce Mr. B to devote some months to an uninterrupted series of experiments, and asked him on what terms I could secure his services, but he absolutely refused. He said he did not like it. It made him unwell, made people speak ill of him, and it did not matter what terms were offered. He would not consent. He was an old man, he said, and he could not find out how these things came, and, in short, neither scientific curiosity nor financial consideration would induce him to consent to more than an occasional sitting. I therefore dropped the matter, and for some years I discontinued my experiments. I had a friend who often accompanied me to Mr. B's studio, where she had been photographed both with and without shadow pictures appearing in the background. We often promised each other that if either of us passed over, we would come back to be photographed by Mr. B, if possible, in order to prove the reality of spirit return. Shortly after this, my friend died, but it was not until nearly 4 years after her death, at the request of a friend who was very anxious to know whether she could communicate with those on the other side, that I went back to Mr. B's studio. He had always been slightly clairvoyant and clairaudient. He told me that a few days before I had written asking for the appointment, my deceased friend had appeared in the studio and told him that I was coming. This reminded me of her promise, and I said at once that I hoped he would be able to photograph her. He said he didn't know. He was rather frightened of her, for reasons into which I need not enter, but if she came, he would see what he could do. My friend and I sat together. The first plate was exposed. Nothing appeared in the background. When the second plate was placed in the camera, Mr. B nodded, with a quick look of recognition. We saw nothing. After he had exposed the second plate and before he developed it, he asked us to change seats. We did this, and as he was exposing the third plate, he said, "I am told to ask you to do this." And when he closed the shutter, he said, "It is Mrs. M." On the fourth plate, there appeared a picture of a woman whom I had never seen before, and whom my friend had never seen. Neither had Mr. B. When the plates came to be developed, I found the second and third plates contained unmistakable likeness of my friend Mrs. M. These portraits were immediately recognized by my friend as unmistakable likeness of the deceased Mrs. M. It will be objected that she had frequently been photographed by the same photographer, and that he had simply faked a photograph from one of his old negatives. I don't believe that this is possible, for these portraits, although recognized immediately by everyone who knew her, including her nearest relative, are all quite different from any photographs she had ever taken in life. She certainly never was photographed enveloped in white drapery, nor do I believe that Mr. B. had any negative of any of her portraits in this possession. But I fully admit that from the point of view of one who wishes to exclude every possibility of error, the fact that Mrs. M. had been frequently photographed in her lifetime by the same photographer renders it impossible to regard these photographs as conclusive testimony as to their authenticity as a photograph of a form assumed by a disembodied spirit. I have mentioned that on the fourth plate there appeared a portrait of an unknown female. On my return, I was showing the print of the shadow picture to a friend, when she startled me by declaring that the shrouded form which appeared behind me in the photograph was a portrait of her mother, who had died some months before in Dublin. I had never seen her mother, and my friend did not know of her existence. Neither did the photographer, nor does he to this day. It was only many months afterwards that I was able to obtain a photograph of my friend's mother, but it was taken when she was a comparatively young woman, and bore no manner of resemblance to the portrait of the lady who appeared behind me. Her daughter, however, had not the slightest hesitation in asserting that it was her mother, that she had recognized her instantly, and that it was a very good portrait of her as she appeared in the later years of her life. This startled me not a little, and convinced me that I had good prospect of attaining some definite results as an outcome of my experiments. Mr. B, encouraged by this success, was willing to continue his experiments, and this time I insisted upon paying him for his work. From this time onward, the occurrence of photographs that were recognizable on the background of the photographs taken by Mr. B became frequent. Sometimes the plates were marked, but not invariably. For my part, I attached comparatively no importance to the marking of the plates, in the close supervision of the operator. The test of the geniusness of a photograph that is obtained when the unknown relative of an unknown sitter appears in the background of the photograph is immeasurably superior to the precautions any expert conjurer or trick photographer might evade. Again and again I sent friends to Mr. B, giving him no information as to who they were, nor telling him anything as to the identity of the person's deceased friend or relative whose portrait they wished to secure. And time again, when the negative was developed, the portrait would appear in the background, or sometimes in front of the sitter. This occurred so frequently that I am quite convinced of the impossibility of any fraud. One time it was a French editor, who, finding the portrait of his deceased wife appear on the negative when developed, was so transported with delight that he insisted on kissing the photographer, Mr. B, much to the old man's embarrassment. On another occasion it was a Lancashire engineer, himself a photographer, who took marked plates and all possible precautions. He obtained portraits of 2 of his relatives, and another of an eminent personage with whom he had been in close relations. Or, again, it was a near neighbor, who, going as a total stranger to the studio, obtained the portrait of her deceased daughter. I attach no importance whatever to the appearance of portraits of well-known personages, which might easily be copied from existing pictures, but I attach immense importance to the production of the spirit photographs of unknown relatives of sitters who are unknown to the photographer, who receives them solely as a lady or gentleman who is one of my friends. Although, as I have said, I do not attach much importance to photographs appearing of well-known men, I confess that I was rather impressed by one of my most recent experiments. I received a message from a medium in Sheffield, who was unknown to me, saying that Cecil Rhodes, who had then been dead about 9 months, had spoken to her clairaudiently, and had told her to ask me to go to the photographer's, and that he would come and be photographed. The medium was a stranger to me, and I confess that I received the message with considerable skepticism. However, when she came up to town, I accompanied her to the studio. She declared that she saw Cecil Rhodes, and that he spoke to her, and that he was standing behind me when the plate was exposed. When the plate came to be developed, although there was one well-defined figure standing behind me and several other faces half visible in the background, there was no portrait of Cecil Rhodes. I was not surprised, and went away. A month afterwards, I went to have another sitting with the photographer. I chatted with him for a short time, and then he left the room for a moment. When he came back, he said to me, "There was a round-faced, well-set-up man here, with a short mustache and a dimple in his chin. Do you know him?" "No," I said. "I do not know any such man." "Well, he seems to be very busy about you." "Well," I said, "if he comes upstairs, we shall see what we can get." "I don't know," said he. When I was sitting, he said, "There he is, and I see the letter R. Is it Robert or Richard, do you think?" "I don't know any Robert or Richard," I said. He took the picture. He then proceeded with the second plate, and said, That man is still here, and I see behind him a country road. I wonder what that means. He went into the dark room, and presently came out and said, I see road, or roads. Do you know anyone of that name? Of course, I said. Cecil Rhodes. Do you mean him as died in the Travasol lately? Said he. I said yes. Well, he said, was he a man like that? Well, he had a mustache, I said, and sure enough, when the plate was developed, there was a Cecil Rhodes looking 15 younger than when he had died. Some other plates were exposed. One was entirely blank. On 2 others the mist was formed into a kind of clot of light, but no figure was visible. The 5th had a portrait of an unknown man, and on the 6th, when it came to be developed, there was the same portrait of Cecil Rhodes that had appeared on the 1st, but without the white drapery around the head. Of course, it may be said that it was well known that I was connected with Cecil Rhodes, and that the photographer, therefore, would have no difficulty in faking a portrait. I admit all that, and therefore I would not have introduced this if it had not stood alone, as any evidence showing that it was a bona fide photograph of an invisible being. But it does not stand alone, and I have almost every reason to believe in the almost stupid honesty, if I may use such a phrase, of the photographer. I am naturally much interested in these latest photographs of the African Colossus. They are, at any rate, entirely new. No such portraits, to the best of my knowledge, and I have made a collection of all I can lay my hands on, exactly resembling those portraits which I obtained at Mr. B.'s studio. I will conclude the account of my experiments by telling how I secured a portrait under circumstances which preclude any possibility of fake or fraud. One day, when I entered the studio, Mr. B. said to me, "There is a man come with you who has been here before. He came here some days ago, when I was by myself. He looked very wild, and he had a gun in his hand, and I did not like the look of him. I don't like guns, so I asked him to go away, for I was frightened of the gun, and he went away. But now he has come with you, and he has not got his gun any more, so we will let him stop." I was rather amused at the old man's story, and said, "Well, see if you can photograph him." "I don't know as I can," he said. "I never know what I can get," which is quite true, for often the photographs which he says he sees clairvoyantly do not come out on the plate. While he was photographing me, I said to him, "If you can tell this man to go away, you can ask him his name." "Yes," said he. "Will you do so?" I said. "Yes," he said. After seeming to ask the question mentally, he said, "He says his name is Piet Botha." "Piet Botha," I said. "I know no such name. There are Louis and Philip and Chris Botha. I have never heard of a Piet. Still, they are a numerous family, and there are plenty of Bothas in South Africa, and it will be interesting to ask General Botha, when he arrives, whether he knows of any Piet Botha." When the negative was developed, sure enough there appeared behind me a photograph of a stalwart bearded person, who might have been a Boer or a Russian Malazhuik, but who was certainly unknown to me. I had never seen a portrait of anyone which bore any resemblance to the photograph. When General Botha arrived, I did not get an opportunity of asking him about the photograph, but some time afterwards I asked Mr. Fisher, one of the delegation from the South African republics, to look at the photograph, and if he got an opportunity to ask General Botha if he knew of such a man as Piet Botha. Mr. Fisher said he thought he had seen the face before, but he could not be certain. He departed with the photograph. Some days afterwards, Mr. Wessels, a member of the delegation with Mr. Fisher, came down to my office. He said, "I want to know about that photograph that you gave Mr. Fisher." "Yes," I said. "What about it?" "I want to know where you got it." I told him. He replied disdainfully, "I don't believe in such things. It is superstition. Besides, that man didn't know Mr. B. He has never been to London. How could he come there?" "What?" I said. "Do you know him?" "Know him?" said Mr. Wessels. "He is my brother-in-law." Really? I said. What did they call him? Pietrus Johannes Botha, but we always called him Piet for short. Is he dead then? I said. Yes, said Mr. Wessels. He was the first Boer officer who was killed in the siege of Kimberley, but there is a mystery about this. You didn't know him. No, I said. And never heard of him? No, I said. But, he said, I have the man's portrait in my house in South Africa. How could you get it? But, I said, I never have had it. I don't understand, he said moodily, and so departed. I afterwards showed the photograph to another Free State Boer who knew Piet Botha very well, and he had not the slightest hesitation in declaring that it was an unmistakable likeness of his dead friend. This is a plain, straightforward narrative of my experiences. They are still going on. But if I continue them forever, I don't see how I am going to obtain better results than those which I have already secured. At the same time, I must admit that when I have taken my own Kodak to the studio and taken a photograph immediately before Mr. B had exposed his plate, I got no results. The same failure occurred with another photographer who took his own camera and his own plates and took a photograph immediately before and immediately after Mr. B had exposed his plate and secured no result. Mr. B's explanation of this is that he thinks he does in some way or other magnetize, as he terms it, the plate, and that there is some effluence from his hand which is as necessary for the development of the psychic figure as the developing liquid is for the development of an ordinary photograph. This explanation would no doubt be derided as, I presume, wiseacres would have derided the first photographs when they insisted upon the necessity of darkness while developing their plates. What I hold to be established is that in the presence of this particular individual, Mr. B, who at present is the only person known to me who is able to produce these photographs, it is possible to obtain under test conditions photographs that are unmistakably portraits of deceased persons, the said deceased persons being entirely unknown to him, and in some cases equally unknown to the sitter. Neither was any portrait of such person accessible either to the sitter or the photographer. Neither was either the sitter or the photographer conscious of the very existence of these persons, whose identity was subsequently recognized by their friends. I am willing to admit that there is no conceivable conditions in the way of marking plates and supervising the actions or the operations of the photographer are of the least use, in so much as an expert conjurer can easily deceive the eye of the unskilled observer. But what I do maintain is that it is impossible for the cleverest trick photographer and the ablest conjurer in the world to produce a photograph, at a moment's notice, of an unknown relative of an unknown sitter, this portrait to be unmistakably recognizable by all survivors who knew the original in life. This Mr. B has done again and again, and it seems to me that a great step has been made towards establishing the possibility of verifying by photography the reality of the existence of other intelligences than our own. The photographer alluded to in this article is Mr. Borsnell. He died shortly after it was written, and although farther experimented with others, he never obtained such convincing and satisfactory results. End of Photographing Invisible Beings, recorded by Erin Stone.
The Problem of the Crystal Gazer by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by brockprice. The Problem of the Crystal Gazer by Jacques Futrelle. With hideous, goggling eyes, the great god Bud sat cross-legged on a pedestal and stared stolidly into the semi-darkness. He saw, by the wavering light of a peacock lamp, which swooped down from the ceiling with wings outstretched, what might have been a nook in a palace of East India. Draperies hung here, there, everywhere. Richly embroidered divans sprawled about. Fierce tiger rugs glared up from the floor. Grotesque idols grinned mirthlessly in unexpected corners. Strange arms were grouped on the walls. Outside, the trolley cars clanged blatantly. The single human figure was a distinct contradiction of all else. It was that of a man in evening dress, smoking. He was 50, perhaps 60 years old, with the ruddy color of one who has lived a great deal out of doors. There was only a touch of gray in his abundant hair and mustache. His eyes were steady and clear and indolent. For a long time he sat. Then the draperies to his right parted, and a girl entered. She was a part of the picture of which the man was a contradiction. Her lustrous black hair flowed about her shoulders. Lambent mysteries lay in her eyes. Her dress was the dress of the East. For a moment she stood looking at the man, and then entered with light tread. "Varric Sahib," she said timidly, as if it were a greeting. "Do I intrude?" Her voice was softly guttural, with the accent of her native tongue. "Oh no, Jada, come in," said the man. She smiled frankly and sat down on a hassock near him. "My brother?" she asked. "He is in the cabinet." Varric had merely glanced at her, and then continued his thoughtful gaze into vacancy. From time to time she looked up at him shyly, with a touch of eagerness, but there was no answering interest in his manner. His thoughts were far away. "May I ask what brings you this time, Sahib?" she inquired at last. "A little deal in the market," responded Varric carelessly. "It seems to have puzzled Adham as much as it did me. He has been in the cabinet for half an hour." He stared on musingly as he smoked, then dropped his eyes to the slender, graceful figure of Jada. With knees clasped in her hands, she leaned back on the hassock, deeply thoughtful. Her head was tilted upward, and the flickering light fell full on her face. It crossed Varric's mind that she was pretty, and he was about to say so as he would have said it to any other woman, when the curtains behind them were thrown apart, and they both glanced around. Another man, an East Indian, entered. This man was Adhem Singh, the crystal gazer, in the ostentatious robes of a seer. He too was a part of the picture. There was an expression of apprehension mingled with some other impalpable quality on his strong face. "Well, Adhem?" inquired Varric. "I have seen strange things, Sahib," replied the seer solemnly. "The crystal tells me of danger." "Danger?" repeated Varric with a slight lifting of his brows. "Oh well, in that case I shall keep out of it. Not danger to your business, Sahib," the crystal gazer went on with troubled face, "but danger in another way." The girl, Jada, looked at him with quick, startled eyes and asked some question in her native tongue. He answered in the same language, and she rose suddenly with terror-stricken face to fling herself at Varric's feet, weeping. Varric seemed to understand too, and looked at the seer in apprehension. "Death!" he exclaimed. "What do you mean?" Adhem was silent for a moment and bowed his head respectfully before the steady, inquiring gaze of the white man. "Pardon, Sahib," he said at last. "I did not remember that you understood my language." "What is it?" insisted Varric abruptly. "Tell me." "I cannot, Sahib." "You must," declared the other. He had arisen commandingly. "You must." The crystal gazer crossed to him and stood for an instant with his hand on the white man's shoulder, and his eyes studying the fear he found in the white man's face. "The crystal, Sahib," he began. "It tells me that... No, brother," pleaded the girl. "Go on," Varric commanded. "It grieves me to say that which will pain one whom I love as I do you, Sahib," said the seer slowly. "Perhaps you had rather see for yourself." "Well, let me see then," said Varric. "Is it in the crystal?" "Yes, by the grace of the gods." "But I can't see anything there," Varric remembered. "I've tried scores of times." "I believe this will be different, Sahib," said Adhem quietly. "Can you stand a shock?" Varric shook himself a little impatiently. "Of course," he replied. "Yes. A very serious shock." Again there was an impatient twist of Varric's shoulders. "Yes, I can stand anything," he exclaimed shortly. "What is it? Let me see." He strode toward that point in the draperies whereat him had entered, while the girl, on her knees, sought with entreating hands to stop him. "No, no, no," she pleaded. "No." "Don't do that," Varric expostulated in annoyance, but gently he stooped and lifted her to her feet. "I am not a child or a fool." He threw aside the curtains. As they fell softly behind him, he heard a pitiful little cry of grief from Jada and set his teeth together, hard. He stood in the crystal cabinet. It was somewhat larger than an ordinary closet, and had been made impenetrable to the light by hangings of black velvet. For a while he stood still, so that his eyes might become accustomed to the utter blackness, and gradually the sinister, fascinating crystal ball appeared, faintly visible by its own mystic luminosity. It rested on a pedestal of black velvet. Varric was accustomed to his surroundings. He had been in the cabinet many times. Now he dropped down on a stool in front of the table whereon the crystal lay, and leaning forward on his arms, stared into its limpid depths. Unblinkingly for 1, 2, 3 minutes he sat there with his thoughts in a chaos. After a while there came a change in the ball. It seemed to glow with a growing light other than its own. Suddenly it darkened completely, and out of this utter darkness grew shadowy, vague forms to which he could give no name. Finally a veil seemed lifted, for the globe grew brighter, and he leaned forward, eagerly, fearfully. Another veil melted away, and a still brighter light illumined the ball. Now Varric was able to make out objects. Here was a table littered with books and papers, there a chair, yonder a shadowy mantle. And gradually the light grew until his tensely fixed eyes pained him, but he stared steadily on. Another quick brightness came, and the objects all became clear. He studied them incredulously for a few seconds, and then he recognized what he saw. It was a room, his study, miles away in his apartments. A sudden numb chilliness seized him, but he closed his teeth hard and gazed on. The outlines of the crystal were disappearing. Now they were gone, and he saw no more. A door opened, and a man entered the room into which he was looking. Varric gave a little gasp as he recognized the man. It was himself. He watched the man, himself, as he moved about the study aimlessly for a time, as if deeply troubled. Then as he dropped into a chair at the desk, Varric read clearly on the visioned face those emotions which he was suffering in person. As he looked, the man made some hopeless gesture with his hands, and leaned forward on the desk with his head on his arms. Varric shuddered. For a long time, it seemed, the man sat motionless. Then Varric became conscious of another figure, a man, in the room. This figure had come into the vision from his own viewpoint. His face was averted. Varric did not recognize the figure, but he saw something else and started in terror. A knife was in the hand of the unknown, and he was creeping stealthily toward the unconscious figure in the chair, himself, with the weapon raised. An inarticulate cry burst from Varric's colorless lips, a cry of warning as he saw the unknown creep on toward himself. He saw the figure that was himself move a little, and the unknown leaped. The upraised knife swept down and was buried to the handle. Again a cry, an unintelligible shriek burst from Varric's lips. His heart fluttered and perspiration poured from his face. With incoherent mutterings he sank forward, helplessly. How long he remained there he didn't know, but at last he compelled himself to look again. The crystal glittered coldly on its pedestal of velvet, but that hideous thing which had been there was gone. The thought came to him to bring it back, to see more, but repulsive fear, terror seized upon him. He rose and staggered out of the cabinet. His face was pallid, and his hands clasped and unclasped nervously. Jada was lying on a divan, sobbing. She leaped to her feet when he entered, and looking into his face, she knew. Again she buried her face in her hands and wept afresh. Had him stood with moody eyes fixed on the great god Bud. I saw. I understand, said Varric between his teeth, but I don't believe it. The crystal never lies, Sahib, said the seer sorrowfully. But it can't be that, Varric declared protestingly. Be careful, Sahib. Oh, be careful, urged the girl. Of course I shall be careful, said Varric shortly. Suddenly he turned to the crystal gazer, and there was a menace in his tone. Did such a thing ever appear to you before? Only once, Sahib. And did it come true? Adhem inclined his head, slowly. I may see you tomorrow, exclaimed Varric suddenly. This room is stifling. I must go out. With twitching hands he drew on a light coat over his evening dress, picked up his hat, and rushed out into the world of realities. The crystal gazer stood for a moment while Jada clung to his arm, tremblingly. It is as the gods will, he said sadly, at last. Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen, the thinking machine, received Howard Varric in the small reception room and invited him to a seat. Varric's face was ashen, there were dark lines under his eyes, and in them were the glitter of an ungovernable terror. Every move showed the nervousness which gripped him. The thinking machine squinted at him curiously, then dropped back into his big chair. For several minutes Varric said nothing. He seemed to be struggling to control himself. Suddenly he burst out, I'm going to die someday next week. Is there any way to prevent it? The thinking machine turned his great yellow head and looked at him in a manner which nearly indicated surprise. Of course, if you've made your mind up to do it, he said irritably. I don't see what can be done. There was a trace of irony in his voice, a coldness which brought Varric around a little. Just how is it going to happen? I shall be murdered, stabbed in the back, by a man whom I don't know, Varric rushed on desperately. Dear me, how unfortunate, commented the scientist. Tell me something about it. But here, he arose and went into his laboratory. After a moment he returned and handed a glass of some effervescent liquid to Varric, who gulped it down. Take a minute to pull yourself together, instructed the scientist. He resumed his seat and sat silent with his long, slender fingers pressed tip to tip. Gradually Varric recovered. It was a fierce fight for the mastery of emotion. Now, directed the thinking machine at last, tell me about it. Varric told just what had happened lucidly enough, and the thinking machine listened with polite interest. Once or twice he turned and looked at his visitor. Do you believe in any psychic force? Varric asked once. I don't disbelieve in anything until I have proven that it cannot be, was the answer. The god who hung a sun up there has done other things which we will never understand. There was a little pause, then, how did you meet this man, Adhem Singh? I have been interested for years in the psychic, the occult, the things we don't understand, Varric replied. I have a comfortable fortune, no occupation, no dependence, and made this a sort of hobby. I've studied it superficially all over the world. I met Adhem Singh in India 10 years ago, afterwards in England, where he went through Oxford with some financial assistance from me, and later here. 2 years ago he convinced me that there was something in crystal gazing. Call it telepathy, self-hypnotism, subconscious mental action, what you will. Since then the science, I can call it nothing else, has guided me in every important act of my life. Through Adhem Singh? Yes. And under a pledge of secrecy, I imagine. That is, secrecy as to the nature of his revelations. Yes. Any taint of insanity in your family? Varric wondered whether the question was in the nature of insolent reproof or was a request for information. He construed it as the latter. No, he answered. Never a touch of it. How often have you consulted Mr. Singh? Many times, there have been occasions when he would tell me nothing because he explained the crystal told him nothing. There have been other times when he advised me correctly. He has never given me bad advice, even in intricate stock operations. Therefore, I have been compelled to believe him in all things. You were never able to see anything yourself in the crystal until this vision of death last Tuesday night, you say? That was the first. How do you know the murder is to take place at any given time? That is, next week, as you say. That is the information Adham Singh gave to me, was the reply. He can read the visions. They mean more to him than... In other words, he makes it a profession? Interrupted the scientist. Yes. Go on. The horror of the thing impressed me so, both of us, that he has at my request twice invoked the vision since that night. He, like you, wanted to know when it would happen. There is a calendar by weeks in my study. That is, only 1 week is shown on it at a time. The last time the vision appeared, he noted this calendar. The week was that beginning next Sunday, the 21st of this month. The only conclusion we could reach was it would happen during that week. The thinking machine arose and paced back and forth across the room, deeply thoughtful. At last he stopped before his visitor. It's perfectly amazing, he commented emphatically. It approaches nearer to the unbelievable than anything I have ever heard of. Varick's response was a look that was almost grateful. You believe it impossible, then? He asked eagerly. Nothing is impossible, declared the other aggressively. Now, Mr. Varick, you are firmly convinced that what you saw was prophetic? That you will die in that manner, in that place? I can't believe anything else. I can't, was the response. And you have no idea of the identity of the murderer-to-be, if I may use that phrase? Not the slightest. The figure was wholly unfamiliar to me. And you know that the room you saw in the crystal was yours? I know that absolutely. Rugs, furniture, mantle, books, everything was mine. The thinking machine was again silent for a time. In that event, he said at last, the affair is perfectly simple. Will you place yourself in my hands and obey my directions implicitly? Yes, there was an eager, hopeful note in Varick's voice now. I am going to try to disarrange the affairs of fate a little bit, explained the scientist gravely. I don't know what will happen, but it will be interesting to try to throw the inevitable, the preordained, I might say, out of gear, won't it? With a quizzical, grim expression about his thin lips, the thinking machine went to the telephone in an adjoining room and called someone. Varick heard neither the name nor what was said, merely the mumble of the irritable voice. He glanced up as the scientist returned. Have you any servants? A valet, for instance? Asked the scientist. Yes, I have an aged servant, a valet, but he is now in France. I gave him a little vacation. I really don't need one now as I live in an apartment house, almost a hotel. I don't suppose you happen to have $3,000 or $4,000 in your pocket? No, not so much as that, was the puzzled reply. If it's your fee, I never accept fees, interrupted the scientist. I interest myself in affairs like these because I like them. They are good mental exercise. Please draw a check for, say, $4,000 to Hutchinson Hatch. Who is he? Asked Varick. There was no reply. The check was drawn and handed over without further comment. It was 15 or 20 minutes later that a cab pulled up in front of the house. Hutchinson Hatch, reporter, and another man whom he introduced as Philip Byrne were ushered in. As Hatch shook hands with Varick, the thinking machine compared them mentally. They were relatively of the same size, and he bobbed his head as if satisfied. Now, Mr. Hatch, he instructed, take this check and get it cashed immediately, then return here. Not a word to anybody. Hatch went out and Byrne discussed politics with Varric until he returned with the money. The thinking machine thrust the bills into Byrne's hand, and he counted it, afterwards stowing it away in a pocket. "Now, Mr. Varric, the keys to your apartment, please," asked the scientist. They were handed over, and he placed them in his pocket. Then he turned to Varric. "From this time on," he said, "your name is John Smith. You are going on a trip, beginning immediately with Mr. Byrne here. You are not to send a letter, a postal, a telegram, or a package to anyone. You are to buy nothing. You are to write no checks. You are not to speak to or recognize anyone. You are not to telephone or attempt in any manner to communicate with anyone, not even me. You are to obey Mr. Byrne in everything he says." Varric's eyes had grown wider and wider as he listened. "But my affairs, my business," he protested. "It is a matter of your life or death," said the thinking machine shortly. For a moment Varric wavered a little. He felt that he was being treated like a child. "As you say," he said finally. "Now, Mr. Byrne," continued the scientist, "you heard those instructions. It is your duty to enforce them. You must lose this man and yourself. Take him away somewhere to another place. There is enough money there for ordinary purposes. When you learn that there has been an arrest in connection with a certain threat against Mr. Varric, come back to Boston, to me, and bring him. That's all." Mr. Byrne arose with a businesslike air. "Come on, Mr. Smith," he commanded. Varric followed him out of the room. Here was a table littered with books and papers. There a chair. Yonder a shadowy mantle. A door opened, and a man entered the room, moved about the study aimlessly for a time as if deeply troubled, then dropped into a chair at the desk, made some hopeless gesture with his hands, and leaned forward on the desk with his head on his arms. Another figure in the room, knife in his hand, creeping stealthily toward the unconscious figure in the chair with the knife raised. The unknown crept on. There was a blinding flash, a gush of flame and smoke, a sharp click, and through the fog came the unexcited voice of Hutchinson Hatch, reporter. "Stay right where you are, please." "That ought to be a good picture," said the thinking machine. The smoke cleared, and he saw Adhem Singh standing, watching with deep concern, a revolver in the hand of Hatch, who had suddenly arisen from the desk in Varric's room. The thinking machine rubbed his hands briskly. "Ah, I thought it was you," he said to the crystal gazer. "Put down the knife, please. That's right. It seems a little bold to have interfered with what was to be like this. But you wanted too much detail, Mr. Singh. You might have murdered your friend if you hadn't gone into so much trivial theatrics." "I suppose I am a prisoner?" asked the crystal gazer. "You are," the thinking machine assured him cheerfully. "You are charged with the attempted murder of Mr. Varric. Your wife will be a prisoner in another half hour, with all those who were with you in the conspiracy." He turned to Hatch, who was smiling broadly. The reporter was thinking of that wonderful flashlight photograph in the camera that the thinking machine held, the only photograph in the world, so far as he knew, of a man in the act of attempting an assassination. "Now, Mr. Hatch," the scientist went on, "I will phone to Detective Mallory to come here and get this gentleman, and also to send men and arrest every person to be found in Mr. Singh's home. If this man tries to run, shoot." The scientist went out, and Hatch devoted his attention to his sullen prisoner. He asked half a dozen questions, and receiving no answers, he gave it up as hopeless. After a while, Detective Mallory appeared in his usual state of restrained astonishment, and the crystal gazer was led away. Then Hatch and the thinking machine went to the Adhem Singh house. The police had preceded them and gone away with 4 prisoners, among them the girl Jada. They obtained an entrance through the courtesy of a policeman left in charge and sought out the crystal cabinet. Together they bowed over the glittering globe as Hatch held a match. "But I still don't see how it was done," said the reporter after they had looked at the crystal. The thinking machine lifted the ball and replaced it on its pedestal half a dozen times, apparently trying to locate a slight click. Then he fumbled all around the table, above and below. At his suggestion, Hatch lifted the ball very slowly, while the scientist slid his slender fingers beneath it. "Ah," he exclaimed at last. "I thought so. It's clever, Mr. Hatch. Clever. Just stand here a few minutes in the dark, and I'll see if I can operate it for you." He disappeared, and Hatch stood staring at the crystal until he was developing a severe case of the creeps himself. Just then a light flashed in the crystal, which had been only dimly visible, and he found himself looking into the room in Howard Varick's apartments, miles away. As he looked, startled, he saw the thinking machine appear in the crystal and wave his arms. The creepiness passed instantly in the face of this obvious attempt to attract his attention. It was later that afternoon that the thinking machine turned the light of his analytical genius on the problem for the benefit of Hatch and Detective Mallory. "Charlatanism is a luxury which costs the peoples of the world incredible sums," he began. "It had its beginnings, of course, in the Dark Ages, when a man's mind grasped at some tangible evidence of an infinite power, and through its very eagerness was easily satisfied. Then quacks began to prey upon man, and do to this day under many guises and under many names. This condition will continue until enlightenment has become so general that the man will realize the absurdity of such a thing as nature, or the other world's forces, going out of its way to tell him whether a certain stock will go up or down. A sense of humor ought to convince him that disembodied spirits do not come back and rap on tables in answer to asinine questions. These things are merely prostitutions of the divine revelations." Hatch smiled a little at the lecture platform tone, and Detective Mallory chewed his cigar uncomfortably. He was there to find out something about crime. This thing was over his head. "This is merely preliminary," the thinking machine went on after a moment. "Now, as to this crystal gazing affair, a little reason, a little logic. When Mr. Varick came to me, I saw he was an intelligent man who had devoted years to a study of the so-called occult. Being intelligent, he was not easily hoodwinked, yet he had been hoodwinked for years. Therefore, I could see that the man who did it must be far beyond the blundering fool usually found in these affairs. Now, Mr. Varick personally had never seen anything in any crystal. Remember that, until the vision of death. When I knew this, I knew that vision was stamped as quackery. The mere fact of him seeing it proved that, but the quackery was so circumstantial that he was convinced. Thus, we have quackery. Why? For a fee? I can imagine successful guesses on the stock market bringing fees to Adhem Singh, but the vision of a man's death is not the way to his pocketbook. If not for a fee, then what? A deeper motive was instantly apparent. Mr. Varick was wealthy. He had known Singh and had been friendly with him for years, had supplied him with funds to go through Oxford, and he had no family or dependents. Therefore, it seemed probable that a will, or perhaps in another way, Singh would benefit by Mr. Varick's death. There was a motive for the vision, which might have been at first an effort to scare him to death, because he had a bad heart. I saw all these things when Mr. Varick talked to me first, several days after he saw the vision, but did not suggest them to him. Had I done so, he would not have believed so sordid a thing, for he believed in Singh, and would probably have gone his way to be murdered or to die of fright as Singh intended. Knowing these things, there was only the labor of trapping a clever man. Now the Hindu mind works in strange channels. It loves the mystic, the theatric, and I imagined that having gone so far, Singh would attempt to bring the vision to a reality. He presumed, of course, that Mr. Varick would keep the matter to himself. The question of saving Varick's life was trifling. If he was to die at a given time, in a given room, the thing to do was to place him beyond possible reach of that room at that time. I phoned to you, Mr. Hatch, and asked you to bring me a private detective who would obey orders, and you brought Mr. Byrne. You heard my instructions to him. It was necessary to hide Mr. Varick's identity, and my elaborate directions were to prevent anyone getting the slightest clue as to him having gone, or as to where he was. I don't know where he is now. Immediately, Mr. Varick was off my hands. I had Martha, my housekeeper, write a note to Singh explaining that Mr. Varick was ill and confined to his room, and for the present was unable to see anyone. In this note, a date was specified when he would call on Singh. Martha wrote, of course, as a trained nurse who was in attendance merely in daytime. All these points were made perfectly clear to Singh. That done, it was only a matter of patience. Mr. Hatch and I went to Mr. Varick's apartments each night. I had Martha there in daytime to answer questions, and waited in hiding. Mr. Hatch is about Varick's size, and a wig helped us along. What happened then, you know. I may add that when Mr. Varick told me the story, I commented on it as being almost unbelievable. He understood, as I meant he should, that I referred to the vision. I really meant that the elaborate scheme which Singh had evolved was unbelievable. He might have killed him just as well with a drop of poison, or something equally pleasant. The thinking machine stopped as if that were all. But the crystal, asked Hatch. How did that work? How was it I saw you? That was a little ingenious and rather expensive, said the thinking machine. So expensive that Singh must have expected to get a large sum from success. I can best describe the manufacture of the vision as a variation of the principle of the camera obscura. It was done with lenses of various sorts and a multitude of mirrors, and required the assistance of 2 other men, those who were taken from Singh's house with Jada. First, the room in Mr. Varick's apartments was duplicated in the basement of Singh's house, even to rugs, books, and wall decorations. There, 2 men rehearsed the murder scene that Mr. Varick saw. They were disguised, of course. You have looked through the wrong end of a telescope, of course? Well, the original reduction of the murder scene to a size where all of it would appear in a small mirror was accomplished that way. From this small mirror there ran pipes with a series of mirrors and lenses through the house, carrying the reflection of what was happening below, so vaguely, though, that features were barely distinguishable. This pipe ran up inside one of the legs of the table on which the crystal rested, and then, by reflection, to the pedestal. You, Mr. Hatch, saw me lift that crystal several times, and each time you might have noticed the click. I was trying to find then how the reflection reached it. When you lifted it slowly and I put my fingers under it, I knew. There was a small trap in the pedestal, covered with velvet. This closed automatically and presented a solid surface when the crystal was lifted, and opened when the crystal was replaced. Thus, the reflection reached the crystal, which reversed it the last time, and made it appear right side up to the watcher. The apparent growth of the light in the crystal was caused below. Someone simply removed several sheets of gauze, one at a time, from in front of the first lens. Well, exclaimed Detective Mallory, that's the most elaborate affair I ever heard of. Quite right, commented the scientist. But we don't know how many victims Singh had. Of course, any vision was possible with the change of scene in the basement. I imagine it was a profitable investment because there are many fools in this world. What did the girl have to do with it? Asked Hatch. That I don't know, replied the scientist. She was pretty. Perhaps she was used as a sort of bait to attract a certain class of men. She was really Singh's wife, I imagine, not his sister. She was a prominent figure in the mummery with Varick, of course. With her aid, Singh was able to lend great effectiveness to the general scheme. A couple of days later, Howard Varick returned to the city in tow of Philip Byrne. The thinking machine asked Mr. Varick only one question of consequence. "How much money did you intend to leave Singh?" "About $250,000, was the reply. It was to be used under his direction in furthering an investigation into the psychic. He and I had planned just how it was to be spent. Personally, Mr. Varick is no longer interested in the occult." End of The Problem of the Crystal Gazer by Jacques Futrelle. The Problem of the Hidden Million by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by brockprice. The Problem of the Hidden Million by Jacques Futrelle. The gray hand of death had already left its ashen mark upon the wrinkled, venomous face of the old man who lay huddled up in bed. Save for the feverishly brilliant eyes, cunning, vindictive, hateful, there seemed to be no spark of life in the aged form. The withered lips were mute, and the thin, yellow, claw-like hands lay helplessly outstretched on the white sheets. All physical power was gone. Only the brain remained doggedly alive. 2 men and 2 women stood beside the deathbed. Upon each in turn the glittering eyes rested with the merciless, unreasoning hatred of age. Crouched on the floor was a huge St. Bernard dog, and on a perch across the room was a parrot which screeched abominably. The gloom of the wretched little room was suddenly relieved by a ruddy sunbeam which shot athwart the bed and lighted the scene fantastically. The old man noted it, and his lips curled into a hideous smile. "That's the last sun I'll ever see," he piped feebly. "I'm dying. Dying. Do you hear? And you're all glad of it. Every one of you. Yes, you are. You are glad of it because you want my money. You came here to make me believe you were paying a last tribute of respect to your old grandfather. But that isn't it. It's the money you want. The money. But I've got a surprise for you. You'll never get the money. It's hidden safely. You'll never get it. You all hate me. You have hated me for years. And after the sun dies, you'll all hate me worse. But not more than I hate you. You'll all hate me worse then, because I'll be gone, and you'll never know where the money is hidden. It will lie there safely where I put it, rotting and crumbling away, but you shall never warm your fingers with it. It's hidden, hidden, hidden." There was a rasping in the shrunken throat, a deeply drawn breath. Then the figure stiffened, and a distorted soul passed out upon the eternal way. Martha held a card within the blinding light of the reflector, and Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen, with his hands immersed to the elbows in some chemical mess, squinted at it. "Dr. Walter Ballard," he read. "Show him in." After a moment, Dr. Ballard entered. The scientist was still absorbed in his labors, but paused long enough to jerk his head toward a chair. Dr. Ballard accepted this as an invitation and sat down, staring curiously at the singular, childlike figure of the eminent man of science, at the mop of tangled straw-yellow hair, the enormous brow, and the peering blue eyes. "Well?" demanded the scientist abruptly. "I beg your pardon," began Dr. Ballard with a little start. "Your name was mentioned to me some time ago by a newspaper reporter, Hutchinson Hatch, whom I chanced to meet in his professional capacity. He suggested then that I come and see you, but I thought it useless. Now the affair in which we were both interested at that time seems hopelessly beyond solution. so I came to you for aid. We want to find $1 million in gold and United States bonds, which were hidden by my grandfather, John Walter Ballard, some time before his death just a month ago. The circumstances are altogether out of the ordinary." The thinking machine abandoned his labors and dried his hands carefully, after which he took a seat facing Dr. Ballard. "Tell me about it," he commanded. "Well," began Dr. Ballard reminiscently as he settled back in his chair, "the old man, my grandfather, died, as I said, a month ago. He was nearly 86, and the last 5 or 6 years of his life he spent as a recluse in a little hut 20 miles from the city, a place some distance from any other house. He had a spot of ground there, half an acre or so, and lived like a pauper, despite the fact that he was worth at least $1 million. Previous to the time he went there to live, there had been an estrangement with my family, his sole heirs. My family consists of myself, wife, son, and daughter. My grandfather lived in the house with me for 10 years before he went out to this hut, and why he left us then is not clear to any member of my family, unless—" and he shrugged his shoulders. "He was mentally unbalanced. Anyway, he went. He would neither come to see us, nor would he permit us to go see him. As far as we know, he owned no real property of any sort, except this miserable little place, worth altogether, furnishing and all, not more than $1,000 or $1,200. Well, about a month ago, someone stopped at the hut for something and found he was ill. I was notified, and with my wife, son, and daughter went to see what we could do. He took occasion on his deathbed to heap vituperation upon us, and incidentally to state that something like $1 million was left behind, but hidden. For the sake of my son and daughter, I undertook to recover this money. I consulted attorneys, private detectives, and in fact exhausted every possible method. I ascertained, beyond question, that the money was not in a bank anywhere, and hardly think he would have left it there, because, of course, if he had, even with a will disinheriting us, the law would have turned it over to us. He had no safe deposit vault, as far as 1 month's close search revealed, and the money was not hidden in the house or grounds. He stated on his deathbed that it was in bonds and gold, and that we should never find it. He was just vindictive enough not to destroy it, but to leave it somewhere, believing we should never find it. Where did he hide it?" The thinking machine sat silent for several minutes, with his enormous yellow head tilted back, and slender fingers pressed together. "The house and the grounds were searched?" he asked. "The house was searched from cellar to garret," was the reply. "Workmen, under my directions, practically wrecked the building. Floors, ceilings, walls, chimney, stairs, everything. Little cubby holes in the roof, the foundation of the chimney, the pillars, even the flagstones leading from the gate to the door. Everything was examined. The joists were sounded to see if they were solid, and a dozen of them were cut through. The posts on the veranda were cut to pieces, and every stick of furniture was dissected. Mattresses, beds, chairs, tables, bureaus, all of it. Outside in the grounds the search was just as thorough. Not 1 square inch but what was overturned. We dug it all up to a depth of 10 feet. Still nothing." "Of course," said the scientist at last, "the search of the house and grounds was useless. The old man was shrewd enough to know that they would be searched. Also, it would appear that the search of banks and safety deposit vaults was equally useless. He was shrewd enough to foresee that, too. We shall, for the present, assume that he did not destroy the money or give it away. So, it is hidden. If the brain of man is clever enough to conceal a thing, the brain of man is clever enough to find it. It's a little problem in subtraction, Dr. Ballard." He was silent for a moment. "Who was your grandfather's attending physician?" I was present at his death. Nothing could be done. It was merely the collapse consequent upon old age. I issued the burial certificate. Were any special directions left as to the place or manner of burial? No. Have all his papers been examined for a clue as to the possible hiding place? Everything. There were no papers to amount to anything. Have you those papers now? Dr. Ballard silently produced a packet and handed it to the scientist. I shall examine these at my leisure, said the thinking machine. It may be a day or so before I communicate with you. Dr. Ballard went his way. For a dozen hours the thinking machine sat with the papers spread out before him, and the keen, squinting blue eyes dissected them, every paragraph, every sentence, every word. At the end he arose and bundled up the papers impatiently. Dear me, he exclaimed irritably. There's no cipher, that's certain. Then what? Devastating hands had wrought the wreck of the little hut where the old man died. Standing in the midst of its litter, the thinking machine regarded it closely and dispassionately for a long time. The work of destruction had been well done. Can you suggest anything? Asked Dr. Ballard impatiently. One mind may read another mind, said the thinking machine, when there is some external thing upon which there can come concentration as a unit. In other words, when we have a given number, the logical brain can construct either backward or forward. There are so many thousands of ways in which your grandfather could have disposed of this money that the task becomes tremendous in view of the fact that we have no starting point. It is a case for patience rather than any other quality. Therefore, for greater speed, we must proceed psychologically. The question then becomes not one of where the money is hidden, but one of where that sort of man would hide it. Now, what sort of man was your grandfather? The scientist continued. He was crabbed, eccentric, and possibly not mentally sound. The cunning of a diseased brain is greater than the cunning of a normal one. He boasted to you that the money was in existence, and his last words were intended to arouse your curiosity, to hang over you all the rest of your life and torment you. You can imagine the vindictive, petty brain like that putting a thing safely beyond your reach, but just beyond it, near enough to tantalize, and yet far enough to remain undiscovered. This seems to me to be the mental attitude in this case. Your grandfather knew that you would do just what you have done here, that is, search the house and lot. He knew, too, that you would search banks and safety deposit vaults, and with $1 million at stake, he knew it would be done thoroughly. Knowing this, naturally he would not put the money in any of those places. Then what? He doesn't own any other property, as far as we know, and we shall assume that he did not buy property in the name of some other person's. Therefore, what have we left? Obviously, if the money is still in existence, it is hidden on somebody else's property. And the minute we say that, we have the whole wide world to search. But again, doesn't the deviltry and maliciousness of the old man narrow that down? Wouldn't he have liked to remember as a dying thought that the money was always just within your reach, and yet safely beyond it? Wouldn't it have been a keener revenge to have you dig over the whole place while the money was hidden just 6 feet outside in a spot where you would never dig? It might be 60 or 600 or 6,000, but then we have the law of probability to narrow those limits. So, Professor Von Dusen turned suddenly and strolled across the uneven ground to the property line. Walking slowly and scrutinizing the ground as he went, he circled the lot, returning to the starting point. Dr. Ballard had followed along behind him. Are all your grandfather's belongings still in the house? Asked the scientist. Yes, everything just as he left it. That is, except his dog and a parrot. They are temporarily in charge of a widow down the road here. The scientist looked at Dr. Ballard quickly. "What sort of dog is it?" he inquired. "A St. Bernard, I think," replied Dr. Ballard wonderingly. "Do you happen to have a glove or something that you know your grandfather wore?" "I have a glove, yes." From the debris which littered the floor of the house, a well-worn glove was recovered. "Now the dog, please," commanded the scientist. A short walk along the country road brought them to a house, and here they stopped. The St. Bernard, a shaggy, handsome, boisterous old chap with wise eyes, was led out on leash. The thinking machine thrust the glove forward, and the dog sniffed at it. After a moment he sank down on his haunches, and with his head thrust forward and upward, whined softly. It was the call of the brute soul to its master. The thinking machine patted the heavy-coated head, and with the glove still in his hand made as if to go away. Again came the whine, but the dog sank down on the floor with his head between his forepaws, regarding him intently. For 10 minutes the scientist sought to coax the animal to follow him, but still he lay motionless. "I don't mind keeping that dog here, but that parrot is powerful noisy," said the woman after a moment. She had been standing by watching the scientist curiously. "There ain't no peace in this house." "Noisy? How?" asked Dr. Ballard. "He swears, and sings and whistles and does arithmetic all day long," the woman explained. "It nearly drives me distracted." "Does arithmetic?" inquired the thinking machine. "Yes," replied the woman, "and he swears. Just terrible. It's almost like having a man about the house. There he goes now." From another room came a sudden, squawking burst of profanity, followed instantly by a whistle, which caused the dog on the floor to prick up his ears. "Does the parrot talk well?" asked the scientist. "Just like a human being," replied the woman, "and just about as sensible as some I've seen. I don't mind his whistling, if only he wouldn't swear so, and do all his figuring out loud." For a minute or more the scientist stood staring down at the dog in deep thought. Gradually there came some subtle change in his expression. Dr. Ballard was watching him closely. "I think perhaps it would be a good idea for me to keep the parrot for a few days," suggested the scientist finally. He turned to the woman. "Just what sort of arithmetic does the bird do?" "All kinds," she answered promptly. "He does all the multiplication table, but he ain't very good in subtraction." "I shouldn't be surprised," commented the thinking machine. "I'll take the bird for a few days, doctor, if you don't mind." And so it came to pass that when the thinking machine returned to his apartments, he was accompanied by as noisy and vociferous a companion as one would care to have. Martha, the aged servant, viewed him with horror as he entered. "That professor do be getting old," she muttered. "I suppose there'll be a cat next." 2 days later, Dr. Ballard was called to the telephone. The thinking machine was at the other end of the wire. "Take 2 men whom you can trust and go down to your grandfather's place," instructed the scientist curtly. "Take picks, shovels, a compass, and a long tape line. Stand on the front steps facing east. To your right will be an apple tree some distance off that lot on the adjoining property. Go to that apple tree. A boulder is at its foot. Measure from the edge of that stone 26 feet due north by the compass, and from that point 14 feet due west. You will find your money there. Then please have someone come and take this bird away. If you don't, I'll wring its neck. It's the most blasphemous creature I ever heard. Goodbye." Dr. Ballard slipped the catch on the suitcase and turned it upside down on the laboratory table. It was packed, literally packed, with United States bonds. The thinking machine fingered them idly. "And there is this, too," said Dr. Ballard. He lifted a stout sack from the floor, cut the string, and spilled out its contents beside the bonds. It was gold. Thousands and thousands of dollars. Dr. Ballard was frankly excited about it. The thinking machine accepted it as he accepted all material things. "How much is there of it?" he asked quietly. "I don't know," replied Dr. Ballard. "And how did you find it?" "As you directed, 26 feet north from the boulder and 14 feet west from that point." "I knew that, of course," snapped the thinking machine. "But how was it hidden?" "It's rather peculiar," explained Dr. Ballard. 14 feet brought the man who had measured it to the edge of an old, dried-up well, 12 or 15 feet deep. Not expecting any such thing, he tumbled into it. In his efforts to get out, he stepped upon a stone which protruded from one side. That fell out and revealed the wooden box, which contained all this. "In other words," said the scientist, "the money was hidden in such a manner that it would in time have come to be buried 12 or 15 feet below the surface, because the well, being dry, would ultimately, of course, have been filled in." Dr. Ballard had been listening only hazily. His hands had been plowing in and out of the heap of gold. The thinking machine regarded him with something like contempt about his thin-lipped mouth. "How did you ever do it?" asked Dr. Ballard at last. "I am surprised that you want to know," remarked the thinking machine cuttingly. "You know how I reached the conclusion that the money was not hidden either in the house or lot. The plain logic of the thing told me that, even before the search you made had demonstrated it. You saw how logic narrowed down the search, and you saw my experiment with the dog. That was purely an experiment. I wanted to see the instinct of the animal. Would it lead him anywhere? Perhaps to the spot where the money had been hidden. It did not. But the parrot, that was another matter. It just happens that once before I had an interesting experience with a bird, a cockatoo, which figured in a sleepwalking case, and naturally was interested in this bird. Now, what were the circumstances in this case? Here was a bird that talked exceptionally well, yet that bird had been living for 5 years alone with an old man. It is a fact that no matter how well a parrot may talk, it will forget in the course of time, unless there is someone around it who talks. This old man was the only person near this bird. Therefore, from the fact that the bird talks, we know that the old man talked. From the fact that the bird repeated the multiplication table, we know that the old man repeated it. From the fact that the bird whistles, we know that the old man whistled, perhaps to the dog. And in the course of 5 years, under these circumstances, a bird would have come to that point where it would repeat only the words or sounds that the old man used. All this shows, too, that the old man talked to himself. Most people who live alone a great deal do that. Then came a question as to whether at any time the old man had ever repeated the secret of the hiding place within the hearing of the bird. Not once, but many times, because it takes a parrot a long time to learn phrases. When we know the vindictiveness which lay behind the old man's actions in hiding the money, when we know how the thing preyed on his mind, coupled with the fact that he talked to himself and was not wholly sound mentally, we can imagine him doddering about the place, alone, repeating the very thing of which he made so great a secret. Thus, the bird learned it, but learned it disjointedly, not connectedly. So when I brought the parrot here, my idea was to know by personal observation what the bird said that didn't connect, that is, that had no obvious meaning. I hoped to get a clue which would result, just as the clue I did get did result. The bird's trick of repeating the multiplication table means nothing except it shows the strange workings of an unbalanced mind. And yet, There is one exception to this. In a disjointed sort of way, the bird knows all the multiplication tables to 10, except one. For instance, listen. The thinking machine crept stealthily to a door and opened it softly a few inches. From somewhere out there came the screeching of the parrot. For several minutes they listened in silence. There was a flood of profanity, a shrill whistle or two. Then the squawking voice ran off into a monotone. 6 times 1 are 6. 6 times 2 are 12. 6 times 3 are 18. 6 times 4 are 24. And add 2. That's it, explained the scientist as he closed the door. 6 times 4 are 24. And add 2. That's the one table the bird doesn't know. The thing is incoherent, except as applied to a peculiar method of remembering a number. That number is 26. On one occasion I heard the bird repeat 12 times, 26 feet to the polar star. That could mean nothing except the direction of the 26 feet, due north. One of the first things I noticed the bird saying was something about 14 feet to the setting sun, or due west. When set down with the 26, I could readily see that I had something to go on. But where was the starting point? Again, logic. There was no tree or stone inside the lot except the apple tree which your workmen cut down, and that was more than 26 feet from the boundary of the lot in all directions. There was one tree in the adjoining lot, an apple tree with a boulder at its foot. I knew that by observation, and there was no other tree, I knew also, within several hundred feet. Therefore, that tree, or boulder rather, as a starting point, not the tree so much as the boulder, because the tree might be cut down, or would in time decay. The chances are the stone would have been allowed to remain there indefinitely. Naturally, your grandfather would measure from a prominent point, the boulder. That is all. I gave you the figures. You know the rest. For a minute or more, Dr. Ballard stared at him, blankly. How was it you knew, he asked, that the direction should have been first 26 feet north, then 14 feet west, instead of first 14 west and then 26 feet north? I didn't know, replied the thinking machine. If you had failed to find the money by those directions, I should merely have reversed the order. Half an hour later, Dr. Ballard went away, carrying the money and a parrot in its cage. The bird cursed the thinking machine roundly as Dr. Ballard went down the steps. End of The Problem of the Hidden Million by Jacques Futrelle. The Problem of the Stolen Banknotes by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Problem of the Stolen Banknotes by Jacques Futrelle. There was no mystery whatever about the identity of the man who, alone and unaided, robbed the 13th National Bank of $109,437 in cash and $1.29 in postage stamps. It was Mort Dolan, an expert safecracker, albeit a young one, and he had made a clean sweep. Nor yet was there any mystery as to his whereabouts. He was safely in a cell at police headquarters, having been captured within less than 12 hours after the robbery was discovered. Dolan had offered no resistance to the officers when he was cornered, and had attempted no denial when questioned by Detective Mallory. He knew he had been caught fairly and squarely, and no argument was possible, so he confessed, with a glow of pride at a job well done. It was 4 or 5 days after his arrest that the matter came to the attention of the thinking machine. Then the problem was, but perhaps it were better to begin at the beginning. Despite the fact that he was considerably less than 30 years old, Mort Dolan was a man for whom the police had a wholesome respect. He had a record, for he had started early. This robbery of the 13th National was his big job, and was to have been his last. With the proceeds, he intended to take his wife and quietly disappear beneath a full beard and an alias in some place far removed from former haunts. But the mutability of human events is a matter of proverb. While the robbery as a robbery was a thoroughly artistic piece of work, and in full accordance with plans which had been worked out to the minutest details months before, he had made one mistake. This was leaving behind him in the bank the can in which the nitroglycerin had been bought. Through this carelessness, he had been traced. Dolan and his wife occupied 3 poor rooms in a poor tenement house. From the moment the police got a description of the person who bought the explosive, they were confident, for they knew their man. Therefore, 4 clever men were on watch about the poor tenement. Neither Dolan nor his wife was there then, but from the condition of things in the rooms, the police believed that they intended to return, so took up positions to watch. Unsuspecting enough, for his one mistake in the robbery had not recurred to him, Dolan came along just about dusk and started up the 5 steps to the front door of the tenement. It just happened that he glanced back and saw a head drawn suddenly behind a projecting stoop, but the electric light glared strongly there, and Dolan recognized Detective Downey, one of many men who revolved around Detective Mallory within a limited orbit. Dolan paused on the stoop a moment and rolled a cigarette while he thought it over. Perhaps instead of entering, it would be best to stroll on down the street, turn a corner, and make a dash for it. But just at that moment he spied another head in the direction of contemplated flight. That was Detective Blanton. Deeply thoughtful, Dolan smoked half the cigarette and stared blankly in front of him. He knew of a back door opening on an alley. Perhaps the detectives had not thought to guard that. He tossed his cigarette away, entered the house with affected unconcern, and closed the door. Running lightly through the long, unclean hall which extended the full length of the building, he flung open the back door. He turned back instantly. Just outside he had seen and recognized Detective Cunningham. Then he had an inspiration. The roof. The building was 4 stories. He ran up the 4 flights lightly but rapidly, and was halfway up the short flight which led to the opening in the roof when he stopped. From above he caught the whiff of a bad cigar, then the measured tread of heavy boots. Another detective. With a sickening depression at his heart, Dolan came softly down the stairs again, opened the door of his flat with a latchkey, and entered. Then and there he sat down to figure it all out. There seemed no escape for him. Every way out was blocked, and it was only a question of time before they would close in on him. He imagined now they were only waiting for his wife's return. He could fight for his freedom, of course, even kill one, perhaps 2 of the detectives who were waiting for him. But that would only mean his own death. If he tried to run for it past either of the detectives, he would get a shot in the back. And besides, murder was repugnant to Dolan's artistic soul. It didn't do any good. But could he warn Isabel, his wife? He feared she would walk into the trap as he had done, and she had no connection of any sort with the affair. Then from a fear that his wife would return, there swiftly came a fear that she would not. He suddenly remembered that it was necessary for him to see her. The police could not connect her with the robbery in any way. They could only hold her for a time, and then would be compelled to free her, for her innocence of this particular crime was beyond question. And if he were taken before she returned, she would be left penniless, and that was a thing which Dolan dreaded to contemplate. There was a spark of human tenderness in his heart, and in prison it would be comforting to know that she was well cared for. If she would only come now, he would tell her where the money. For 10 minutes Dolan considered the question in all possible lights. A letter telling her where the money was? No, it would inevitably fall into the hands of the police. A cipher? She would never get it. How? Every moment he expected a clamor at the door which would mean that the police had come for him. They knew he was cornered. Whatever he did must be done quickly. Dolan took a long breath and started to roll another cigarette. With the white paper held in his left hand and tobacco bag raised in the other, he had an inspiration. For a little more than an hour after that, he was left alone. Finally, his quick ear caught the shuffle of stealthy feet in the hall. Then came an imperative rap on the door. The police had evidently feared to wait longer. Dolan was leaning over a sewing machine when the summons came. Instinctively, his hand closed on his revolver. Then he tossed it aside and walked to the door. "Well?" he demanded. "Let us in, Dolan," came the reply. "That you, Downey?" Dolan inquired. "Yes. Now don't make any mistakes, Mort. There are 3 of us here, and Cunningham is in the alley watching your windows. There's no way out." For one instant, only an instant, Dolan hesitated. It was not that he was repentant. It was not that he feared prison. It was regret at being caught. He had planned it all so differently, and the little woman would be heartbroken. Finally, with a quick backward glance at the sewing machine, he opened the door. 3 revolvers were thrust into his face with a unanimity that spoke well for the police opinion of the man. Dolan promptly raised his hands over his head. "Oh, put down your guns," he expostulated. "I'm not crazy. My gun is over on the couch there." Detective Downey, by a personal search, corroborated this statement. Then the revolvers were lowered. "The chief wants you," he said. "It's about that 13th National Bank robbery." "All right," said Dolan calmly, and he held out his hands for the steel nippers. "Now, Mort," said Downey ingratiatingly, "you can save us a lot of trouble by telling us where the money is." "Doubtless I could," was the ambiguous response. Detective Downey looked at him and understood. Cunningham was called in from the alley. He and Downey remained in the apartment, and the other 2 men led Dolan away. In the natural course of events, the prisoner appeared before Detective Mallory at police headquarters. They were well acquainted, professionally. Dolan told everything frankly, from the inception of the plan to the actual completion of the crime. The detective sat with his feet on his desk, listening. At the end, he leaned forward toward the prisoner. "And where is the money?" he asked. Dolan paused long enough to roll a cigarette. "That's my business," he responded, pleasantly. "You might just as well tell us," insisted Detective Mallory. "We will find it, of course, and it will save us trouble." "I'll just bet you a hat you don't find it," replied Dolan, and there was a glitter of triumph in his eyes. "On the level, between man and man, now I will bet you a hat that you never find that money." "You're on," replied Detective Mallory. He looked keenly at his prisoner, and his prisoner stared back without a quiver. "Did your wife get away with it?" From the question, Dolan surmised that she had not been arrested. "No," he answered. "Is it in your flat?" "Downey and Cunningham are searching now," was the rejoinder. "They will report what they find." There was silence for several minutes as the 2 men, officer and prisoner, stared at each other. When a thief takes refuge in a refusal to answer questions, he becomes a difficult subject to handle. There was the 3rd degree, of course, but Dolan was the kind of man who would only laugh at that, the kind of man for whom anything less than physical torture could not bring a statement if he didn't choose to make it. Detective Mallory was perfectly aware of this dogged trait in his character. "It's this way, Chief," explained Dolan at last. "I robbed the bank. I got the money, and it's now where you will never find it. I did it by myself, and am willing to take my medicine. Nobody helped me. My wife, I know your men waited for her before they took me. My wife knows nothing on earth about it. She had no connection with the thing at all, and she can prove it. That's all I'm going to say. You might just as well make up your mind to it." Detective Mallory's eyes snapped. "You will tell where that money is," he blustered, or I'll see that you get 20 years is the absolute limit," interrupted Dolan quietly. "I expect to get 20 years. That's the worst you can do for me." The detective stared at him hard. And besides, Dolan went on, I won't be lonesome when I get where you're going to send me. I've got lots of friends there. Been there before. One of the jailers is the best pinochle player I ever met. Like most men who find themselves balked at the outset, Detective Mallory sought to appease his indignation by heaping invective upon the prisoner, by threats, by promises, by wheedling, by bluster. It was all the same. Dolan remained silent. Finally, he was led away and locked up. A few minutes later, Downey and Cunningham appeared. One glance told their chief that they could not enlighten him as to the whereabouts of the stolen money. "Do you have any idea where it is?" he demanded. "No, but I have a very definite idea where it isn't," replied Downey grimly. "It isn't in that flat. There's not one square inch of it that we didn't go over. Not one object there that we didn't tear to pieces looking. It simply isn't there. He hid it somewhere before we got him." "Well, take all the men you want and keep at it," instructed Detective Mallory. "One of you, by the way, had better bring in Dolan's wife. I am fairly certain she had nothing to do with it, but she might know something, and I can bluff a woman." Detective Mallory announced that accomplishment as if it were a thing to be proud of. "There's nothing to do now but get the money. Meanwhile, I'll see that Dolan isn't permitted to communicate with anybody." "There's always the chance," suggested Downey, "that a man as clever as Dolan could in a cipher letter, or by a chance remark, inform her where the money is if we assume she doesn't know, and that should be guarded against." "It will be guarded against," declared Detective Mallory emphatically. "Dolan will not be permitted to see or talk to anyone for the present, not even an attorney. He may weaken later on." But day succeeded, and Dolan showed no signs of weakening. His wife, meanwhile, had been apprehended and subjected to the 3rd degree. When this ordeal was over, the net result was that Detective Mallory was convinced that she had had nothing whatever to do with the robbery, and had not the faintest idea where the money was. Half a dozen times Dolan asked permission to see her or to write to her. Each time the request was curtly refused. Newspaper men, with and without inspiration, had sought the money vainly, and the police were now seeking to trace the movements of Mort Dolan from the moment of the robbery until the moment of his appearance on the steps of the house where he lived. In this way they hoped to get an inkling of where the money had been hidden, for the idea of the money being in the flat had been abandoned. Dolan simply wouldn't say anything. Finally, one day, Hutchinson Hatch, reporter, made an exhaustive search of Dolan's flat for the 4th time, then went over to police headquarters to talk it over with Mallory. While there, President Ashe and 2 directors of the victimized bank appeared. They were worried. "Is there any trace of the money?" asked Mr. Ashe. "Not yet," responded Detective Mallory. "Well, could we talk to Dolan a few minutes?" "If we didn't get anything out of him, you won't," said the detective. "But it won't do any harm. Come along." Dolan didn't seem particularly glad to see him. He came to the bars of his cell and peered through. It was only when Mr. Ashe was introduced to him as the president of the 13th National that he seemed to take any interest in his visitors. This interest took the form of a grin. Mr. Ashe evidently had something of importance on his mind and was seeking the happiest method of expression. Once or twice he spoke aside to his companions, and Dolan watched them curiously. At last he turned to the prisoner. "You admit that you robbed the bank?" he asked. "There's no need of denying it," replied Dolan. "Well," and Mr. Ashe hesitated a moment, "the board of directors held a meeting this morning, and speaking on their behalf, I want to say something. If you will inform us of the whereabouts of the money, we will, upon its recovery, exert every effort within our power to have your sentence cut in half. In other words, as I understand it, you have given the police no trouble. You have confessed the crime, and this, with the return of the money, would weigh for you when sentence is pronounced. Say, the maximum is 20 years. We might be able to get you off with 10 if we get the money." Detective Mallory looked doubtful. He realized perhaps the futility of such a promise, yet he was silent. The proposition might draw out something on which to proceed. "Can't see it," said Dolan at last. "It's this way. I'm 27 years old. I'll get 20 years. About 2 of that'll come off for good behavior, so I'll really get 18 years. At the end of that time, I'll come out with $109,000 odd. Rich for life and able to retire at 45 years. In other words, while in prison, I'll be working for a good, stiff salary. Something really worthwhile. Very few men are able to retire at 45. Mr. Ashe readily realized the truth of this statement. It was the point of view of a man to whom mere prison has few terrors, a man content to remain immured for 20 years for a consideration. He turned and spoke aside to the 2 directors again. "But I'll tell you what I'll do," said Dolan after a pause. "If you'll fix it so I get only 2 years, say, I'll give you half the money." There was silence. Detective Mallory strolled along the corridor beyond the view of the prisoner and summoned President Ashe to his side by a jerk of his head. "Agree to that," he said. "Perhaps he'll really give up." "But it won't be possible to arrange it, would it?" asked Mr. Ashe. "Certainly not," said the detective. "But agree to it. Get your money if you can, and then we'll nail him anyhow." Mr. Ashe stared at him a moment, vaguely indignant at the treachery of the thing. Then greed triumphed. He walked back to the cell. "We'll agree to that, Mr. Dolan," he said briskly. "Fix a 2-year sentence for you in return for half the money." Dolan smiled a little. "All right, go ahead," he said. "When sentence of 2 years is pronounced and a first-class lawyer arranges it for me so that the matter can never be reopened, I'll tell you where you can get your half." "But of course you must tell us that now," said Mr. Ashe. Dolan smiled cheerfully. It was a taunting, insinuating, accusing sort of smile, and it informed the bank president that the duplicity contemplated was discovered. Mr. Ashe was silent for a moment, then blushed. "Nothing doing," said Dolan, and he retired into a recess of his cell as if his interest in the matter were at an end. But we need the money now," stammered Mr. Ashe. "It was a large sum, and the theft has crippled us considerably." "All right," said Dolan carelessly. "The sooner I get 2 years, the sooner you get it." "How could it be fixed?" "I'll leave that to you." That was all. The bank president and the 2 directors went out fuming impotently. Mr. Ashe paused in Detective Mallory's office long enough for a final word. "Of course, it was brilliant work on the part of the police to capture Dolan," he said caustically. "But it isn't doing us a particle of good. All I see now is that we lose $109,000. "It looks very much like it," assented the detective. "Unless we find it." "Well, why don't you find it?" Detective Mallory had to give up. "What did Dolan do with the money?" Hutchinson Hatch was asking of Professor Augustus S.F.X. von Dusen, the thinking machine. The distinguished scientist and logician was sitting with his head pillowed on a cushion and with squint eyes turned upward. "It isn't in the flat. Everything indicates that it was hidden somewhere else." "And Dolan's wife?" inquired the thinking machine in his perpetually irritated voice. "It seems conclusive that she had no idea where it is." "She had been through the 3rd degree," explained the reporter, "and if she had known, she would probably have told." "Is she living in the flat now?" "No, she is stopping with her sister. The flat is under lock and key. Mallory has the key. He has shown the utmost care in everything he has done. Dolan has not been permitted to write to or see his wife for fear he would let her know some way where the money is. He has not been permitted to communicate with anybody at all, not even a lawyer. He did see President Ashe and 2 directors of the bank, but naturally he wouldn't give them a message for his wife." The thinking machine was silent. For 5, 10, 20 minutes he sat with long, slender fingers pressed tip to tip, squinting unblinkingly at the ceiling. Hatch waited patiently. "Of course," said the scientist at last. $109,000, even in large bills, would make a considerable bundle, and would be extremely difficult to hide in a place that has been gone over so often. We may suppose, therefore, that it isn't in the flat. What have the detectives learned as to Dolan's whereabouts after the robbery and before he was taken?" "Nothing," replied Hatch. "Nothing, absolutely. He seemed to disappear off the earth for a time. That time, I suppose, was when he was disposing of the money. His plans were evidently well laid." "It would be possible, of course, by the simple rules of logic, to sit still here and ultimately locate the money," remarked the thinking machine musingly. "But it would take a long time. We might begin, for instance, with the idea that he contemplated flight. When? By rail or steamer? The answers to those questions would, in a way, enlighten us as to the probable location of the money, because, remember, it would have to be placed where it was readily accessible in case of flight. But the process would be a long one. Perhaps it would be best to make Dolan tell us where he hid it." "It would if he would tell," agreed the reporter. "But he is reticent to a degree that is maddening when the money is mentioned." "Naturally," remarked the scientist. "That really doesn't matter. I have no doubt he will inform me." So Hatch and the thinking machine called upon Detective Mallory. They found him in deep abstraction. He glanced up at the intrusion with an appearance almost of relief. He knew intuitively what it was. "If you can find out where that money is, Professor," he declared emphatically, Well, you can't." The thinking machine squinted into the official eyes thoughtfully, and the corners of his straight mouth were drawn down disapprovingly. "I think perhaps there has been a little too much caution here, Mr. Mallory," he said. "I have no doubt Dolan will inform me as to where the money is. As I understand it, his wife is practically without means?" "Yes," was the reply. "She is living with her sister." "And he has asked several times to be permitted to write to or see her?" "Yes, dozens of times." "Well, now suppose you do let him see her," suggested the thinking machine. "Lord, that's just what he wants," blurted the detective. "If he ever sees her, I know he will, in some way, by something he says, by a gesture or a look, inform her where the money is. As it is now, I know she doesn't know where it is." "Well, if he informs her, won't he also inform us?" demanded the thinking machine tartly. "If Dolan wants to convey knowledge of the whereabouts of the money to his wife, let him talk to her. Let him give her the information. I dare say if she is clever enough to interpret a word as a clue to where the money is, I am too." The detective thought that over. He knew this crabbed little scientist with the enormous head of old, and he knew, too, some of the amazing results he had achieved by methods wholly unlike those of the police. But in this case, he was frankly in doubt. "This way," the thinking machine continued. "Get the wife here. Let her pass Dolan's cell and speak to him so that he will know that it is her. Then let her carry on a conversation with him while she is beyond his sight. Have a stenographer, without the knowledge of either, take down just what is said, word for word. Give me a transcript of the conversation and hold the wife on some pretext until I can study it a little. If he gives her a clue, I'll get the money." There was not the slightest trace of egotism in the irritable tone. It seemed merely a statement of fact. Detective Mallory, looking at the wizened face of the logician, was doubtfully hopeful, and at last he consented to the experiment. The wife was sent for and came eagerly. A stenographer was placed in the cell adjoining Dolan, and the wife was led along the corridor. As she paused in front of Dolan's cell, he started toward her with an exclamation. Then she was led on a little way out of his sight. With face pressed close against the bars, Dolan glowered out upon Detective Mallory and Hatch. An expression of awful ferocity leapt into his eyes. "What are you doing with her?" he demanded. "Mort, Mort," she called. "Belle, is it you?" he asked in turn. "They told me you wanted to talk to me," explained the wife. She was panting fiercely as she struggled to shake off the hands which held her beyond his reach. "What sort of a game is this, Mallory?" demanded the prisoner. "You wanted to talk to her," Mallory replied. "Now go ahead. You may talk, but you must not see her." "Oh, that's it, eh?" snarled Dolan. "What did you bring her here for, then? Is she under arrest?" "Mort, Mort," came his wife's voice again. "They won't let me come where I can see you." There was utter silence for a moment. Hatch was overpowered by a feeling that he was intruding upon a family tragedy, and tiptoed beyond reach of Dolan's roving eyes to where the thinking machine was sitting on a stool, twiddling his fingers. After a moment, the detective joined them. "Belle," called Dolan again. It was almost a whisper. "Don't say anything, Mort," she panted. "Cunningham and Blanton are holding me. The others are listening." "I don't want to say anything," said Dolan easily. "I did want to see you. I wanted to know if you were getting along all right. Are you still at the flat?" "No, at my sister's," was the reply. "I have no money. I can't stay at the flat." "You know they're going to send me away." "Yes," and there was almost a sob in the voice. I know it." "That I'll get the limit? 20 years?" "Yes." "Can you get along?" asked Dolan solicitously. "Is there anything you can do for yourself?" "I will do something," was the reply. "Oh, Mort. Mort, why?" "Oh, never mind that," he interrupted impatiently. "It doesn't do any good to regret things. It isn't what I planned for, little girl, but it's here, so I'll meet it. I'll get the good behavior allowance. That'll save 2 years. And then," there was a menace in the tone which was not lost upon the listeners. 18 years, he heard her moan. For one instant, Dolan's lips were pressed tightly together, and in that instant he had a regret that he had not killed Blanton and Cunningham rather than submit to capture. He shook off his anger with an effort. "I don't know if they'll permit me ever to see you," he said desperately, "as long as I refuse to tell where the money is hidden, and I know they'll never permit me to write to you for fear I'll tell you where it is. So I suppose the goodbye'll be like this. I'm sorry, little girl." He heard her weeping, and hurled himself against the bars in a passion. It passed after a moment. He must not forget that she was penniless, and the money, that vast fortune. "There's one thing you must do for me, Belle," he said after a moment, more calmly. "This sort of thing doesn't do any good. Brace up, little girl, and wait. Wait for me. 18 years is not forever. We're both young but never mind that. I wish you would please go up to the flat and do you remember my heavy brown coat?" "Yes, the old one?" she asked. "That's it," he answered. "It's cold here in this cell. Will you please go up to the flat when they let you loose and sew up that tear under the right arm and send it to me here? It's probably the last favor I'll ask of you for a long time, so will you do it this afternoon?" "Yes," she answered, tearfully. "The rip is under the right arm, and be certain to sew it up," said Dolan again. "Perhaps when I am tried, I shall have a chance to see you," and the thinking machine arose and stretched himself a little. "That's all that's necessary, Mr. Mallory," he said. "Have her held until I tell you to release her." Mallory made a motion to Cunningham and Blanton, and the woman was led away, screaming. Hatch shuddered a little, and Dolan, not understanding, flung himself against the bars of his cell like a caged animal. "Clever, aren't you?" he snarled as he caught sight of Detective Mallory. "Thought I'd try to tell you where it was, but I didn't, and you never will know where it is. Not in 1,000 years. Accompanied by the thinking machine and Hatch, the detective went back to his private office. All were silent, but the detective glanced from time to time into the eyes of the scientist. "Now, Mr. Hatch, we have the whereabouts of the money settled," said the thinking machine, quietly. "Please go at once to the flat and bring the brown coat Dolan mentioned. I dare say the secret of the hidden money is somewhere in that coat." "But 2 of my men have already searched that coat," protested the detective. "That doesn't make the least difference," snapped the scientist. The reporter went out without a word. Half an hour later he returned with the brown coat. It was a commonplace-looking garment, badly worn and in sad need of repair not only in the rip under the arm, but in other places. When he saw it, the thinking machine nodded his head abruptly as if it were just what he had expected. "The money can't be in that, and I'll bet my head on it," declared Detective Mallory, flatly. "There isn't room for it." The thinking machine gave him a glance in which there was a touch of pity. "We know," he said, "that the money isn't in the coat, but can't you see that it is perfectly possible that a slip of paper on which Dolan has written down the hiding place of the money can be hidden in it somewhere? Can't you see that he asked for this coat, which is not as good a one as the one he is wearing now, in order to attract his wife's attention to it? Can't you see it is the one definite thing that he mentioned when he knew that in all probability he would not be permitted to see his wife again, at least for a long time?" Then, seam by seam, the brown coat was ripped to pieces. Each piece in turn was submitted to the sharpest scrutiny. Nothing resulted. Detective Mallory frankly regarded it all as wasted effort, and when there remained nothing of the coat save strips of cloth and lining, he was inclined to be triumphant. The thinking machine was merely thoughtful. "It went back further than that," the scientist mused, and tiny wrinkles appeared in the dome-like brow. "Ah, Mr. Hatch, please go back to the flat, look in the sewing machine drawers or work basket, and you will find a spool of brown thread. Bring it to me." "Spool of brown thread," repeated the detective in amazement. "Have you been through the place?" "No." "How do you know there's a spool of brown thread there, then?" "I know it because Mr. Hatch will bring it back to me," snapped the thinking machine. "I know it by the simplest, most rudimentary rules of logic." Hatch went out again. In half an hour he returned with a spool of brown thread. The thinking machine's white fingers seized upon it eagerly, and his watery, squint eyes examined it. A portion of it had been used. The spool was only half gone. But he noted, and as he did his eyes reflected a glitter of triumph, he noted that the paper cap on each end was still in place. "Now, Mr. Mallory," he said, "I'll demonstrate to you that in Dolan the police are dealing with a man far beyond the ordinary bank thief. In his way, he is a genius. Look here." With a penknife he ripped off the paper caps and looked through the hole of the spool. For an instant his face showed blank amazement. Then he put the spool down on the table and squinted at it for a moment in absolute silence. "It must be here," he said at last. "It must be. Else why did he—" "Of course." With quick fingers he began to unwind the thread. Yard after yard it rolled off in his hand, and finally in the mass of brown on the spool appeared a white strip. In another instant the thinking machine held in his hand a tiny thin sheet of paper, a cigarette paper. It had been wound around the spool, and the thread wound over it so smoothly that it was impossible to see that it had ever been removed. The detective and Hatch were leaning over his shoulder, watching him curiously. The tiny paper unfolded. Something was written on it. Slowly the thinking machine deciphered it. 47 Causeway Street, basement, 10th flagstone from northeast corner. And there the money was found, $109,000. The house was unoccupied and within easy reach of a wharf from which a European-bound steamer sailed. Within half an hour of sailing time, it would have been an easy matter for Dolan to have recovered it all, and that without in the least exciting the suspicion of those who might be watching for him. For a saloon next door opened into an alley behind, and a broken window in the basement gave quick access to the treasure. Dolan reasoned, the thinking machine explained, that even if he was never permitted to see his wife, she would probably use that thread and in time find the directions for recovering the money. Further, he argued that the police would never suspect that a spool contained the secret for which they sought so long. His conversation with his wife today was merely to draw her attention to something which would require her to use the spool of brown thread. The brown coat was all that he could think of, and that's all, I think. Dolan was a sadly surprised man when news of the recovery of the money was broken to him. But a certain quaint philosophy didn't desert him. He gazed at Detective Mallory incredulously as the story was told, and at the end went over and sat down on his cell cot. "Well, Chief," he said, "I didn't think it was in you. That makes me owe you a hat." End of The Problem of the Stolen Banknotes by Jacques Futrelle.